here. We're going to talk to her in just a second. But we were starting off how we frame all of this. Like, ta-da. This is for the next, 5 days, at least for me, it's kind of a step back to my roots in radio. I have never been to something like this. So I'm like a big kid. This is old hat to Breland. We're going to talk about the cool things that are going on. It's old hat to Starling, who's here. Eitzon's here. Tom, you've done a couple of them as well also. So you've done this too.
Yeah, but this one is huge from everyone that I've been in the past. Minnesota was in the mall. New York was in the ballroom of a hotel. This convention center is gigantic, and it's everybody that have done this for years have said how big this is. Crank your mic up a little bit.
Crank your mic up?
Yours.
My mic?
Yours.
Oh,
there
I'm
you
soft.
Go. Yeah.
Like, who
there
knew?
You go.
I'm normally the one screaming, and they're like, go ahead and turn this down. So just a quick look before I sit down, because for the next 5 days, the next 5.5 hours here, we're going to paint a picture. We're going to set the stage. You can see all of this. Breland can kind of explain what all of this is.
Sure.
But pretty much everybody sports-related in some capacity is here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to sit down. This is what we're going to be doing. I got all, like, the cool.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Lock
fancy
in.
now.
Let's go.
We're fancy now. All right, so we all arrived yesterday.
Yes.
This is, as I was pointing out, it's old hat to you because you've done a couple of these.
This is my 4th Super Bowl. Yeah. So I did 2 with now. Okay. So I admitted this in the locker room on Thursday or Friday, and the boys started booing me because they didn't realize. They're like, "You're the ops. You're a spy." But I did cover the Kansas City Chiefs for 2 Super Bowls before I got here. I am not a spy. I am not an op. I am not feeding any information to anyone. So.
We'll have to determine that Sunday night.
Yeah,
but I did 54 and 55 with the Chiefs, and then 57 and 59 with the Chiefs, kind of. But I was an Eagles reporter, obviously, with you guys. So it's weird that no matter what, all of the Super Bowls have featured the Chiefs.
You're like a traveling trip to the Super Bowl. Like whoever you're working for with that city ends up going to the Super Bowl.
Not quite. Buffalo did not, obviously. But they did break the drought, the 17-season drought that they had. They went to playoffs for the first time while I was there. Lost in the wild card round. But, hey, they got there. And now look at them. So maybe I am good luck. The juju can only do so much, though, when your organization is that bad.
So you can get them there.
Yeah.
But you can't get them over the top.
The juju said, I have to stop at playoffs. You guys can get to playoffs. After that, I can't help you. You got to figure that out. You all right over there? Yeah, what are you doing? Are you all right?
I think I have it flipped around back. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. There we go.
We got 27 and a half hours for you to figure it out.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, we got time.
You got time.
We're figuring it out. So in comparison to these, because you've done a couple of these, you said, when I walked in here, like through the eyes of having seen it really for the first time, I was like, oh my God, like this is next level. We walked in to get our security, and I walked up to the little thing, and before I said anything, your face pops up on the screen and says, Bill Anderson, you are cleared for security.
So that's new, and that's something that's been going on in NFL stadiums throughout the season, right? When you walk into the Eagles, they no longer scan anything. You just put your face onto this little screen. It's really cool, actually, and it makes things a lot quicker and more efficient when you're trying to get on the field and you're trying to get into the press box. You just kind of like put your face there, kind of like real quick, and then you're good to go. So I thought it was really cool. These are even better than the ones at the link. I feel like
instant.
Because they're faster. The ones at the link kind of take a little bit to buffer and like, is that really you? But this was really cool. That's the first time I've seen it at a Super Bowl as well.
Yeah, they're very serious about security, and because I was walking around like the big child who got there past the Super Bowl, so I walked in, went up to the screen, and it goes boom, and my face pops up.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there at the screen like, oh, I got my clearance, like right there on the monitor. Walk by, go up to get my credential, and I go up to the thing, and they're like, do you have ID? And I said, like 5 steps ago, you knew who I was.
You still need it.
Like, and then the woman went into this whole explanation of I could be the Mission Impossible guy who just pulls masks off their head.
Oh, my gosh.
Huh. So still fun for you, or is this kind of work?
Oh, this is so much fun. And the fact that Starling Underwood, who is our incredible photographer and editor throughout the course of football season. If you watch Game Day on Fox 29 at 10 a.m. every Sunday, you see a lot of his work. And the two of us were talking during training camp and during preseason. How cool would that be? The Super Bowl's in New Orleans this year. How cool would that be to be able to go? And the fact that we're here, we kind of maybe manifested it a little bit, is really a joy. This is one of my favorite cities, period, in America. I think New Orleans is so much fun, and there's just such a vibe here, a culture that you don't really see anywhere else. And it's so unique. And to be able to have the Eagles here in this town is just, I think it's going to be a blast. But this setup, yeah. Wait till the NFL experience opens up.
Okay,
I
and then
think that's
there's media
Wednesday.
night tonight.
Yeah.
But the experience, so all that's in this building.
Yeah.
This giant convention center.
Yeah, and the pro shop as well. So save your coins because it's going to be a little bit pricey.
He broke out the Jerome Brown jersey, so he's already.
I went throwback.
Yeah,
I went throwback.
I like it.
Hugh Douglas is over there, so
Yeah,
he
he
gave
sure
a
is.
shout out to the throwback jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole nine. A couple of Eagles wandering around.
Yeah, you should go and check out the NFL experience when it opens. And like I said, the shop, if you've got a couple hundy to blow. But it's where, I mean, come on.
That might get you a cup.
It's like exclusive merchandise that you can only get here.
Talk about a couple hundy. I'm sitting here pushing buttons, sliding things up, like trying to figure out which one's which. Yeah, I don't know. Can we expense that?
No.
I don't think that'll pass.
No? I don't think so. But, I mean, you should still go check it out.
They said don't show this? Starling's off camera saying don't show this?
You have to hide.
Why? My face is in the computer. They can't clone me.
Yeah, but people can make a credential.
Yeah, but it won't be me.
Yeah, okay. Well.
All right, I'm going to hide it.
Bill, it's Monday. We're supposed to be here on Friday. Just follow the
trying
rules.
to get me thrown out
and we'll,
on day one? No, because I was really proud of the fact that I had credentials.
Yeah.
When we left here, I was over at the hotel, kept it on. We went to dinner.
Honestly, you should keep it on, though, at all times, because I feel like it's one of those things where if you don't keep it on, you'll forget about it, and then you have to run back to the hotel, and it becomes a whole thing. Source, just trust me, that may or may not have happened to me in Super Bowl 54. So, just keep it on.
Okay. All right, so this is the first day when things start getting up.
Yeah.
You've done this before. Mm-hmm. So you guys, we're all kind of live here for various capacities.
Mm-hmm.
Good Day was live this morning, and I don't know if you guys got a chance to watch any of that.
I was asleep.
If you did not see the beginning at 6 a.m. Eastern, go back and watch it if you can, because Mike rolled in with a couple friends and a lot of beads and a lot of other stuff going on.
Filled with still had beignet powder all over his face.
Okay.
As he walked in.
He's having himself a time. It is Monday, sir.
There were oyster shooters involved.
That's a lot.
That we saw in the highlights. There
was a hand grenade.
There were shots. Apparently, now this was what was said. I wasn't there, so I don't know. Apparently, Hank had on the same outfit that he had on last night when they saw him on Bourbon Street.
Oh.
So I don't know if it's true.
All right.
But it was said multiple times on the show this morning.
They're having themselves a time.
It's authentic. Like, we're giving them solid, authentic, wall-to-wall New Orleans coverage.
Yeah.
But what do you guys got? So you're getting stuff for sports, fantastic,
I'm not
everything.
doing all that.
No,
we don't really have time to be, like, in the streets. But we right now we're on Radio Row, so we're going to go talk to some folks that you'll see on the Fantastic Sports Show. It's nice because I kind of get to play the mayor of the Super Bowl because I get to, hey, how are you? How are you doing? How's everything? So I'm saying hello to my Kansas City peeps. I'm saying hello to Philadelphia peeps, which is basically 2/3 of everybody here. Yeah. So it's kind of nice. We're going to grab some interviews. We're going to talk to some people, and you'll see that on the Fantastic Sports Show. And then tonight is Media Night. And it is, if you've never been, it's the most chaotic thing. There's journalists from all around the world, and I feel like any old body who wants a credential and has a podcast, if you want to come in, that's your time. So
not special.
No, Media Night is
come on,
different.
Breland, we have a graphic at all.
You work.
Look at this.
You work for an affiliated outlet. I'm talking about people walking around in nothing but at the Niagara Falls wine barrel. Yeah. There's a guy who walks around who's just dressed in a barrel.
It's the Broncos fan. There's a guy, Broncos fan for years, who goes to the game in a wine.
So you see some stuff.
Okay.
So my favorite thing to do, which you'll see later tonight, I like to just go. First of all, I like to give a player a mic because I'm not going to get anything from them in that atmosphere. Like, it's crazy. So I'm like, here you go. Wander around and ask your teammates questions, and they love doing it. So we have a player correspondent lined up. You're going to hear from him. I won't tell you who it is, but he is funny. He's the funniest man probably in that locker room. So we're gonna hear from him later on, and then I like to go around and just be like, what's the weirdest thing someone has asked you, or what's the weirdest thing someone has asked you to do? I remember Josh Sweat running up to me Super Bowl 57, and he's like, somebody just gave me their baby. I said, what? He's like, I don't know. I just turned around, and there's this random baby. And I said, Sweaty, did you take it? And he's like, well, yeah, I wasn't going to say no to the baby. The baby's like here. So I took it, and we took pictures and everything else. He's like, but I just turned around, like no words, just baby. There's all sorts of just bizarre things that occur, but like in a good way, not derogatory, bizarre.
Okay.
So it's something that you're going to definitely enjoy. So that will be our focus for the 11:30 tonight for Fantastic Sports Show.
Jason's coming over to meet you over here.
Yeah.
You guys are going to go.
We're waiting on him. He said he was in his Uber like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah,
so
the hotels aren't that far.
Did he stop and get a little something?
Get out here.
Is he on Bourbon? Should we check on him? Should
Hopefully
we put out a bolo?
He didn't run in the mic anywhere.
Yeah, I was going to say, should we put out the bolo on
Guys,
Martinez?
Make sure you're watching. So we need to take our first break, but we've got fun stuff. And Breland and Starling and our whole team, Jason, Mike, Alex, Hank, Chris O'Connell, all of our team is here. But we also have guests all lined up. Kyle from Crossing Broad is up next, going to talk to us. And I feel like all of that fun stuff, like getting the stories, is like right in his wheelhouse.
Oh, yeah.
Like I feel like he must be having a ball
I know
here.
He's going to find the folks on Bourbon.
Yeah, and then
he
we'll
always
find
finds
Crossing
the
Broad.
characters.
Going to be some story that we're sitting there that we use as a topic on Two Mics and a Bill, like from something that he discovered on Bourbon. We're like, yo,
Kyle
did you
will,
see Crossing Broad? So it will be fun.
It's going to be something.
And you know what's new? We actually now, the radio days stuff, we actually are taking calls.
Oh, look at you.
People can call in
and
participate in the discussion.
Are you screening them? Is somebody?
Nah.
It's a string. We're rolling the dice.
You know what? Let's go.
We got a lot of hours. You want to go ahead, jump on, express yourself. Now, we haven't given out the number yet.
You want to do that for the first time?
I don't know.
Well,
I think we're
going to feel it out a
do
little
some
bit.
of the interviews and stuff.
All right, that's fair.
Because people start calling in, and
and then it gets off the rails.
It goes off the rails early with 5 days left in all of this.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys for having me on. I feel honored to be your first Super Bowl guest.
We are honored.
And you see me every day.
Well, this means you need to come every day because we're
I don't know about that one,
Chiefs.
Come on. We got Chiefs availability at like 8 a.m. We got Eagles. Yeah, we got a lot going on.
5.5 hours.
I'll be
stop
popping
through.
in. I'll be popping in here and there. So
you see on the other side as we take this break is Troy Vincent's wife's podcast.
Oh.
And we got here to set everything up. They have like trees and all kinds of things set up. We were looking at theirs going, I think that we really undersold our ability to set stuff up.
Yeah.
People were rolling in recliner chairs and all kinds of stuff throughout.
Yeah.
So next time, Eagles I think are going to have to come back next year that we can have a whole.
That's the only solution.
A whole thing.
Yeah.
Right. Going to take our first break. This is Superstream 59 on Fox Local. Also, highlights will be going on.
And we're
on
also
Fox
on the
29.
Fox 29 YouTube page. So if you're, send the word out. Yeah, we're going to. The whole stream will be on YouTube as well.
Nice. Later this week, are up on Fox Soul.
Yep, Thursday and Friday, Fox Soul.
The Fox Sports people are right on the other side. I think we're just going to start just taking over stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, until I get kicked
Easy.
out of here.
Yeah.
Let's take a break.
I'll just do it myself. 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we're back. Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29, the Fox 29 YouTube page. There's a lot of stuff.
You guys got it all.
Man, listen. And controlling it all.
Control it, yeah.
Right here, having a ball with it. Kyle Pagan from Crossing Broad and the Fantastic Sports Show, and then all kinds of stuff joining us. Appreciate you spending a little time with us.
No, thank you for having me. I'd love to. Very good Philadelphia presence here in New Orleans, which is awesome.
Were you at, I mean, this is what you do. So this, I'm still running around having fun with all of this. Are you at all surprised? Because Eagles fans travel. Eagles media travels. Like, it seems like we really are kind of here in full force. That's old hat to you?
Yeah, we were here in September with when they played New Orleans, obviously first time, and they took over Bourbon Street. I mean, there had to be 1,000 people doing a parade down down Bourbon Street. It was insane. It was insane. So, I mean, I even walking over here, go Birds, go Birds, go Birds, go Birds. Like, I think the ticket prices, I think it's like 70-30 Eagles fans that's
really?
some ticket brokers have seen.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, and they're also going for 3 in a row. So at some point, that well's got to run dry a little bit.
Yeah.
But there's something going on.
What is going
Is that
on?
an Eagles chant?
It seems like an Eagles chant somewhere.
Weird. It looks like somebody's over there throwing footballs at something, and they're getting really excited about that concept. We'll see what video we can get of it. So Crossing Broad obviously gets the cool stories, the behind the scenes, the man on the street, the fun. Is there a specific agenda here, or you just come and let me find what I find?
A media day is big for us. Media day tonight will be big for us. Get to talk to players. We don't really get that kind of access, so that's like a really cool thing. So I'll be going around doing some jokes with some players and stuff, and we'll figure it out there. But yeah, we've got some things planned. I mean, is there a better place to come than New Orleans for Bourbon Street? I mean, you get characters. I mean, characters galore in Philadelphia. Characters galore on Bourbon Street, so we're excited.
Crossing Broad has kind of established itself as that site. You got good information, but it's fun. You'll get kind of the inside scoop. Sometimes things players love, sometimes things not so much. Sometimes things media loves, sometimes things not so much. Is that the fun part of it? Does that make it harder? Like, how do people react to that? The keep it real aspect of Crossing Broad.
Yeah, I think it was a lot more real back in the day, because it was kind of funny if you go back and like look at some like of our big stories like back in the day and stuff. When the internet came around and everything, it was like players were kind of just trying to navigate it. Athletes were trying to navigate it just as much as like we were trying to navigate it. Like with the eras of social media and stuff. I remember like when I got on Twitter, like Shaq was like one of the first ones to get on Twitter and stuff and everything. And it was just funny to watch people kind of navigate. Now you see more of a closed off athlete. They've all been pretty media trained in my mind and stuff. So we don't get as much of the guys getting, crazy down Sea Isle at the OD or something like that as much as we used to back in the day. But
they know it's going to get out there.
Exactly. Yeah, they know with cameras and everything now it's just easy. But no, I mean we never really try to get under their skin.
You're laughing when you say that.
Yeah,
it's
I mean
you don't even believe that.
I guess we're kind of like, I don't know, in a way, like it's authentic, I guess. And I think that's why people kind of resonate with us. It's authentic.
Well, how about dealing with other cities? Because I think you guys do a great job of getting under the skin of other cities and other fan bases and other radio personalities and stuff like that. Like and you guys are established now. It's not like you're like, who's that? Like people know Crossing Broad. There's a million other people trying to be like Crossing Broad. How's that changed? That where like people know what's coming when you guys walk in.
Yeah, definitely just trying to still like stay creative and stuff. Like you might get a little bit behind the scenes. Like the Sixers weren't too happy about this one, Eagles weren't too happy about this one, Flyers weren't too happy about this one, and I kind of look at it as being like we must have done something right. People resonated with it a little bit. People got a lot of engagement and stuff. I mean, you toe the line. You toe the line as much as you can. You guys know about it. You need the Eagles access. You need the Sixers access. You need the sports teams access. I mean, this city runs on sports and everything. So it's always just constant, toeing the line. There's been a lot of ideas that have been shot down by my bosses and my editors and stuff that I thought were very good and very creative.
like we don't need that credential.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't go too far. One of the things that was eye-opening to me coming in and seeing this, and I don't know how you and Tom feel about it, is that you talked about that kind of the evolution of social media, the evolution of the internet, and some of the biggest outlets in here, are now that. Like they're streaming networks, they're the bet sites, they're the networks obviously have a huge presence as well. But that to me, and I don't know what you guys thought about it, I'm walking around going, Wow.
I know.
Look at the money spent by some of these streaming platforms.
And then you walk by a person you see on TV all the time. You're like, oh, shoot. Yeah, that's,
Yeah, I mean, it's called, maybe they still call it Radio Row, but it's so much more than that now. Like,
I saw they switched to the Media Row.
It's Media Center, and I even asked them, and I think they're not sure. They're trying to transition. But you look some of these sets. I mean, like when I did New York like 15 years ago, it was in the ballroom of a hotel. It was all tables real tight because it was all just dudes doing radio. But now, I mean, you got full setups here that are out of control.
Yeah, I was watching the Bills documentary last night, and it was basically their media day, which they were showing. And it was just funny because it was like in the same kind of like convention center that Tonight is going to be in, but it wasn't pageantry. There wasn't anything. It was just a couple reporters asking Jimmy Johnson and Marv Levy like what they think about the game and everything.
I mean,
now
they sell tickets to tonight now. I mean, you could buy and go sit in the Superdome and watch people go around. You can't even hear most of the people, but you just sit there and watch.
But I think, and it's very clear because pretty much everybody here, and some of them are the radio stations, but everybody here in some capacity is also video streaming. So even if it's a radio show, there's still some sort of video presence. So everyone has this full presentation of what they're doing. They got like high-tech monitors, with logos and whatnot.
I may or may not have just gotten a text that said nice monitor from 1980. So
From our people?
No.
Oh.
No.
I think this was the size of my first TV in my room
there
growing up.
Yeah, there you go.
I think this is fancy. Can you zoom? See, it's all perspective. Like if you zoom in a little bit, now this is a big monitor with like the crazy background. And if you go sit here, you've got.
I don't think I've seen been this close to a monitor since I got out of Comcast.
All right, so media night tonight. Just going and having some fun with it. But that's pretty much the plan throughout. With things that we should be looking for on Crossing Broad, or we just kind of go with it.
Yeah, we'll be having videos sprout up. We got a couple ideas that I don't want to shed too much light on, but Media Day will be the pillar of our content this week, and that's like the big time one and stuff. But there'll be some other stuff, Crossing Broad on all socials and everything. Just follow that, and we'll you'll get enough. I promise you.
All right. Well, looking forward to it.
Appreciate
Things we will be talking about here on the show.
Yeah.
I appreciate you stopping through.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Good stuff. Check them out on Crossing Broad. We all do. It's a fun read. It's fun to watch, and you'll get some stuff where you sit back and go, "Oh, okay." Let's take a break. This is Superstream 59, high-tech, live, uncut for 5.5 hours. Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube. ta-da, Superstream 59 on Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube page. We're going to be here for the next 5 days, setting things all up. Our whole team is here. You see Jason sitting here. We're going to sit down and talk to him about his experiences as well, but we want to paint the picture. So this is, you're just kind of seeing what's going on. I'll step out of the way so you can see a little bit more. Hundreds of tables, every media outlet that you can think of, podcasts and blogs and radio stations and local, international, streaming shows. Everybody is kind of set up from casual-ish tables as we transition and turn these mics up. I'm getting used to the whole multitasking thing, man.
Working the board, working the mic, show and tell.
Having fun.
Yeah,
having fun with it. So a whole bunch going on this week. Jason Martinez, obviously, here with us as part of the team who's here covering all of this. Is this your first?
I drove through New Orleans once.
Okay.
About 5 years ago. And I was just on a road trip, and I drove through. This is going to be a different experience.
Okay.
I just got out of my Uber, and I wanted to properly know how to say New Orleans. Is it New Orleans, New Orleans, Nolans?
Right. I think it depends on where you're from.
She said it's New Orleans, and it's
Really?
not New Orleans. Do not say New Orleans. If you're really from here, then say Nolans, but don't be fake about it.
Because they will call you out.
Oh, yeah. And she gave me all the tips on where to go for good beignets. So that's
You're
optional.
dancing with fans in the airport, man. You
By
just
the way,
got here having a blast.
The talk of Philly today is Mike Jarrett going on the air this morning with beignet
Dust.
powder, we'll call it, and a couple of friends on his arm.
I was going to say, I think the talk is probably the friends that were on his arms at 6 a.m., 5 a.m. Local time.
It's making its rounds all over social. So that's
I watched that this
what a way
morning.
to start. Were you eating breakfast?
I watched that this morning, sat there and saw the whole face full of powder. And then later on, Mike, Hank, Jared, I guess, were doing oyster shooters.
Oh.
So it was
okay.
It was. Listen, I'm not spilling secrets. They did it on TV. They're out there kind of living their best life. Is it? I mean, obviously this is fun for you.
Yeah.
We all traveled down here together, dancing in the airport and meeting fans and talking to fans. Is it hard to kind of balance how much fun this is as a fan with we all are here kind of working?
Yeah, it is. Like, I'm just walking around kind of fanboying a little bit.
Yeah.
The more extravagant the set, the bigger the deal they are, right? Oh, I watch these. I watch these shows, as a fan. So it's kind of cool to see the setup they have and the setup we've got right here at Fox. It's so much fun to cover the Eagles here. I've been to Super Bowls that don't have the Eagles, and it's just not the same. So the fact that our team is here just makes it all that much more fun. We get to talk Eagles all week. And we'll get into the X's and O's on our fantastic sports show, but I like doing the fan stuff. I like being with the people. And so they're going to be arriving, I would say, probably – well, they're already arriving. But I would say Wednesday and Thursday, the party's really going to start.
Yeah, it starts to get crazy.
Yeah.
And then media night tonight is the whole – and I'm doing the same thing. Like, I was a little bit embarrassed by how much of a fanboy I am walking around here and just going up to different people's tables and like, oh, that's so-and-so.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, wait, we're doing media too.
Yeah.
You don't want to go too far with it. But it's just fun.
Yeah, and I think in this setting, people are willing to talk and they want to talk. And sometimes they're trying to sell something. Sometimes they're pumping up something. But for the most part, it's fun for them too. I think they're fanning out some of these comedians and other athletes. Who did I see? I saw Ryan Leaf a second ago. Former quarterback. I think he was a first-round pick.
He was the other pick after Peyton Manning.
That's right. And we all know what happened to him. But he turned a tough career and turned it into almost a motivational speaker type role. So I'd like to talk to him if we can grab him. I'm going to grab him if I can.
You should grab him. We talked to Breland a little bit. And the other cool part about it is when you just kind of wander around, and I keep mentioning it because they're right behind us with their whole grass set. They have
I didn't see who's over there.
Troy Vincent's wife's podcast.
Okay.
And they're doing community outreach, and they were here this morning setting up, and then they're going over to schools and packing bags and doing all that kind of stuff. But you see a bunch of people who you may be familiar with their name, But then when you get a chance to kind of casually talk to them, you find out all the other things that they're doing. Yeah, it's a fanboy experience.
Yeah, so I saw some extravagance. Like the Lambeau Field for some reason has a giant set over there.
I think it's Green Bay Radio.
Yeah, there's a Green Bay radio station, but it makes it look
That
like
has a
Lambeau Field. We'll have to go
setup.
get some pictures and show them. And then, obviously there's the satellite radio. ESPN has a crazy set over there.
Yeah.
There's a thing for the next Super Bowls in San Francisco. They have a setup over there.
Oh, Levi Stadium.
Levi, so they have a whole thing. Nickelodeon has a setup over there. So, I mean, you go from one gamut to the other of who's here.
Yeah. The Uber driver was asking me about the last Super Bowl here, and I was like, yeah, that was the Har Bowl. That was the Harbaugh brothers, the
lights went out.
The power outage. San Francisco ended up losing that game. I think Joe Flacco was the quarterback of the Ravens that year. And so, obviously, it's nice not to worry about the weather, but the weather here has been shockingly good. Maybe that's because we've been struggling at home.
Yeah.
I know they had some sleet last night and early this morning, and the sun is shining. It's like, what's the temperature here? About 70 degrees.
It's supposed to be pushing 80 today.
Yeah, I think Friday, Saturday, they're saying 80.
70 right now. I don't feel guilty. I don't. It does get chilly at night. We were live out in front of the arena last night, and got a little chilly, but just nothing a hoodie can't battle.
So I struggled. So here's my behind the scenes, like first world Super Bowl problems. So I go into my room, and I go into the room last night, and it was a little bit hot. So I go in there, trying to figure out why they had the heat was on, but it was set for, I guess, 72 or whatever. So I go in there, turn the air conditioning on, get it set, and then go to bed, and wake up in the middle of the night freezing. Because the air conditioning came on, and then I guess it drops in the 50s at night.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there like, why is it so cold in here right now?
Well, getting into cars, the air conditioning is on. It's just been so long since we've had that. So
we're talking about all the distractions here just for us and looking around. I mean, you follow them as close as anybody. How about the teams? I mean, they come in and their whole week's thrown off like it's a whole different thing. Like, what's your take on that and how they go about that?
I think for the next 3 days, the Eagles are going to be doing the the opening night thing. They're going to be answering the questions at their little booths. But then things get locked down Friday, I think. And obviously they're still going to be going through their plays and their routines. I think they'll have walkthroughs and practices that are closed to everybody. But, the hoopla is between now and Wednesday, I think, for these guys. And then after that, sequestered in your hotel room. I was just thinking about them last night. I was like, I wonder if they're just in their hotel room watching Netflix.
Chilling.
Phone, off. I just picture them looking at playbooks, no life, focused. That's what they should be doing.
That's got to be so hard. Like
room service.
Like Jalen Hurts, you would think that that's his mindset anyway.
Yeah.
But being here and seeing all this, that's got to be so hard because you can't go anywhere. Like there's distractions constant.
Well, and especially
for
now. I mean, the Eagles have a history. Obviously, the first Super Bowl was down here in New Orleans when they lost to the Raiders. And there's stories like where guys out, where they not out.
Yeah,
but back then you could get away with it. Now, if somebody steps outside for a second, it'll be crossing broad. It'll be everywhere.
There's a phone everywhere.
There's a phone everywhere. So it's a different game than it was back then.
Yeah, there was another instance of a Raiders center.
Yeah, and he ended up having some serious problems.
Yeah.
But he went missing.
We haven't had anything like that really since then. So I think both teams, and of course the Chiefs know. I mean, they've been through this so many times. So they have a formula. In fact, there's been talk the Chiefs may not even have a Super Bowl parade if they win because they had some violence there last year.
So they already said they're not going to have the rally that leads up to the parade.
Right.
And then they're talking about whether or not they would have a parade.
Yeah, okay. Let's just hope they don't even – this isn't even an issue.
This is a non-issue.
I know that Philly, it's been a weird, tough week last week and the plane crash and then the other plane crash and then now we're balancing the excitement of this and sort of the tragedy of that and how do we put that together for our viewers. I just think the viewers and I hope the viewers at home are welcoming the excitement, the optimism, and, in light of what's happening there and we got our team in the Super Bowl. So I'm sure they're welcoming it with open arms to just be positive and excited. And I know a lot of people are starting to feel nervous now that we're getting closer to the game. I actually have an opinion I'm going to share with you for the first time.
Tell us.
The Eagles will win big in this game. Big, not just by a field goal.
Oh, he said it with his chest.
I know. The Eagles will win by double digits in this game, and the fourth quarter will be comfortable. That is my prediction right here on Fox Local on a Monday.
Well, then that plays. That was we did a Twitter poll, our next poll for the show today, just to keep it going. And the question was, it's Monday of Super Bowl week, how you feeling? And right now, 67% people are with you saying they feeling great. 23% are saying the Chiefs scare them, and 10% haven't picked it.
Well, I can feel great and still be scared by the Chiefs, but I just feel like the Eagles are playing their best football right now. They just put 55 up. The Chiefs don't have a great defense. The Eagles will control the game. They cannot stop Saquon Barkley. I think Jalen Hurts, he needs to be great, and I think he's going to be great. Remember how he was 2 years ago. He was great.
Yeah,
with that,
in this game,
other than that fumble,
yeah.
He was great in that game.
All right, let me ask you a question. Two scenarios, you pick one. Eagles down by 4 with 2 minutes to go and the ball in Jalen's hand, or up by 4, 2 minutes to go in Mahomes' hand. Where do you want it?
Wow, I love that.
That is a tough.
I want the Eagles up by 4 and Patrick to have the ball. That's how much I believe in this defense.
I don't know. I might go give me the ball because I don't want to give it back to him. And I love this defense.
That is a great scenario.
That's a tough question.
I just
talking about the number 1 ranked defense, but maybe the best clutch quarterback
of all
to
time.
do it. Yeah.
And Jalen, there's been questions all year, but he has come up big in these big games. Like Jason said, he had a great Super Bowl 2 years ago with the exception of the fumble. But do you want to have the ball in Mahomes' hand at the end?
I just trust the defense. They've come up with these big stops. They did it against the Rams, and I know the Rams are not the Chiefs. I just believe. Here's another thing I'm thinking about. Remember 2 years ago it was a shootout Super Bowl. This one, I think if it's a low-scoring game, the Eagles are going to win this game. If it's a defensive struggle, back and forth, a lot of punts, the Eagles will win the game simply because of their running game and Saquon's ability to sort of get that first down. And we could totally see a 17-13 final.
You know what's interesting about this? Like, make the same exact Chiefs team and remove the legend of Patrick Mahomes. You would think that the Eagles are going to win this game. Like, their offensive line, the defensive line, their running game. Like, you go position by position and remove the legend of Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, and we're sitting there pretty confident in their ability to win this game.
That's why I feel the way I do about the Eagles winning. And also, history is kind of on the Eagles' side here. It's so hard to three-peat. And so I think in this case they're not going to do it. They're facing a really good team. And here's another hope. Myles Garrett wants a trade.
I just saw that.
Myles Garrett wants a trade. Howie, do your thing. I mean, they'd have to give up first-round picks and AM and all kinds of stuff.
As we go to break, do you take Myles Garrett and everything you have to give up to get him, or do you try to sign Micah Parsons?
Well, we know Micah wants to be an Eagle.
Yeah.
He so badly wants to be here. How about bring in Myles Garrett, pair him with Jalen Carter, and win like 3 more Super Bowls? And now we're talking about the Eagles being a dynasty.
Love this guy.
There you go.
All right, we need to take a break. Breland's over there. Jason's here. They're going around. Starling's right behind us. They're getting interviews and everything for the news.
She's doing all the work.
Sports.
I'm just sitting here talking to you guys. Good deal.
This is fun.
Is there food
talk
here?
To us. There's a place right outside.
Yeah, there's like a cart right out front. That's about it.
All right.
We hit a grocery store last night just because we knew
Smart.
it was, yeah.
Yeah, we
Smart.
did. Stocked up the fridge.
I brought a couple of granola bars.
There you go.
I got you. We got waffles, man. Red velvet waffles on the free breakfast bar in the hotel this morning.
I'm staying at a hotel that's connected to a hospital, and this morning I wanted coffee, so I went into the hospital cafeteria to get the coffee.
Do what you got to do, man. Red velvet waffles.
Thanks, Eric Smith.
Come on over to our hotel. We got you. Let's take a break. Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube. We are here. It's Media Row. People are starting to fill in. We're going to keep talking to folks for, I don't know.
What's that going to look like on Thursday and Friday? Probably every table packed.
Yeah, wall to wall.
Everybody's got a podcast. Everybody's got a digital channel. And Fox Local, your Super Bowl headquarters. Superstream 59. Who came up with that?
Why you trying to blame this on me?
I like it. I like it. I think it's smart.
So I talked about Superstream 59 because I wanted to make T-shirts that I could hand out to everybody. But all the graphics came back a little late, so couldn't get it done.
Photoshop.
Yeah, man. We're going to do that.
Microsoft Paint.
Those will be available. All right, we'll be right back. Stay with us. What? Dave Ice is behind the camera. We can hear you, and he said he's got T-shirts coming to his room. So
Super String T-shirts?
No, probably not.
No, I think that they're the Fox.
Probably
so
Fox
we go
logo.
there.
We
Got
go
it.
there.
So stop by our table. We've got some merch. All right, we are back. It is Fox Local, Fox 29, Superstream 59. I don't know if we can pivot, but you can see there's Breland and Jason getting everything ready for interviews. They're all behind the scenes. But one of the people that you see, or maybe you don't see regularly because he's generally behind the camera, Starling Underwood. Let's see if I can get this over here. And we wanted to talk to you. Because you've been doing this, you do this all season, working with sports, traveling with the Eagles.
A little tired.
You're a little tired.
Yep, we're getting to the end.
But you're a fan. You're an Eagles guy. You like this stuff.
I love it. I love the Birds. Okay. I got us by 10. I do. I got us by 10.
Okay.
They're a hungry, hungry group.
What is it like? I was just asking Jason because some of this, like you've covered everything in this capacity. Is it still fun? Are there still these kind of stories? Like you're there for all those moments.
Luckily for me, they've been winning since I've been covering them. We've only had been to the playoffs every year. We only had one real bad year last year. Mm-hmm. So it has been exciting. But it does, 17 game does get to you when they're not winning, when there's turmoil in the locker room, when they're using media, like I think they did this year, as like the galvanizing tool. Let's all just hate on them. Okay. In the way they're treating our coach, in the way they're, it's just, so I think it gets hard when they do that.
But it worked. So that's got to be another interesting part. Like they galvanized around whether or not the narrative was fair. they galvanized around it.
They did.
Yeah, and then we like seeing the result.
They changed. Yeah, we do. I mean, they changed locker room availability times. None of it was. They changed. What do you call it? Practice times, and none of it helped us.
Okay.
So, but they also start winning. So, as a fan, I like it.
Right.
As a person covering the team, it's a challenge.
So all of this, the
Yeah.
pomp and circumstance, to me, for the first time being here,
Right.
this is all just kind of cool and expanding and seeing all this. As someone who does this fairly consistency, still cool, still fun, or is this kind of just work?
This is still cool. This is my fourth Super Bowl, and this is still cool. The first one was in Minneapolis in the mall, and you kind of soak it up. Kind of like you're like, wow, like a brand new puppy.
Yeah.
You're like, wow, this is awesome. It's still awesome. It's Monday. Wait till Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, and everything picks up, and the energy picks up, and then you'll really feel it.
Okay.
It's going to get more exciting.
Okay. This room fills up, everything
Room
going
fills
on.
up. There's going to be fans of all teams here. The Eagles fans are special, and you'll notice them right away. It's going to be fun.
Like, look at this. People are setting up whole living room sets and like the full setup here. We've got people who are bringing in couches and lounge chairs and the whole nine. Like this is a whole thing.
Yep. And right now we're kind of, people are trickling in. But you're going to see all types of famous people here. They were just at the Grammys. So give them a night to sleep, and then they'll be here.
And fly in. All right, before we let you go, because they're just grabbing people. You guys are grabbing people as you walk around. I follow you on Instagram. I see all your social media. So some of the cool stuff you get to do standing on the sidelines,
The best seat in the house, some people say.
yeah. And still just kind of enjoying that and sharing it with everybody.
Well,
What you can.
I think people want to see that.
Yeah.
The best thing I have going for me is access. I think people want to see that more than they want to see me. You know what I mean? So I show what I see. That's really what it's about. I think that's what we do anyway. Fox 29, we just show what other people want to see.
I think that's part of what's so cool about all this.
Right.
Because with so many of us down here, for people who can't be here, we're giving them a chance to see what we see. And so all of this behind the scenes, the celebs that make their way through, the sideline access, the media day. I think you said that. That's a really good way to say it. Like, we're showing you what we see that maybe you couldn't.
Yeah, I think that's what I like about this gig. I get to go behind the curtain, and now because of social media, I can take people with me.
Appreciate you. They're running around, grabbing different folks, doing all things Superstream 59. We need to take another break. So because we're going to be here, guys, for extended periods of time, we have a whole list of people that we're planning to talk to throughout the next couple days that you've been kind of lining up and getting ready for us.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's, as the week goes on, there's more and more people coming in. Even today, we have a bunch of people coming in. We have Solomon Wilcox, who, he's been an announcer for years in the NFL. He was a player. Jason Fitz from Yahoo Sports is here. He's been doing sports talk for a long time, but fun fact, he's also a Grammy Award winner, and the Grammys were last night. Thomas Dimitrioff, who was the Atlanta Falcons GM for 13 years. He's going to swing by. We talk a little Howie Roseman with him and dealing with Howie and other folks as well. I mean, the fun part about this is as the week goes on, we're going to see people. That's why Bill has that mic that he can get up and walk around with, because the goal is to just say, hey, there's somebody, let's grab them. And if they blow us off, we'll tell you that too.
And you might see it.
Yeah, you might see it live. You may see me die. You may see me like professionally die in person. It'll be fun. It's like a reality show.
Listen, we can sit there and share with you the authenticity. So if somebody blows us off, we're going to sit there and remind them that they just did it live.
Yeah.
So everyone saw you go. Like, that wouldn't be good.
Yeah, so we'll point it all out. This is the whole point of this. Is we're behind the scenes. We're just hanging out for 5.5 hours a day. Keep us on in the background, and we're going to be talking about the Eagles and talking to whoever will stop and talk to us.
So it is just about 12:30 back there.
Yep.
So it's like 12:20 in Philadelphia. It's 11:20 here. A lot of stuff going on. We're going to take another break. And we just mentioned some of the folks that we have lined up, some of the media personalities. There are also a bunch of advocates, activists, actors, comedians. Some of your big celebrities start making their way in later in the week.
Yeah, and we also got some former Eagles throughout the week stopping by, whether it be Malcolm Jenkins, Freddie Mitchell. We both talked to Hugh Douglas today, so hopefully more and more of those guys will be swinging through as well.
Take a break. We'll be right back. Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube. We are Superstream 59 live from Media Row at the Super Bowl. I never knew if I'd be able to say something like that.
Well,
we are live at the Super Bowl. We'll be back. What's up, guys? Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube, Superstream 59. A lot of stuff going on as we continue to show you, share with you, explain to you. We are here at what was formerly referred to as Radio Row. No longer the case because it is now an entire media thing. And Tom, you were saying that even the ones you experienced, like this was, when we walked in yesterday to get set up, it was like, oh, this isn't a little closed room where people are all right next to each other kind of going through the discussion.
No, I think you said it best when we walked in. You're like, this reminds me of the Philadelphia Auto Show. Like, It's that kind of feel. It's that big. There actually are a couple cars parked over there, whatever. But it's just that spread out. It's that big. And it's something that builds throughout the week. Like, we were in here yesterday for a couple hours. There was not many people here at all. This morning, as of like 7:30 local time, there was some people here. But as this day's going on, you see more and more people. And by Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it'll be packed in here. So there's a lot here. There's a lot of people doing what we're doing. Like Bill said before, there are advocate groups. There are people promoting things. There are former athletes. Everything is kind of like centered here right now. Anything not at the Superdome is kind of at this convention center, right? This week.
One of the challenges with this, if we're being completely honest with people who are watching and giving you the behind the scenes, there's so many people from so many different outlets walking around, former athletes, current athletes, media personalities, actors, authors, so much that a lot of the time you're sitting there and somebody walks by, and unless they are the biggest name or they're somebody from Philly, you're going, who's that guy? And trying to figure out the whole process. And the cool part about it is a lot of the people are pretty cool and pretty humble, and they recognize that around this, there's 1,000 people.
And then there's others.
Not everybody is
like,
humble and cool, but it's
you
all
don't know
good.
me?
But Bill won't say it, but we've even had people come up to Bill like, I know you from somewhere. It's one of those things. We were walking in yesterday, and a woman stopped us and said, she was an intern at Fox 29 a few years ago, and now she works at a TV station in Columbia, Missouri, covering the Chiefs. So, there's that connection all around.
It's a really small, I think the sports and media community in general is a really small, big community.
Yeah.
Like, people know each other. There's Jamie Lynch walking by, one of the
he's going to
local
join us in a
sports
little
guys.
bit.
He's going to come through because they have a whole setup back there as well. Hugh Douglas is around the corner doing their thing. Breland and Starling just grabbed Laura Oakman.
Yep, and Laura's going to join us this week as well. Laura, you know her from the sidelines of Fox Sports. She's down here with a podcast called Galvanize, which is getting women involved in sports. So she's going to swing by as well.
Yeah, so a lot of things going on, guys, and these are the things that we continue to share and explain. What's up, guys? How are you? We are getting set up. So we've got, you guys are up next with us. All right, we go. So as we continue, come on over here. We're high-tech and fancy.
I know, you're fancy.
Yeah, right? See, we got cameras, we got the whole graphic and everything. Fancy. Introduce yourself to our streaming audience.
I'm Rafael Esparza from Sideline Sports.
JB Ellis, Sideline Sports.
Okay. So Sideline Sports is a lot of different things, kind of betting experts, you're here for the information. What's the kind of highlight of being here for you guys right now?
So this is our 5th year covering the Super Bowl. We've been already around the last 4. I think it's just making all the connections and meeting all the great people that are here and, getting some great interviews and being interviewed by some great outlets.
Seeing it over that many years, do you see, like, I'm new to this, so I'm still doing oh my God, this is all pretty cool. Have you seen kind of the evolution of this as it expands and more outlets have access?
Well, if you think it's pretty cool now, wait till Wednesday and Thursday because this is a slow period for Monday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday is probably when it kicks up. Friday morning is a little bit. Everyone starts breaking down on Friday afternoon to start to go home. But I think Wednesday, Thursday is just madhouse in here.
So what are some of the things you guys are looking at? I had some of the, how the gambling and betting gets into all of this, how it continues to expand. It's huge industry.
Well, that's probably my question because I am an odds maker. Worked in Vegas for 15 years for MGM. Okay. I'm a global odds maker now. I do consulting work for Caesars, MGM, offshore, and stuff like that. So for me, my point of view is I was doing it before it was legal here in the States. So we only had Vegas doing it. So now it's pretty much all over. So I'm tired of people saying, oh, we have addicts and stuff like that. Well, they have addicts when drinking and all that, and you still see commercials on that. So I tell people if you want to see the true blood of sports gambling, go over to England. Because English Premier League soccer is their NFL, and they've been doing this for 20-plus years. The gambling, remember back then they had gambling and stuff on their shirts, all over the stuff. So it's going to be like that. We just need California, Texas. Florida won't because the mouse is over there. So I think once the mouse is going to be there, it's going to be a hard time to get Florida. But I think California, Texas is when the United States really booms up for sports gambling.
So real quick, I think this game opened with the Chiefs like a 1.5 favorite.
Yes.
So as an odds maker, what goes into that, and why would obviously the history of the Chiefs, it's in a neutral site, all that stuff. So what would go into that line?
Well, the reason why that line came out so small, as people say, is you have to look at when we do a number, especially for Super Bowl, we're looking at the future polls as well. Chiefs been a heavy bet all season long because they're going for the three-peat. Patrick Mahomes, Eagles. Everyone wasn't betting the Eagles that much because they thought Sirianni. Remember, I think week 2 and 3, fire Sirianni. We don't want him here and stuff like that. Now he's back to the Super Bowl. But the numbers should have been around 3 or 4. But the way the Eagles play defense, the way Barkley has run the ball, we would get crushed if Eagles money if we made the Chiefs what they really should be, probably a 3-point favorite. At the same time, we have to think about it. Eagles money going to come in on the money line, not the point spread. If you're an Eagles fan, do you really want to take the +1.5 or the +2 if it moves? You're going to take the money line bet. So we kind of pretty much protected ourselves, not putting up a 3, because everyone will be betting Eagles +160, +145 on the money line, not taking the plus
now,
points.
Speaking of protecting yourself, I got to assume that the over or on Saquon is people are going to be pounding that like crazy on rushing yards. Like, so how does the books go into protecting themselves on that to make the number really high. I don't even know if off the top of my head what the number is right now.
It was 133.5. It got bet under right when we put up all his stuff. Barkley and Kelsey prop bets were probably the first ones up. Right away, Kelsey money went over. Everyone's betting Kelsey money over, and everyone's betting Barkley under. Now that the Joe public is probably going to push everything to the over side, I think that money will come in on Barkley going over. Because if you're an Eagles fan, Barkley needs to have a big game. If you're a Chiefs fan, then you think the Chiefs' Kingdom defense is going to have to stop them. Right now, I know the books do not need Kelsey to score 2+ touchdowns. And if he gets engaged after the game, I mean, that lights in Vegas might not be on for a while.
It's like getting an education on all the things that happen here. We're going to talk about some of the prop bets and things. Before we get into that, give them some more information about Sideline Sports, the significance of it, the importance of it, where we find you.
So Sideline Sports started about 5 years ago, myself and John Shear. So we're on YouTube and all the social medias. We're on WDJY in Atlanta, as well as Believe Podcast Network. We have a show every week, Tuesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. It's myself, John, Dave DeRocher is a former NFL player, and Raphael. We're lucky enough that he joins us every week. And, we talk about the major sports, the 4 big sports. We're heavy on football, but, me and Raph try and break us out of the football mold because, there's other 3 sports are big too, but we got to get John and Dave in line.
Have you seen this kind of advance? We're talking about all of the betting, but just the growth in general of sites and shows like yours. Tremendous growth.
During COVID, which is when we started and came together, it just expanded so much, the growth in the industry. And, Radio Row and just everything, how many different people have a show. But it's what differentiates you from every other show what shows. And it's not an easy thing to do, and that's why we're lucky we work with Raph and Dave and John. So we're professional at what we do rather than just some guy in somebody's basement.
Okay. It's not guys in people's basements. That's all good sometimes, too. Like, shout out to the guys in people's basements. Probably no more than any other sport. I mean, Super Bowl, the amount of money that's being bet. The people betting on, like, you've got the casual person who's looking for crazy prop bets or things like that. What are the things you have people looking at the most as you go through this? Maybe not the big time folks who do this regularly, folks who want to put a couple dollars down because it's the Super Bowl.
I mean, player prop bets are probably the big thing. Now, for Super Bowl parties, you can bet on commercials. What commercial is going to be shown first? You can bet on the national anthem. John Batiste is doing a national anthem. Will he be on the piano? Is -$4 is the yes. So there's other ways, and I like the way my industry is odds makers make Super Bowl enjoyment for everybody, not just the people who want to watch the game, but wives and people who just don't like football. But you can bet on anything you want, on the commercials, coin toss, halftime show. Well, Kendra Lamar mentioned Taylor Swift in a halftime show. It's 7-1 that he mentions her. So that's the kind of stuff that I like to bring enjoyment when I do my job for betting odds and stuff. But for me, it's fun. Everyone thinks the Super Bowl is the biggest bet sport. It is dollar-wise, but it doesn't compare to March Madness ticket written-wise, because March Madness is 4 straight days of tip-off at 9 a.m. and the last tip-off at 9 p.m. Now, the dollar amount, no one's going to touch the Super Bowl. But if you ask any company or Vegas, where would you rather work? Super Bowl. Because you're only writing tickets until 3 o'clock Vegas time. For March Madness, you're writing tickets from 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. It's just nonstop games for 4 straight days.
The crazy part, I don't know, Tom, if you're into this as well. The prop bets that you were talking about, I always sit back watching these, and in my head I'm going, somebody knows the answer to this. Like, somebody knows what color the Gatorade is. Somebody knows, even if it's, person performing, the national anthem, they know what the time was when they did it. They also have the potential to just kind of ad-lib it on over the top. Like, I always wonder how there's a control for stuff like that. Because some of those prop bets, there is somebody who has a direct say in the outcome.
Yeah, I mean, those prop bets, they're low limits. I mean, they're $100 limits. So, yeah, we don't care if someone knows and going to bet $100. Perfect example, last night. Who won Best Country Award at the Grammy Awards?
Beyonce.
Beyonce did.
That's right.
She was not the favorite. You figure some people might know.
She probably had huge odds.
Last time I checked before it went off, I think it was close to 8-1 odds, but I think she opened up higher. So yes, people do know, but the people who don't know are going to control the market, not the people who do know. So perfect example for, like, I'll put it at WWE Royal Rumble. Everyone thought 2 people were going to win it, and a 60-1 guy won it. So yes, people know it, but Joe Public, as I like to say to public, is going to control that factor of people not knowing.
That is interesting, though. The lower limits have a way of controlling. And that wasn't something I thought about, because it's like somebody at the WWE knows who won that. You go put, the entire company on that person to go ahead and win it.
The sad part is not like the bad scandal that the NBA is probably going to go through in the next couple of weeks. The players betting prop bets and all that. The bad part is that we're getting punished as casinos. They don't look at names, they look at account numbers. So they see a guy that maybe lost $10,000 on the Buffalo Bills game, and now he's betting an NBA prop bet and he wants to bet more than the limit bet. It's maybe $1,000 or more. They're not looking at what he's betting. They're looking at, we just took this guy's money on Buffalo. Let's give him more money on his prop bet, not knowing that, hey, maybe something's fishy on that. They could care less. They want that money that the guy lost on Buffalo. They want more of that money. I think that's what needs to change here, especially in the States, to control it so we don't have these bad influences.
Cool. Tell us a little bit, again, Sideline Sports, where do we find you? Where do we get this information? What's coming next? All the good stuff, because I'm going to go check it out, because I'm betting Gatorade.
So it's at Sideline Sports 1 on Instagram, at Sideline Sports 1 on YouTube, every Tuesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. You can also see it on X, at myX, at JB_the program. Roth has a segment every week, 9 p.m. Eastern, and we're on WGJY, 99.1 in Atlanta, as well as Believe Podcast Networks.
Appreciate you guys coming through. You said purple?
Purple. But Chiefs, back-to-back Super Bowl champs, dumped purple. The number one drink of Gatorade color here in New Orleans is purple.
Why do you know that? It's his job to know that.
He knows the prop bets he makes, and he's so knowledgeable about it. It's amazing.
The number one Gatorade color here is purple. Jeez. All right, we're going to take a break. Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube. It's Superstream 59. We are live at Media Row at the Super Bowl. Go purple.
winning announcer. Stand by.
We're back. Guys, I'm not smooth with it. Like, I'm still trying to figure out the smooth with it on Superstream 59 here from Media Row in New Orleans. That whole gambling thing.
It's a whole. I mean, I won't speak for you. We all dabble a little bit, but it's that guy was hardcore about his livelihood.
So that guy, and people like that are the people who make me not dabble in it. So I've had, and people have had their little accounts. You throw a little $5 here and convince myself that I'm going to hit the 8-way parlay, do all of these different things. And then you talk to somebody like that who is doing the research on what color Gatorade is most popular in New Orleans and was able to pull off the top of his head the color of Gatorade that the Chiefs used in the last. And then I sit back and go, yeah.
Well, I mean, he was breaking it all down. I mean, I wondered the same thing about the Gatorade, but I guess it makes sense if they did purple the last 2 years. And I'm sure, I don't know who makes the call on that, but who know? How do you know New Orleans' favorite color of Gatorade is purple?
That dude knows.
Well, yeah.
That guy knows. That was it. And I was like, nah, that's a hard pass for me. When there are people out there who have that level of information, when they're going out there getting everything set up. And they always get so close. I was talking to him, Kenny Gainwell was like over under something like 8 yards. It was some really low number for the Eagles' last game. Saquon goes nuts. Kenny Gainwell goes and gets his run. He gets to like 7 yards. And everybody is going, okay, like this one is a win. He got hurt at 7 yards and didn't come back in the game. And you're sitting there going, how? Like,
well, that's what you can't doubt Vegas when it comes to that stuff. They know, I mean, once in a while there'll be an outlier, but for the most part, they're right in the ballpark. And in this game is a 1.5 because there's some, he said, because of Eagles money or whatever, but it's a tight game. And it's, and sometimes, how people say the line's telling me something, because if it looks out of whack, there's probably a reason why, and they know why.
Well, he also said that he felt like they should be that the Chiefs should be a bigger favorite.
Which I was a little surprised about, but, yeah. I mean, I guess, they have their reasons.
There's the OG triple, Tom Shredencheck.
Oh, here he comes.
Walking around through here.
We're also waiting on Solomon Wilcots is supposed to be with us right now, but, everybody's kind of backed up, so we'll see, when he comes over.
You're making their way through. This guy rolls up, sits down, no hesitation, grab the mic. I was built for this. Going to come and roll in.
Hello, Philadelphia.
What's up, man?
How you doing? I don't want to see that anyway.
I know.
Good-looking guy like
we were scolded earlier.
I got scolded.
You're still here?
Yeah. I got scolded. So far.
You got to make it till Friday, guys. Don't get thrown out now.
I got scolded because I had my...
Are you going Jerome Brown?
I went Jerome Brown, man.
You know what the saying was after he passed away when they were going for the Super Bowl? It was bring it home for Jerome. Let's bring it home for Jerome. They brought it home in 2018, but you're kicking old school.
Throwback Mitchell and Ness, Jerome Brown.
You are 91. Kicking old school. What's going on, guys?
Having fun.
New Orleans is alive. Every day it's going to build. Like we got here yesterday, saw your piece on the setup, and we were down at the compound last night in the stadium, and Bourbon Street was a little bit, but every day, like even walking the streets today, it's going to build. Every day is going to build a little bit more and a little more, and by Friday, it's almost a crescendo.
I feel like I've asked. Jason stopped by. Breland stopped by.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of folks who are here from various news outlets and people who have done this multiple times. You and I talked about the fact that you've done multiple Super Bowls. This just feels like it keeps getting bigger and cooler, and things just evolving and growing.
Even 2 years ago, from what the size of this is now and the setup is bigger, 2018 in Minnesota, when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, the Mall of America was the hub for everything. Both teams' hotels were connected. The area for Media Row like this with the number of outlets was maybe a quarter of this size. You were sardined on top of each other because it was so bloody cold they had to do everything and put everybody in a central area. but now it's spread out, but it's still enormous. And this is gonna come off wrong, but I'm gonna say it front. In so many ways, the event is bigger than the game. Everything, the game is in some ways for a lot of folks becomes an afterthought. But, oh, by the way, you're here for the game. You're here for 6:30. But the enormity of the event is so big that you got to kind of keep in perspective. The players have to keep in perspective that we're here to play a football game.
We were talking about with Jason a little bit, and you've gone through it a ton of times. Like, how do they do that? I mean, it's, do they have a cutoff? Do they have what? I mean, it's obvious Bourbon Street. I brought up to Jason. You hear the stories about 1980 team on Bourbon Street. Now you can't get away with that stuff with social media. But how did they kind of do that?
That's a good question. And in 1980, the Raiders demolished the Eagles because Dick Vermeil had them so quarantined and so clustered in the hotel to avoid it. And the Raiders are out on Bourbon Street Friday night pounding the alcohol to the wee hours, and they played like that kind of loose football team. You got to find the line of make sure. Andy Reid's always good at saying this. I don't want to bring up the enemy coach, but bring out your personality. And you got to kind of let the personality of the person come out and find the personality of being in this event, but also remembering that there's a football game to be played. The Chiefs, obviously, we know 5 times in 6 years. They're used to this. I'm telling you, the Eagles, having gone through this 2 years ago, is enormous. And Nick Sirianni said he literally got back and started to make notes of next time we get there, we're doing this, we're not doing this, we're doing this. He started to make that list. And it's that big of an event of what you do and don't do that, and you got to let the players enjoy a little bit of it. They're going to get hounded with the questions. If your dog was named Jalen, would it be,
Right.
blah, blah. You're going to get asked stupid stuff. You got to put on your Teflon. You got to get through it. You go to practice tomorrow, and that's kind of practice tomorrow, ironically, is the sanctuary.
Yeah, and then to your point, I saw Peyton Manning talking about it, and he said 2 years ago Jalen Hurts called him and said, what's your tips? What do I need to know? How do I get through it? And he said this week, he goes, I haven't heard from Jalen, and he goes, I wouldn't expect to because Jalen's been through it already. He knows he doesn't need my advice anymore.
And that's where the leaders take over. And I know you guys will hear from Malcolm Jenkins later in the week.
Yeah.
And Malcolm won a Super Bowl with the Saints here, and he was here in 18. But having gone through that, he was one of the guys that said, this is how to get through it. This is how it is, get through it. And tomorrow they'll get into practice. They'll go to team meetings. The team meetings won't be at the NovaCare complex. But you're still going to have a team meeting with 53 guys. You're still going to have those breakout sessions with your coordinators and your position coaches, and that's when you start to feel normal.
It is so – I've always heard, because this is, again, it's my first time doing this, and you've always heard that point that you made about all of this in some ways being bigger than the game.
Yeah.
And I think that until you're here, that's just a phrase. Like, you just hear it and go, yeah, okay, they're playing in the Super Bowl. These are professionals. They're all of that. When you get here and see everything that's going on and every day that's scheduled and the enormity of all of this, and then remember that these guys are 20-something and have been trying to do this their entire life.
Twofold towards that. I wish people, everybody, I'm so glad that you're doing this and we got a chance to do this week to introduce people to Philadelphia on the stream of what really this is about and what's happening this week, because you can't really grasp it until you see it, and I can tell by the look in your eyes, having gone through it, this is like, wow. And I'm telling you, by Thursday and Friday, this place will be a beehive. My wife says, I wish I was there with you guys. I want to be there with you guys. My daughters are all, let's go take plenty of pictures. I wish, just capture it for us. You've got to kind of live through it, go through it, and the good teams are the ones that live through it, go through it, enjoy it, and play well.
It's so, again, it's interesting because we view these folks. You don't, because this is what you do, and you've been doing this for a minute. But I think a lot of us view these guys, the players, as they're professional athletes. They're multimillionaires.
Yeah.
This is what they do. They're not fazed by all of this. And then we experience it, and I'm a grown man, like older than all of these players, and silly stuff like the security was fun and like, the people you walk by and see, you're like, you forget that these guys are just guys who are really good at football, young, watch TV like everybody else. Like, it's the challenge of doing this for the first time must be enormous.
Oh, the players, guys, like we talk about these credentials, and it's all eye recognition to get you through. It's the AI world that you go through to get there. Players, when I started covering the Super Bowl, you flashed a credential. and you walked in. There was no facial ID. There was no barcode. You just kind of walked in. The players have to go through that. The players have to go through. When they walk in the stadium, they can't just walk through the stadium. They will show identification because not every security guard knows who A.J. Brown or Grant Calcaterra or Jake Elliott is. So they will go through this. It is a very secure event. It is enormous. I know some of the stories I won't share, but some of the security detail that happens here is mind-boggling. So it's the old expression in TV, nobody knows how hard you work to make it look so easy. And I think some of those security measures that are in place for these guys are just off the charts. It'll be the safest place, one of the safest places in America, Sunday afternoon at 6:30.
And in addition to dealing with that, like you talked about, like with your wife and daughters, and then I have the same thing, like, why don't you take us? Why don't you be there? They have to deal with managing families and bringing them, and that's a whole other thing that they have to worry about. We all remember the clip from the Kelsey show where Kylie was complaining about how much money they had to pay to go and all that stuff.
Yeah, and you have to do, and that's what last week is all about. Last week is all about making sure all of those details are taken care of. All of those details are summed up so that when you get here, Bill, that you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to deal with it. All of that is taken care of, so you get here and you focus on football and the nonsense. I'm going to slide out of here. You got some people that are a lot more important than I am. And you know what? No.
He is more important than you, but you could stay and participate in the conversation. You're the OG sports director of Fox 29. Appreciate you.
I appreciate
Solomon Wilcott's in the building. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Appreciate you coming over and spending some time with us.
Did you bring me a cigar, too?
A cigar.
Well,
Solomon,
it was a gift to me. If I could duplicate it, I would. But this one, I'm going to enjoy.
I was going to say, is that like the Christmas Pollyanna that just keeps passing around Radio Road during the week, my friend?
No, this one will stay here with me. This one is like very special.
I don't blame you.
They're very special.
For people who don't know, obviously professional player, analyst, doing all of this now. Is this still fun to you? You've been through this.
You know, here's the thing, though. You know, how I got into this. Obviously, I started in local television in Cincinnati, worked at the NBC affiliate there. But I covered more than football. I covered NCAA basketball. I covered Major League Baseball. Covered the NBA. Got to have a lot of fun doing that. But really, sports for me is a lifetime love. And obviously, football is my first love. And the NFL has grown. I've been very blessed to be around the NFL. It's really grown. There was a time when you could not cover the NFL all year round. If you were going to work in sports, you'd have to cover other sports if you were going to work full-time as a reporter or an analyst, right? There was a real off-season. But our league has grown to the point now where it's hopping. I mean, there was news content every single day in this league, and the eyeballs and the attention that is on our game and on our sport, it allows us to work all year round. And the narratives and the news cycle is continuous, whether it's off-season, draft, free agency, you name it. It's always generating content and drawing more eyeballs to it. That's the stuff that I still love.
Solomon, you're growing up, baseball was kind of the hot stove league.
That's right.
And you talked about that in the winter, and the hot stove literally talked baseball. Now football, and football when you played even was, okay, there was a draft. Okay, there was free agency. You know, you went to training camp to get in shape, training camp. Mm-hmm. Now, as you said, between the off-season programs and the way the NFL has marketed, it is truly America's 12-month game.
It really is. And think about that. I remember, growing up, we watching football. In the offseason, it was so dormant. You barely even heard about who your team would select during the draft. It certainly wasn't televised, right? And we didn't even get free agency right around until 1994. So think about that. I mean, my last year playing in the league was in 93. So that just goes to show you how, there was no movement in the offseason once upon a time. And now there's so much movement. You can rebuild your team literally 1 year during the offseason. It's like Andy Reid. You lose an offensive line. You don't like what you got. You have one offseason. You can redo your entire offensive line. The Eagles did it last year with their secondary. So that's why you have all 32 teams every year during the offseason. Everyone's working on rebuilding their team, and everyone has new hopes going into training camp and into the regular season.
Bygone, you used to, Solomon, if you messed up that franchise quarterback, it set you back 3, 4, 5 years. Mm-hmm. Now, well, let's just go pluck free agency. No, let's go draft one and look what Jaden Daniels did in Washington. If you find the right guy,
that's right.
You go from 4 wins to 13.
I don't think they've gotten any better at picking who that guy is, though. Like it's like these teams struggle to find him.
But you can replace it quick.
There's no doubt. You can move on rather quickly. If you didn't get it right, you can just move on to the next guy, whether it's a veteran or whether you go through the draft. So I think that's what lends itself to more hope, because you don't have to sit there and watch your team struggle year over year before you do something about it.
You've now gotten to experience all of this as a player.
Yeah.
You experience all of this as a member of the media.
Yeah.
For people who haven't, and that's part of why we're doing this. We're kind of showing them the behind the scenes of everything.
Yeah.
What is this like first as a player trying to get ready for the enormity of this?
As a player, it's you're kind of sequestered away from the totality of the media buzz. Like, many of the players, if you're playing in this game, you better not be caught on Radio Row. Like, right? You're not. But like tonight, there's this opening night media extravaganza where they're going to be exposed to the media. And, of course, that's going to be for the first night. Then after that first night, media's access to those players begin to dwindle down. And so they allow the players to kind of hone in and focus. And, they're dealing with their families and things of that nature. But they are allowed to maybe get more focused on the game. Now, for the fans who are coming here, or say if you're a player, current player, but you're not playing in this game, you're going to be paraded around through here. You're part of the marketing that exists on all these platforms. You're promoting some product or even the league itself. The NFL brings current players here to promote it and many of the things that are happening in terms with the league's initiative. So this is a platform that the NFL has built for their media and marketing partners, and they all share these platforms to really put so many eyeballs on the league itself. That's why it's the most watched event. Every single year it breaks records, right? And so it's just phenomenal in terms of what they've been able to build. The former players, we love it because we get to come here and do business as well. And that's why many of us are here. As the week goes on, the A-listers, that list just goes up. And then you get the Hall of Famers, the gold jacket wearers, and it's really exciting.
It is amazing seeing all this, and the level of, it's not just TV, radio, it's streaming now.
It's everything,
huge platforms.
That's right.
Now, having played and still, doing things with media, is this surprising to you? The game's always been huge.
Yeah.
But this
every year it gets bigger and bigger. And as we watch it, every year I come back and say, oh, my goodness, now the sets are getting bigger and more grand. It used to be everyone just had a table in these rooms, and now, no, they have the lights and they have it's like a hybrid studio, right, that many of the, media outlets have brought here. And you're right, it's more than just radio. It's television. It's streaming. It's podcasting. You name it, it's happening here on Radio Row. I think this is a wonderful idea when it comes to the league, a wonderful marketing tool. And you think about all the eyeballs that are on their product here. And let's face it, look, we're a capitalistic society. We're here, a lot of people are here making a lot of money, but it's mutually beneficial, right? You guys are sitting here. You've been able to monetize your visit here. And you get a week in the Big Easy. You get to eat good. I'm sorry if I'm telling your bosses that you guys are having fun here. But, yeah, you guys are having fun. So everyone is mutually benefiting.
How do the players – how as a player, Solomon, do you recognize as a local broadcaster out of your career the way this has grown and the demand, and everybody wants content, and everybody wants to hear from the Solomon Wilcotts, and everybody wants to hear from people. But you still have a football game to focus on.
That's
and Andy
right.
Reid has always said, I want the personality of my players to come out on the football field.
Yes.
So how do you balance the demand for content, the demand to hear from these players, the demand to get the product out there with the fact that, oh, by the way, we have a football game to play on Sunday?
I think it totally involves emotional maturity. You take a player like Patrick Mahomes, look at how he's conducted himself, right? Look at how a Jalen Hurts has conducted himself since he's come into the league. And remember, when he joined that team, they already had a presumptive starter, right, in Carson Wentz. This is no knock on Carson Wentz. But when Jalen Hurts came into that locker room and the way that he handled himself, the way that he carried himself, you had a player, vested veteran like a Jason Kelsey was like, oh, I like this guy. He allowed a guy like Jalen Hurts as a young player to be the leader of the team. Why? Because he saw in him this maturity and this work ethic, this dedication to winning games that's uncommon. Not everybody has that, particularly at a young age. So when you are a coach and you have players like that, and like Andy Reid, you have a player like a Patrick Mahomes and even a Travis Kelce who has this sort of, this nature about him. Like he's like a rascal, right, that likes to play around. But when it's time to go to work, that guy knows how to go to work. So players, if you can exhibit that, that's what coaches really trust. They trust your ability to focus, to have this emotional maturity, and understand your purpose for even being here.
Speaking of the purpose, how's Sunday afternoon play out?
Like, man, I'm going to tell you right now, the last time it played out, the Eagles led in every statistical category. They had more yards. They had more production. Jalen Hurts threw for over 300 yards in that game, only 180 yards passing for Patrick Mahomes. They led by 10 points, 24-14 at halftime. Listen, I'm not going against Andy Reid, And here's the deal. People in Philly know about Andy Reid as much as anyone. Yes, that's why he's the all-time leading winning coach for both franchises. This guy in the second half is going to do something that's so unique that's going to give his team the leverage. And he's got a guy by the name of Patrick Mahomes. We call him the Grim Reaper for a reason. Because if he has the ball last, he's going to get you. That's what he does. That's why they've won 17 consecutive games in games won by one score. That's how good they are in the clutch. So, look, my heart tells me Philly's going to win, but my mind is going with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes.
Follow your heart, man.
Yeah.
You just got to follow your heart.
I'm not an emotional cat.
Is it Andy Reid?
We didn't have Saquon to wrap the game up that time.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
One more and I'll let you roll. With the Chiefs, is it Andy Reid? Is it Patrick Mahomes? Is it culture? Or D, all of the above?
It's all of the above, always. It's all of those things. But listen, they didn't exist before Andy Reid got there, right? That guy is a builder of programs. I mean, if anyone who's an Eagles fan, you remember what those programs were before Andy Reid, and you remember what it was once he got there. He turned you into a household name. It was a program everybody wanted to see. Jeffrey Lurie knew it. Everyone knew it. He drove up the value of the entire franchise. And then when he left, guess what he did for the Chiefs? Same thing. You think that's by accident? You think it's by accident he's the all-time winningest coach for both teams? No. And here's the deal. This is what we always say. In any job that you guys have ever been in, you could tell your boss this. I left it better than I found it.
Amen.
And that's exactly what he did with the Eagles, and that's exactly what he did with the Chiefs.
We appreciate you and your analysis. I'm going with my heart.
I know you're an emotional cat.
Did you ever run into Jerome Brown? You're
an emotional cat. Yeah,
that's what.
Dude, I remember in '88, I'm playing for the Bengals. We came into Philly at the old Veterans Stadium. They had Reggie White. They had Jerome Brown.
Clyde
they had
Simmons.
Seth Joyner, Clyde Simmons,
Wes Hopkins back there.
We took them down. That's all I'm saying. Now it was a hell of a game. It was one hard. Go check the record because you can always search.
I remember it.
Dude, we got him.
Buddy Ryan defense
Mike
was
Quick
tough.
was a bad dude. He was a bad dude, man.
Buddy Ryan
Randall
just scouting across the field at you.
You guys had a team.
But
y'all just can't play in the fall. Other than that, y'all was all right.
Buddy Ryan lost 3 straight playoff games.
There are people waiting to talk to him.
But you got him one day. You got him one day in '88.
You know what they say? Football is not it's not a series. It's not the best 4 out of 7. All you got to do is be good on one day. That's why you guys can win this game. There's no doubt.
Let's go.
Appreciate you.
Did I help you out there?
100%.
See how I just did? See what I just did?
You gave us hope.
There you go.
And that's all you can do. That's
what I do, man.
Appreciate you.
Enjoy the cigar.
Appreciate
Solid
it. Will
work,
do.
guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Take a quick break. Fox Local, Fox 29. We'll be back in a second. We are here, Media Row. The players, the stars coming and spending time with us. We're at the Super Bowl, bringing you here, and we'll be right back. 29. We are here at Media Row. We're at the Super Bowl. Like, I keep saying that over and over again. I feel like a big child because I'm just like, yo, we're at the Super Bowl. Just telling people what's going on and the folks walking through. This is cool. How many of these does it take before I stop being the fanboy and be the seasoned professional that you two are?
You got to pace yourself. You got to get to Friday.
I was going to say we're an hour and a half in of 27 and a half hours, so we got to work your way through here.
I can be excited and upbeat, and it's just going to keep getting more and more because there's more and more people coming to town. You can see. I know Dave can kind of show you that you can see around, even since we've been here, you see more tables are getting set up, more sets are getting set up. You see people who are starting to kind of roll in and go through. Some of the shows over there are live. That's Ross Tucker.
Yep.
He's over there doing his show live. And the other thing that was interesting, Shred, and their Odyssey is around there. We're kind of spreading around. You see some of the networks behind us. But we've talked about this, and it's kind of the growth of Fox Local. And the streaming platforms it really is like the biggest things you see Ross Tucker on DraftKings Network.
Yep.
Like you see all of these different PHLY locally
platforms.
Yeah, the growth is pretty impressive.
That's what Solomon mentioned. I mean, he's a guy that when he retired, he went into that side of the business, and when he did, came out of it, and even what he's seen since he retired. But man, when you're sitting here next to him, I'm saying, like, he retired in '93. I still don't want to get in a fight with that dude.
No, he's a big dude.
I still don't want to hit that guy.
He was a safety, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's not.
He was a hitter.
He's not a small guy.
He was a hitter.
And he still has. He's got. And there's Breland and Jason over there with Ike Reese, getting some interviews for Fantastic and for some of the other shows. And we'll grab Ike a little bit later.
The great
on.
Ike Reese.
The great
Ike Reese.
Ike Reese.
So let me share, if I can, two quick stories. When Solomon's talking about both coaches, you talk about the two coaches in this game. Nick Sirianni was like the forgotten guy, and the Eagles had went through 3 or 4 interviews before they brought in Nick Sirianni. Who is this guy? Turns out to be that good. My favorite story about Andy and how he got hired, and you talk about the legacy of leaving 2 programs better than when he came. So Andy is fired in Philadelphia. Last game against the Giants, rides off into the sunset, and he always said the John Madden adage, after 10 years you get out because nobody listens to you anymore.
Right.
So Andy was gone, and he was flying to Arizona to interview for the Cardinals job. The Cardinals wanted him. And Bill Bidwell flies his private plane to Philadelphia to interview Andy Reid. He's going to take him on the private plane back to Phoenix, okay, to interview for the job. They pull into Atlantic Aviation. They're going to take him out. Well, this team named Kansas City got wind that he was going to be gone quickly.
Okay.
Lamar Hunt Jr. negotiates a contract in a side conference building at Atlantic Aviation and hires Andy Reid before he ever got on the plane to Phoenix. Wanted him that much that before he could ever get on a plane and go to Arizona, he hired him. So the Super Bowl coach who's going to go to the Hall of Fame and may win 3 straight on Sunday, we don't know. He got his job with the Kansas City Chiefs in a conference room in Atlantic Aviation at the Philadelphia airport.
Wow. And that shows you. And when these guys want to do something and the level of respect they have for somebody, they just make it happen.
Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes was the 3rd or 4th quarterback taken in the draft. When you know something and you see it and you've got it, you go get your guy. We got a guy.
We got a guy.
We got a guy.
What's up, gentlemen? How are you? How are we doing? How's everybody doing?
How are you, sir?
I'm great.
Appreciate you coming in. So we've been kind of talking to everybody about the first question, the people who have done this. Is it still cool?
Oh, yeah.
Coming and covering all this?
If you can't get excited about this, then get out of the business. For me, I've been talking about sports professionally for almost 10 years. But before that, I was in the music business for a long time. And, successfully, I was lucky enough to be the fiddle player for a band that had one of the biggest songs of all time in country music. We toured the world. And what was crazy for me is that I reached a point in country music where I would finish the show and I'd be like, all right, where are we headed tomorrow? And it just didn't feed my soul. Like, I've been a musician since I was 4 years old. It just didn't feed my soul. So I started this journey into sports because sports feeds my soul. I thought about that today as I walked in because the first time I ever got to see this, I hadn't made it in sports yet, was the lights go out 12, 13 years ago. We're all in New Orleans. My first Super Bowl experience was New Orleans.
Ravens and 49ers.
And I just sat here as we started this, and I thought, man, if you can't just step back, take a deep breath, and appreciate how cool this is, then you're in the wrong business. Like, we have the best jobs in the world, and I think there's a reason this resonates. Fans fans flock to these experiences because it just feels bigger. This is what every sport wishes they could accomplish, and I've been lucky enough now to be at location for several of these Super Bowls, and I'm not just saying it because I'm here. I don't think anybody does it better than New Orleans. Like, it's just the vibe here. It works. So it's a beautiful thing.
It's been cool. I mean, you've a lot of Yahoo, Fox, ESPN, like a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
So you've covered it on a lot of different levels. And even with all of that, it still has that same energy for you.
Yeah, I think the other part of it, and you guys feel this too, right? Like, you're walking around, it's like a big family reunion. And maybe because I did go from podcasting was my beginning to ESPN to now Yahoo Sports and Fox Sports Radio, you meet so many people. It is a small community that gets to be the blessed part of the 1% that gets to do this, right? So you start to walk around and you see so many familiar faces and you get to build relationships. It's like summer camp. It's summer camp for all of us as professionals at the same time too. So it reminds me a lot of what music was like being on tour. Like you fall in love with the more than playing the shows. The best part of being a tour musician is that you're going from city to city with 100 different people in these 5 different bands, and you all sort of connect, and that's what happens here. It's a beautiful organic.
It's a glorified convention in so many ways.
Yeah,
you know?
It really is.
And Jason, how much does, as this is growing, and I was talking with Bill earlier, that it makes sure that you remember there's a game to be played, because the enormity of what happens this week. Oh, by the way, there's a game Sunday afternoon at 5:30 Central Time.
So that's where we have to start thinking from the side of the players, right? Because every time we do this, we're used to doing this. We've done this a lot, right? I remember one of my first radio shows, a guest didn't show up. You guys are used to that. That happens,
We're familiar with the concept.
I wasn't. And so I'm sitting here and I'm live on national radio, and I was thinking, oh, my God, the guest isn't here. What am I going to do? Like, I wasn't prepared mentally for what that was going to be. Flash forward a couple years later, I was hosting Outside the Lines OTL for ESPN, and our comms went down live on TV. And they got my ear, and they said, hey, comms went down. And I was able to switch around and say, hey, all right, live on TV, we're going to go to break. This is what's happening. We'll come back. Experience matters. So what we have to think about, and this is one edge that the Chiefs constantly have. The Eagles recently have been here. I get that. But even last year walking around at media night, the Chiefs are so used to the routine of this week. And that is something that you think about athletes and the way they love their routine. They love the same things at the same times in the same ways on the same days. That's all different during Super Bowl week. And we see it and we love it. For athletes, it's a massive distraction.
I've heard that multiple people have sat down, Shred sitting here with us. We've talked to players, we've talked to journalists, and I keep hearing that, that there's an event going on and a football game breaks out later on in the week. And I guess it's kind of hammering home just how significant it is. Like, if you can't understand all those distractions, you're lost. Like, you have to have gone through this before to settle in and do it.
And that's one of the advantages. If you're the coaching staff at the Kansas City Chiefs, you have now had unprecedented opportunity to pattern your week. Like, you can start at the beginning of the year and say, okay, when we get to the Super Bowl, this is how we want practices to roll. This is where we want schedules to be. This is how we want – even the fact that halftime is longer is one of those things that when you actually talk to the guys that play, they'll tell you that it's different, like figuring out how to keep your body juiced the right way and keep the right energy and all of these things. That's something that Andy Reid's familiar with. He knows exactly how many oranges everybody needs to eat during the halftime. So it does become a huge advantage.
Jason Fitz from Yahoo Sports' Inside Coverage. Jason, like week to week, this is not week 1. This is week 23. But the week 1 game, the week 10 game, how much do you, as a host, try to treat this like a normal week knowing it's not a normal week?
Yeah, I think, for all of us, you just have to turn around and say, okay, how do I do what I do? Like, programming sets in. Like, you get used to what you know, right? And so just like players, you got to settle down. I think for all of us, you got to settle down. Like, you got to figure out how to be, yourself. And I think a lot about just the platform that everybody has. Again, I'll go back to media days, which will be tonight. Walking around last year and talking to not the guys at the podium. Everybody focuses on the Kelseys and the Holmes at the podium.
Right.
Walk around the rest of the room and talk to the 52nd person on your roster, the 47th person on the roster. And they're just in awe that these people even care, So how do you find your normal footing? And I would implore anybody that's listening, like, think about the most stressful moment in your career where everything's on the line. Magnify that by 100. And that's what I feel like players are dealing with in this game. And that's why I think we need, as a society, we need to have a little bit of grace to that concept of the first 10 minutes of the Super Bowl. Controlling adrenaline is one of the most incredible things that a premier athlete can do.
Don't players always say, Jason, that they need that first hit. They need that first contact. They need, when it's cold outside, cold, 10 degrees, snow, whatever. You need that first hit to say, I'm in a football game.
Yep.
And as you said, that first 10 minutes, and after you go 3 and out, and the other team goes 3 and out, okay, we're going to settle in for 55 more minutes and play a football game.
Especially in this game, because these two teams, I think, are wildly evenly matched in a lot of ways. And I think Philadelphia has some huge advantages in this football game. You got to make it through that adrenaline push in the first 10 minutes and not be in a deficit. Because if you're in a deficit, now you're pushing. Now you're suddenly outside of the offense. You're suddenly not doing what you normally do. And you got to knock it in your head. So, I think that's the other thing is you can't let mistakes stack. And when it's the Super Bowl, it's just much easier for mistakes to stack.
I think it's the first, and obviously having never done it, but I think it's the first 10 minutes of the game. But going through all this, it also feels like it's the first 10 minutes of the week. Like kind of getting here, especially the newer guys who have never experienced this, and just everything is that much bigger. And having to kind of settle in. You get to the game, it's almost like, all right, now we know how to do this. Like, let's play football. But do we know how to do all of this?
That's one of the funny things. When I got into sports talk for my profession, so many people say, oh, it's the easiest job in the world. And it is. We got, guys, I'm never going to complain. We have the best job in the world. Yeah. But there is an element of like, okay, the best sports talk is a bunch of guys sitting back having a conversation with their friends. I believe that. So if that's what everybody wants to do, now imagine that there are 20 cameras in front of you. And imagine that every single misspeak that you have during the course of your show is going to be clipped off and it's going to be sent out. And then imagine you're going to open social media and you're going to suddenly find that you didn't mean to say that this team was at a disadvantage there. It just was part of the conversation. You were rolling, and that one nugget becomes. So, like, there is an element here of just looking around and seeing where everything is and just figuring out how to be yourself in this. It's in every walk of life, I think you have to find a way to be yourself and be authentic in everything you do. That's hard to do when there's lights, cameras, and action everywhere.
One question, 2 words. Who wins?
Kansas City.
I asked the guy a question, he answered it.
We're bringing it home for Jerome.
This is what I would say.
That's what we're doing.
The Philadelphia Eagles have
He has inside coverage.
The Philadelphia Eagles defensive line should be able to feast against Kansas City's offensive line. I believe that. The interior is going to make a huge difference in this game. I believe that. The offensive line from Philadelphia should be able to control the line of scrimmage. I also believe you can run on Kansas City. So I've just given you everything.
You win the game in the trenches here.
Yes, the trenches are better for Philly, and Saquon, I think, gets 150 yards in this game.
But
7 times in the playoffs and the Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes has had the ball in his hands with under 4 minutes to go, needing a score to tie or win. 7 times. The league average on that is about 40% of the time in the playoffs you get it right. Tom Brady, 5 times got it right, 6 times didn't. That was better than average. Drew Brees, 3 times got it right, 3 times didn't. 7 times in Patrick Mahomes' career, he's had the ball in his hands in that opportunity. He is 7 for 7. He has never not gotten the points. And then you look at the fact that this is a team that's now won 17 straight one-score games. They're 12-0 this year in one-score games. And you factor all of that together and you just look at it and say, man, the only way you beat the Kansas City Chiefs is if you are up by 2 scores in the fourth quarter. And I can't find a way. Like, nobody does that. It doesn't make sense, but nobody does it.
Or, I'm keeping with the hope.
Come on.
Or something we have this time that we didn't have before, you get up 1 score, and then you can go on one of those Saquon, keep running, keep getting first downs, kill the game, and never put the ball back in Patrick Mahomes' hand.
That's what the entire country that's anti-Chiefs at this point is going to be.
That's what we're hoping. So you guys, both of you can answer the question. We got to take a break, but I know your answer because I just heard it. Tom was asking on social media earlier, last drive of the game, Eagles up 4, and we're putting number 1 defense on the field to stop Patrick Mahomes, or Eagles down 4, you put the ball in the hands of Jalen Hurts to go win the game. Which one do you want?
I don't want either of those situations if I'm the Eagles. I don't want Mahomes to have the ball in his hands. Any way that I can keep the ball out of Mahomes' hands, he'll make a play. It's just what he does. He makes plays.
When you say ball in your hands, whoever doesn't turn the football over. It's a pretty simple game when you get down to it. Don't turn the football over. The Eagles got burned by turnovers 2 years ago against the Chiefs. Had a 10-point lead at the half. The fumble to start the third quarter really kind of changed the momentum of the football game. You're right. You got to go up by 2 scores. Good luck doing that against Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah, and Andy Reid off of a bye week. Good Lord. I mean, Andy Reid off a bye week is also.
Never heard of the guy. Never heard of the guy.
They're telling me we have to take a break.
All right.
We need to take a break. Wait,
Thanks
before we go, last night was the Grammys.
Yeah.
You won a Grammy?
Yeah, I've got 13 nominations, 1 win. Yep, one of the proudest moments of my life is that I, for many years, have had a Grammy vote. So yeah, I think I'm the only person in the country that has a Grammy vote and a Biletnikoff Award vote. I get to vote on the best wide receiver and the Grammys both. Yeah.
How about this guy?
This is Jason Fitz from Inside Coverage, Yahoo Sports. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
Congratulations, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's take a break. This is Superstream 59. We're at the Super Bowl. I keep saying that. I'm going to have crazy energy as I continue to say, Shred, we're at the Super Bowl. We will take a break, and we'll be right back. We'll still be at the Super Bowl. Stay with What's up, guys? Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube. This is Superstream 59. It's our idea that we came up with to take you behind the scenes with us on all things Super Bowl. We are streaming every day, myself and Tom, and you just saw Shred. Breland's been with us. Jason's been with us. The expectation is that Hank, hopefully Mike and Alex, Chris O'Connell, we have a whole team here. There's 17 people here.
Yeah, and then we got all week for them to stop by. So we'll spread it out a little bit.
So we're going to be doing this every day. We've got people who are all booked to come in, and today it's been a lot of Solomon Wilcott's former players, a couple others here that we're going to talk to. Been a lot of members of the media, the betting community spent some time with us, and journalists. And then as the week continues to expand, we'll have more of those types of individuals, but also people start coming to town. And it's an evolution of people making their way into town. And even just today, you can see behind us, the people who can see in the shot behind us, you've seen even, the last couple hours, the expansion of everybody getting here and getting set up. So that part is pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even in the last 4 hours, the amount of people here has probably doubled. Right behind us, you see, this sign for Huddle and these lights and all. That wasn't here this morning. So it just keeps adding. As the week goes on, it's going to get bigger and bigger.
That is, what is that? Huddle for what? It's the NFL Alumni Association.
Yep.
So you probably will see some of the OG NFL players. We've seen some of, Solomon was one. Solomon Wilcott's was one. A couple of different folks. Ross Tucker, I guess his show was over because it was over there behind us. Ike Reese is here. Hugh Douglas is here. So a bunch of the local Philly guys
and
are here.
This morning, Mike Golick and Mike Golick Jr. were doing their show for DraftKings over there. Former Penn State star and Washington football player LeVar Arrington was doing his morning show for Fox Sports Radio. So, people are here at different times, and it's just a matter of touching base with them. I mean, we still have a bunch of people coming up today. We have, and as Bill said, it's not just direct with the Super Bowl here. There's a gentleman by the name of Derek Dark who's going to stop by. He's a director for a film all about the changing college football landscape and NIL, which is a huge topic right now. We have more sports betting guests coming on. We have a former NFL general manager coming on, and amongst others. So it's like there's a wide range of people to talk to, and it's not just – I mean, one of the crazy things about, Jason, who you and Trev were just talking to, he's a sports talk guy who's also won Grammy Awards. Yeah. He was like the music director.
Very casual about it, too. It's like, yeah, I got nominated 13 times, won one. Like, very casual with the Grammy mention.
Yeah, so it's a huge there's a huge variety of folks.
Well, and another part that's cool about this, and again, if you're just kind of soaking it in, it's part of the reason that we're doing this, is because this is – you'll see some of the clips from Media Night. You won't necessarily see all the behinds. How are you? You'll see all of these different things going on, but you don't get to see the kind of the step-by-step of all the things that happen. And that's what we're trying to bring to you. And there are several folks who just have different things that they're working on. There are, Solomon Wilcox was talking about, there are people who have business things, and they're just networking with different folks here to come together. There's the Alumni Association. There are different streaming platforms that are continuing to grow. I was trying to grab, I lost track of him, but when we were setting up earlier today, because you can't see it because of the way it's situated, but right on the other side of our booth, on the back side of it is Fox Sports. Fox Sports Radio is all right behind us. They've got a big setup. But one of the guys who was here working for them on the technical side of it, is from Passyunk Avenue and was former mummer and all of these kind of things. And we get a lot of that as we walk around after the Go Birds. Yeah, you hear the stories.
I mean, Bill's got the JB jersey on today. You realize real quickly how many Philly people are out there, not just at home, like working on so many. Yesterday a gentleman came up. He was working for Sirius XM, spent years in Philly. He was talking to us about our setup, and then the guy today from Passyunk Avenue, he was talking to me about. I told him I was originally from 2nd Street. He started talking about the different mummers clubs he was out in over the years. So it's a huge community, and all you got to do is have an Eagles hat on or an Eagles shirt on. It's just the Go Birds starts it and it keeps going.
And the random Eagles chants. Now, in fairness, about half of them are started by Chris O'Connell.
Yeah.
But other than that, in the airport a couple different times, there is this interesting love-hate that people have when the Eagles fans and Eagles media roll into town. Like everybody, it feels like, unless you're just diehard Chiefs fans, and you haven't seen a lot of those yet.
No. Not that we're looking, though.
No, but I mean, they're wearing bright red kind of stuff.
Yeah, speaking of which, now I can't.
This guy, Eiton's coming back with platters of food.
Oh, look at this. Now, we're a three-man team here.
Is this a sponsor?
We're a three-man team here, and
if
you could see us and hear us, that means this guy's doing a great job, Dave Eitzen, and he just had to. We're on for 5.5 hours. You got to use the bathroom, but he came back with with wings.
What is
Where's
this?
everybody getting them?
Here.
Chicken wings, thank you.
Here, we can't hear you. Where did this come from?
All right, it's Bounty.
So this is that booth right back there.
Over there. I smelled chicken wings. Everybody was grabbing them. I got.
So they're handing out wings.
Free chicken wings.
And then the Bounty to clean your hands after you eat the wings.
Exactly.
It's brilliant.
That's solid.
I don't know. They smell really good.
It worked.
Appreciate you. So we see. So it's one of the crazy. And now he's like, you need your Bounty to sit there. And they're trying to prove, thank you, how effective they are. Because you got a tray of wings and one sheet of Bounty.
Yeah, it better be a good sheet because whatever.
Bounty the quicker picker-upper?
But this just proves of what Bill has been talking about all morning. Like this is like a carnival in a lot of ways. It's a media carnival. Like there's a lot of people doing shows. There's a lot of people working. But then Bounty's over there giving out wings in one paper towel.
And Okay, so there's a method to this madness. So when you open it up, along with your delicious wings and sauces, there's a QR code that you scan for the whole schedule of bounty-related and wingman appearances.
Yeah, and Bill, it's only 1:30 in the afternoon back at home. You're not allowed to do what's for dinner till 4, so you got to hold on
to this. I'm gonna need you to stop saying only. I feel like we're rolling through.
We're
doing
flying.
good things. It's already.
It's only 12 hours to go or something.
It's already 1:30, and you just messed up. He messed up my time because I was sitting there. I know that it's 12:30 here.
Yeah.
But I'm doing this crazy new math. So I'm sitting there going, it's 1:30 back at home, and we're only here till 4 local time. So I had given us an extra hour that we actually have not accomplished yet.
It's all right. We're good.
It's all good.
There's a lot. There's a lot here, and there's a lot to talk about. And it's as Shredder said, I think really well. It's the game is almost like a smaller part of it. Now, let's be honest. Monday morning, if they lose, we're not going to care about any of this stuff, and we're going to hate everything because they lost. But the game, up until the game happens, it's all this other stuff.
Hey, I'm going to care about this. This is an experience, and I feel good about the Eagles' opportunity to go ahead and win the game. There's somebody who's like behind, and they're shooting video of us doing this. It's like some local, I don't know if it's a local sports outlet or it's another sports. They're sitting there shooting video of Dave eating wings behind the camera, like panning through the location.
We're all kind of in
everywhere.
the same boat here.
We're all just talking to everybody and shooting video of everything. So here's an update on everything that's going on. And I'm still trying to figure out when we go ahead and announce the number. So one of our new technologies that they equipped us with was the opportunity to do phone interviews in this fancy board that I have right next to me. I'm still trying to figure out when we go ahead and put that number out there and start opening it up for people calling.
We want people to you guys to get involved the whole time. And we put this poll out if you go on the Fox 29 Twitter or X account right now, we have a poll out. It's Monday of Super Bowl week. Just how you feeling? We just want to get a feel for what you're thinking. And right now, 68% are saying they're feeling great. Go Birds. 24% are saying the Chiefs scare them. 8% are it's too early to tell. Now, I will be honest, and I was involved in a couple, not involved in others. Pretty much all the people we have on right now are not exactly saying they think the Eagles are going to win.
They're all picking.
So
Kansas
is that changing anything? I mean, for me, it's not right now. But I mean, even the odds maker guy, that person, he was like, it should be 3.5 or a 4-point line, not a 1.5. So it's we're not getting a lot of votes of confidence so far with our guests.
So I feel like here's what my take from that. I think we gave out the expert title too easily. I'm taking back their expert credentials as it relates. They can be established journalists, former players, all of that. They just don't know the Birds like we do.
Yeah, and I think
it's a simple spin.
And that's the other thing. Listen, I get it. Nationally, it's Pat Mahomes. They've won 2 in a row. They've won 3. They're going for history. But at the same time, I think if you talk to most of these people and you look at the rosters next to each other, the Eagles have a better roster. Now
they're the better team.
Yeah.
Now the better team doesn't always win.
No,
and there is the legend of Patrick Mahomes
for sure, and Andy Reid at this point, which still hurts to say, knowing how many times the legend didn't come through and finish it off for us. But between Andy and Pat Mahomes, they find the way to win, and you can't downplay Steve Spagnuolo either. Vic Fangio's had a great year, but for year after year, Spagnuolo is probably the best defensive coordinator in the league, and those guys find a way to win, and and that's a lot to go up against.
I feel like we need to stop being afraid. We're going to go out there, we're going to play. If we believe, which many of us do, and several people that we've talked to actually agree, and that's the crazy part about it, because people believe, they agree that the Eagles have the better roster. Most people have said that even before they pick the Chiefs to win. Like, they believe that the Eagles are the better team. They're not as sure of Jalen Hurts as they are of Patrick Mahomes. That makes sense. He may be the best to ever do it. But position to position, most of the people are sitting back and saying, I believe that this Eagles team is better. So if that's what you believe, they just have to come out there and do what it is that they need to do. Just take care of business. Like, they don't have to play. They have to be who we thought they were.
And they have to do it. You can't leave anything up to chance. Like they got to come out and put their foot down. Like, you got the whole referee talk that goes on with the Chiefs. Whether you believe that or not. What's even bigger is the Pat Mahomes talk. If the game's close at the end, that's when everybody's going to get tight. Like they're the better team. They need to establish that right off the bat, and you can't have any crazy turnovers or anything.
So we are part of what we're doing right now, guys. And I explained to you, I got scolded for putting this on TV, but I'm going to show you again real quick. This is my media credential. Fancy, but the reason why I'm showing that is because so there's two types of interviews that happen here on Media Row. There are people who are members of the media, and there's some of them we've talked to, and they have that fancy little media credential. And then there are folks who they're walked through with PR people. They're people who come in, they have a movie coming out or an album coming out, or they, work for the NFL Players Association, and they want them to come around and talk. Many of them are escorted through, and you'll see some of them behind us as you look at the folks who keep walking by. And then there are people who are invited guests. I'm sitting here getting a call. I was trying to figure out if I had given out the number. I was like, I didn't.
No.
And I don't even know where Kerdeline.
Yeah, that would be a non-answer for me if I was getting that on my personal phone. Let that go to voicemail.
Coeur d'Alene, is that Idaho? Getting a call. First time, long time. Welcome to the show. Anyway, so this tangent I was going off on is that we have a guest who's supposed to be joining us, but the nature of the security that Shred was talking about is that everyone who comes into this building, and it's incredible because it's a huge building. Like if you've seen convention centers like the one in Philadelphia, it is a huge building with multiple entrances, and it is still super secure just getting in here. So everybody who comes in as a guest who was not initially assigned by the NFL has to go through and get their, the Mission Impossible retina scan and all that kind of stuff. And then they have a day pass. So some of the folks that we have scheduled to come through, we are kind of figuring out just how long this day pass process is actually going to take, because there is TSA level security at every entrance to even get into this building. Look, now there's more people calling in unidentified numbers.
Well, we won't answer it on the air.
We'll wait till answer it on the air.
We won't do that, but we'll wait till the next break and figure it out.
We should. So what are we?
We're not. It's
no. We need. Don't we have every show has to have the way you answer the phone? Fox Local Superstream 59. Where are you calling from? We need to do that. Like whatever our phrase is, we could do. Look, they're calling back. I wonder if it's somebody watching who is sitting here.
Well, we didn't give out the number, but I'll answer.
It's somebody
who
has my number. Let's answer this and see if this is somebody who actually. So you can see Tom, who took the phone. Somebody probably trying to sell me a timeshare, something like that. So whoever it is, he's actually having a conversation with them. What's that? Oh, I don't know. Dave on the camera is sitting there saying, should we pick it up? But you can see, so if it was just spam or like a bad number or something like that, he's having an awful long conversation with them for it to be a random or a spam call or something like that. All right, so what's the update? Do I owe somebody money?
No, believe it or not, I'm not sure how they got that number. It was our guest that was supposed to be here. They're having a little issue with the security. They're saying it's the wrong. That they got the days mixed up. So we are going to go see. We're going to see what we can do about that.
So he was both calls, because now they just text me from that Kerr to something number that I didn't recognize. All right, let's take a break, and then we will figure this out. Live is a wonderful thing.
Hey, we're just getting started. There's plenty more to come.
For answering that phone, because we were both sitting here going, it could be any number of people who were calling, sitting back going, you promised a credit card payment by 5 o'clock. It didn't come. Like, we know you're in New Orleans or something like that. But it wasn't. It's actually a guess. Let's take a break. Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29. We are here, Media Row, at the Super Bowl. All right, so welcome back. This is Superstream 59, Fox Local, Fox 29. And what we are figuring out right now is we take a look at all the things that are taking place behind us, everybody getting set up, making their walk through. So I was explaining to you all of those crazy challenges that exist with security. We are running into one of those challenges as we speak right now. So we're doing our best to try to get this all worked out, get the individual in to spend some time with us. So we will go ahead and reset up for you all the things that are taking place. And unfortunately, Dave can give you some of it. So I'm going to step out of the way so you can see down here, you see Sirius XM, you see all of the different outlets that are set up and the expansion that continues to take place even since we've been here, and then kind of making our way back over, and I'll step out of the way this way, but you can see all of the different larger outlets that are building their structure. Some of them are really, like, ours is cool, but some of them, you sit back and look at them. Like, there's an entire, and I'll go try to get some video of it for you, and we'll see if we can upload it or put it up here on our high-tech monitor. But there's what looks to be almost a complete recreation of Lambeau Field that's off, I don't know, I mean, Dave may be able to see where it says Lambeau Field back over there, but they have a whole structure of the field and the stadium, and it is all set up there. And so we just assumed when we walked over and we were doing a tour that must be some super high-tech, super expensive, crazy well-funded organization. And I mean, they might be crazy well funded, I don't know. But when we walked over there, it was local radio. And they just had this entire Lambeau Field build over there. There's others that as you kind of make your way up, you would be shocked by some of the folks who have been here. We were talking to a guy, Tom McDonald, actually, who some of you may know because he's done things with radio in Philadelphia, both technical and as a voice, on-air personality. And he was here working with one of these outlets, and he said that they had been here for more than a week just building out the structure and the lighting and all of the things that go into building it out. So it's impressive. Right back over here, so you see the Bounty Wingman? That's where Dave went to grab us these delicious wings that I was enjoying during the last break. And that just kind of shows the extent of, there's people over there who are doing a football toss, but that's an entire structure that they've had built here in this room. It's just getting started. So they're serving and preparing wings over there. They've got a whole football toss. They have a second level to that structure where it looks like they're doing some kind of focus groups or maybe another show or what have you. And just kind of panning around Ross Tucker's show, and he'll be on with us at some point. And then up across the top of the convention center, you can see all of the various Super Bowl banners, designs, all of the things across the top. So there is a bunch going on here, and it continues to expand, to grow. People are coming in and setting in. You just saw, as we panned that way, the Odyssey Sports booth wasn't here when we came in this morning, and now they are set up full length. There's auto sponsors and what have you. Fun fact, so there was a discussion about sponsors on our table and of our booth, which has pretty much turned out to be the case anyway, as we've got chicken wings just sitting there on the booth. But there was the discussion about, excuse me, some of the rules associated with being in here and having individual sponsors of the booths, because some of the companies are sponsors of the Super Bowl and the event themselves. So, for instance, could you set up a beer placement on the table if there is a beer partner? And those kind of things have been worked through and discussed. So these are all the various obstacles that we are soaking in. I'm really curious to see. I think, unfortunately, that one is going to be blocked, so I don't think Dave can see it. But right behind us, there is a whole, just this incredible set that they are building that I don't think that he can get to. I'll shoot video of it and either put it up on my social media. This will be my first gratuitous self-promotion of my social media at Bill A. Fox 29 on Instagram, TikTok, and all platforms. We'll get the video up there so you can see it. But there's an entire, wow, it's like maybe half a football field length that some outlet is working on building and trying to expand. It looks like some place maybe doing their show. It's got the NFL logos over there. So a lot going on, guys, as I step back a little bit, because around the corner, again, like right behind us, is the Fox booth that is set up. So there's Fox Sports Radio, there's Fox Sports, all of that is behind us, and they're kind of getting set up for all of the things that they're going to be working on as well. So a whole lot to see as we try to just give you a little taste of all of the different, you see the networks back there that are getting their programming set up. Fox Sports Radio is right there behind you, but also Fox Sports is going to be doing some of their shows here. There's a sit-down interview area and booth that's right there on the other side. So just the first couple steps, the first few hours of walking you through all the things that are taking place here at Media Row, Superstream 59 on Fox Local, Fox 29, and our YouTube page as well. Let me turn this back up for you. We're also, do we have an update on our question? We have a poll question that we've been working on throughout. And Eagles fans, we're a confident bunch, apparently.
Yeah, 68% of people on our Twitter poll on Fox 29 say they are feeling great about the game. They're confident. They've got about 8% who are not sure, and the rest are nervous about the Chiefs, which go along with everybody we had on so far. So it's fine.
I think it's very easy to get caught up in the lure of Patrick Mahomes. Now, and he's 7 for 7. But you know what? He's 7 for 7 until he's not. And then at some point, he's going to be 7 for 8. At some point, the guy is going to not have the game-winning drive. And I feel like this will be the time.
It's good. The first time's got to come at some point, right?
All right. We got a lot of stuff going on. We're going to take one more break to get into this as we head into what will be the 2 o'clock hour.
2 o'clock hour back home, yes.
Back home. The 2 o'clock hour, and we will be right back in just a minute. This is Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube, Superstream 59. Let's take a break. Let's eat some wings. Let's come back and keep the conversation going. What's going on, guys? Fox Local, as we are continuing our coverage of Media Row here at the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 59, New Orleans. So we just discovered something during the break. The genius of Dave Eitzen, who is behind the camera right now, and Tom Loudon, is we're continuing to kind of see what else we can do with this. So apparently we now have the ability to wander with the microphones. So some of the things that we can take you to, some of the different people who are setting up all of the locations throughout, some of the things. We talked about the Ross Tucker show. We talked about things going on. Look at this guy. We got legit celeb football players in the building.
Oh, there it is.
We're over there.
Who you talking to? Yeah, I'm just running around, trying to see what I can see. How you doing?
Working. You're here early today.
Yeah, we did the show. We did the show here now, just, trying to see. We can see around, Radio Row, see who's here, stuff like that.
This is still, you've seen this on both sides. Like, obviously playing, doing all this, but you're still wandering around, having fun, just enjoying it.
Yeah, man, because it's a great time. We get the opportunity, as you know, to see all the people that we watch on television, even though you're on television and everything else, you get to see everybody. So it's like, hey, I know that guy. I watch the show every day. I know this guy. It's 2 bills and a mic. Where's everybody? Or 2 mics and a bill? Or is it 2 bills, 2 mics and 1 bill? Did I say it wrong?
Beautiful. There's 2 mics in a bill.
Yeah.
One of the mics is here.
Okay, yeah, Mike. Mike here. Mike Greenwich, he here?
Mike G's not here.
Wait,
Mike Jarrett's here.
Mike Jarrett's here? He probably run around doing wilding out. He wild. That Mike.
The
wild.
show started this morning. Jarrett still had beignet powder all over his face and was doing oyster shots.
Beignet powder. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and leave that one alone, dog.
So what's this like? What's it like for you? Because now you're doing the media. You've done the whole playing thing and had to deal with all of this. What's it like for you now to just be able to kind of enjoy it, still just having a good time with it?
It's fun. It's fun. It's doubly fun that the Eagles are here. Yeah. You get to enjoy with all the fans and the fan base, the media members that we all know and love that we see every Sunday going to Eagles games. So it's just great to be here, man. It really is to be in Louisiana. Gonna get some. I'm not eating on crawfish, but I probably get some seafood. I maybe get a catfish po' boy or something like that. But I'm not a big seafood eater, dog. I'm not. That's not what I do.
You've been over to Bourbon Street?
Yeah, I have. I went over there, had a couple drinks. Probably go get started a little bit early, so I can be in the bed by 8 o'clock. Listen, I know my age. I'm gonna be in the bed by 8, but I'm gonna be nice by 4.
So that's the benefit of doing morning radio.
I'm gonna be nice by 4. I'm gonna be asleep by 8. Yeah.
When you do this, when you're playing in big games, right? Is it that hard? We've talked about kind of the spectacle of players who have to try to get there and get settled in. Players who got every friend or family that they know. Now, you still probably got people calling you. Is it hard to deal with all that?
They got the plug. I'll tell them in a minute. I ain't got the plug, dog. That's not who I am. But the good thing about this game is normally getting ready for this, you take care of all that next week. And all the family members that want to have access to you, you tell them, like, listen, that was last week. This week, it's time to focus. Everything that you do this week is all about football and trying to win this game. Everybody else is a distraction. And if you call me during this week, you will be treated as such, a distraction. You will not get phone calls back. See, that's the way I did it. Unless they're emergency calls. But you really don't talk to family that much during this week.
So you can isolate, even if something that's big.
Especially if you have the family members that know how important this game is to you, it's best that they just leave you be and let you play.
I'm not going to keep you long because you did the whole morning and you want to go get your party on.
No, I'm cool. What's up, man? What you want to do?
Hang out for a little bit?
Yeah, we can hang out. What's up?
Everybody we've talked to, every journalist, former players, not from Philly, they're all picking Kansas City.
Who did that?
Everybody.
Not this cat. I'm not picking Kansas City. Okay. I believe the Eagles are going to win. It's not going to be a blowout like everybody's predicting, but I think the Eagles win this game. I really do.
Tell me why.
Why I think, because I just feel like, and a friend of mine told me this, when you look at these two teams, the Kansas City Chiefs are the same team that barely beat the Eagles the last time they played them. Yeah. They barely beat them in the Super Bowl. This team is much better. You talk about Cooper DeJean. You talk about Jalen Carter. You talk about, who else am I thinking about? Nolan Smith. Those guys on that side of the ball, man, that have made contributions. They've made huge contributions.
We didn't have Saquon.
Yeah, didn't I? I was going to say that one first. No, Shayshawn Broccoli. Shayshawn Broccoli. But you got contributions on the defensive side of the ball. Zach Bond, that you didn't have before. You got stalwarts. The one thing that we were concerned about going into this season was who was going to be the middle linebacker. You got a guy as a journeyman that played here. The secondary was young. We don't have those questions now. Defense. Number 1 defense in the league. With number 1 defense, wasn't the number 1 defense last time. And Shayshawn Broccoli. We got Shayshawn Broccoli.
That's all we need.
That's all. Hey, listen, with that right there, man, I can tell you as a former player, the focus is going to be to stop him because you haven't stopped him all year. He's been slowed down times. Yeah, I get that. He had one game where he had like 60-some yards. But when you talk about consistently for the last, 8 weeks, getting over 100 yards, you pride yourself as a defense to try to keep running backs under 100, and he's been eclipsing that every week. He's going to be a problem in this game. And he just got engaged, and it's his birthday.
What?
Come on, fix it, Jesus.
All that.
It's going to be his birthday on Sunday. Fix it.
Are you guys here all week?
Yeah, we here all week, dog.
People come and hang out.
Yeah, come hang out with us. They got They had the chicken gone.
We just got free wings.
They got the free wing. Chicken ain't gonna be here long. So if y'all want some chicken, y'all better hurry up and get it. They ain't gonna be here long.
One more. Does it still, like you alumni players, like the connection to the Eagles, and I listen to the show, so I know how much you still have love for them, but is it special when it's your former team that's doing this, even when it's this removed?
Definitely, man, because you get a chance. I got some teammates that are coming down to hang out. We're going to go out on Bourbon Street, like guys that I played the Super Bowl with, guys that play for the Eagles. It's a certain pride that goes along with when your team's in the Super Bowl, man. No question about that.
I appreciate you spending time with us.
Problem,
you know, we need, every now and then, we need somebody to sit in with us on Two Mics and a Bill.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You going to come do that?
Come hang out with y'all, man. That's cool.
Come and talk about all the crazy stuff that gets us in trouble.
Yeah. I see y'all. Y'all wild, too, man. Y'all wild.
I appreciate you, man. We'll see you. Hugh Douglas in the building, hosting his radio show, spending some time with us, having some fun. Those are the kind of folks you will wander around and see. Let's take a break, and we will keep it going. Jason, I kept talking about how everybody is picking Kansas City.
They are?
Yeah, but I forgot. Everybody but Jason, who is very confident. And Hugh said
Hugh
Hugh
Douglas, he believes a double-digit win, too?
He didn't think it was going to be easy, but he does think that he believes everything points to the Eagles. I think they're just a better team.
I heard him talking about Saquon Barkley.
Saquon Broccoli.
That's what it is, Broccoli. Yeah. All right, so good. I feel pretty good about it. I'm sticking with it. Now, because I've made a prediction, I've got to stick with it.
Okay.
I cannot go back.
You're not going to be that guy who changes midweek.
I've done that before. Don't do that. I'm going in. I'm sticking with it. Double-digit victory on Sunday and a comfortable fourth quarter. I'm sticking with that.
Any cool folks? You've been moving around. You guys have been grabbing interviews. Any cool things we can look for tonight?
We, Breland and I talked to Ryan Leaf, former first-round pick, who was picked before Peyton Manning, and his career ended up being a disaster. And he went down, he got himself up, and now he is a motivational speaker. He helps rehabilitate addicts, mental health. Okay. He's turned something tough in his own life and turned it into a major plus. So I really admire him for that. Yeah. So we talked to him for a while. We ate the food. Did you know there was food at Radio Row, like, everywhere? I didn't.
We got wings.
Yeah,
Dave went and got us wings.
If you keep going, there's a Packers exhibit, and they've got brats. Then you keep going, there's a Welcome to New Orleans. They got shrimp. There's a Pittsburgh thing with like a croissant and a pickle in it. I don't even know what that is, but I ate it.
Cheesesteaks? We're in this game. Nobody brought cheesesteaks?
We should have brought, something, right?
We might be able to work that out. Yeah. I heard the food chasers, like our people, are coming down. Maybe they'll set up a booth.
I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but Chris O'Connell brought tasty cakes down.
Because of course he did.
Because that's what Chris O'Connell does. Yeah. So, maybe we'll have some tasty cakes here, I'm sure there's companies that would have sent us something.
We could have gotten that.
There's still time if you're watching. There's still time.
They should do that. Because Tasty Cake, they send whole packs of stuff. Yeah. They could send a travel pack, and we'll set up a little table here.
Wawa's a Fox 29 sponsor, so that's good.
They could sponsor our table,
right?
And then we'll have Tasty Cakes there.
I love that idea.
Yeah?
Are you hungry?
I've been eating wings.
Where will you eat tonight when this is over? Because you've been talking for 5 hours. And this is day one of 5 straight days of talking for 5. That's 25 hours of talking for you this week.
It's 27 because we're doing 5.5 hours.
Well, I have to do my math. I don't know where I'm at, but yeah.
They actually told me, so I didn't have to do the math.
All right.
27.5 hours, 5 days of 5.5.
That's so then where will you eat? You got to work up a hankering.
I don't know, but we're all going to media night tonight, right? Yeah, and that's going to extend part of the time.
On the air, but. Yeah.
So you're doing it. You're going to do hits from outside of media.
We will be outside the media night, outside the arena, the Superdome. So that's where we'll be at 5, and then we'll go inside. Are you going into media night?
Yeah.
All right. You going to do some Fox local content for us there?
I think so. We're going to go try to get some of the interviews from people that we couldn't get to come over here, and then in this this high tech setup that we have, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play some of these interviews.
Yeah.
Go all through the sounds. We're going to do that.
Is there a name on your list of potential interviewees that you're excited about?
Nah, not really. I mean, I'm excited to hear stories from all of them, but I think the big excitement about this is you never know who's going to walk up next.
Door. Yeah, exactly. And you have to kind of keep your eyes out for everybody walking by. Everybody kind of blends in. And you're like, oh, look. And we tried to get a couple of other NFL people walking by and try to stop them, but I got to go over there to that one. I got to go over to that. So
that's part of the reason why we set up the wireless. So you could just walk up on them, in the middle of it. It's like, hey, we got you. That's Eitzen. He set that up for us.
He did that.
So we'll be good.
he's
And
a
in
thinker.
terms of like the going out and eating,
Yeah.
it's hard because I'm not that guy. And the fact that I know I have to talk for 5.5 hours, I'm very aware of how late I'm out, like running the streets of New Orleans to come back the next day.
So you're like you're gonna pace yourself. You're not gonna go.
I'm gonna try.
big.
We went and found a little tap room up the street. Got some po' boys last night, chilled. Tom and I went to the supermarket and stocked our refrigerator.
You know what our mothers told us? Nothing good happens after midnight. So get in bed by 11. That's
11:59, and that is like in Philly time. We got hours.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm in
So
bed
we'll
by
be good.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, after the show and everything.
Oh, you guys, so you don't have to do stuff for Good Day in the morning yet.
I'll still wake up and go. I got a bit planned. I brought the eagle costume.
Okay.
You know, with the beak.
Yeah.
And I bought 2, one for me and one for Mike. That's all I'm going to say.
And this is happening on Good Day.
Oh yeah.
Is this tomorrow?
I'm not sure when yet. We're going to eat some Kansas City barbecue though. You know, KC.
Okay.
Okay.
So we've got a plan.
And I'm not going to eat it. We're going to peck at it. I think that's my idea.
I feel like you said. I'm
Okay,
not
I just said. I'm just so excited.
You may have given them too much.
I'm the person who gets a gift, and I'm like, I got you a gift. Do you want to know what it is? I can't. I need to zip it and just surprise people. But it's
All right.
it's going to be fun.
If you're hanging out with Jarek and the Good Day crew, you very likely are going to be out on Bourbon Street for a minute.
Yeah, with some light substances around my
It's going viral.
It is, and that was a great way to start the week. So, yeah. If you can go viral with the first scene of Good Day at 6 a.m., you're doing something right.
You're doing big things. All right, so we are here. There's all kinds of people coming around. Tom's rolling over. Does that mean we're taking a break? Yeah, let's take a break. We can now wander all over the place. Now I feel like the guy who got the pass and is just going to keep showing my credential and wait until somebody stops me. Jason said there's food back there. I'm going to see how far this Zoom works. Let's see if we can go to more food.
Oh, is he just going to stay there and then you're just going to?
Yeah, he's just going to keep zooming. We're going to take a walk. We'll be right back. This is Fox Local. So you caught me as we're coming back from the break, trying during these 2-minute breaks to check out the wings and things that Dave went and got for us. And Jason explains that there are whole bunches of food spread out throughout the area. What's up, man? Spread out throughout the area that we didn't even know about. We're going on back there. And some of the behind the scenes, we're seeing some of the whole "What's up, man?" with some of the other local media. Jason Fitz was talking earlier about how it really is it's kind of a small fraternity of people who do these kinds of things. And most people, you may or may not know that even the local media, the people who are there, most of our photojournalists all kind of know each other. Most of the reporters know everybody who's out and about. So it's interesting that people view us as all on different teams, and we are. But a lot of the people, you kind of see them, and it's like a chance to kind of catch up with old friends who work for other stations as well.
Yeah, for sure. And, that last time, Bill was able to grab Hugh as Hugh was walking by. And then, we just, in the last break, we were able to just get Ricky Williams, former NFL player. Everybody remembers, everybody wanted the Dirty 30 from the Eagles went up to the draft because everybody wanted the Eagles to draft Ricky Williams, but the Saints traded their whole.
Donovan instead.
Yeah, they picked Donovan instead, and the Saints traded their entire draft for Ricky Williams. He's going to stop by on Friday.
What's he doing these days? Is he a marijuana advocate or something like that?
I was going to say he's probably smoking something.
He smokes a lot of weed.
Yeah, he does. But and he was also a minor leaguer in the Phillies organization.
Ricky Williams was?
Yes, he was. He played a couple years, his last couple years at Texas. He would play football for Texas, and then during the baseball season, he was a pro baseball player for the Phillies. And then he ended up going straight NFL.
He was a beast.
Yeah,
the guy was fast. He was strong. Like he had all of the potential Bo Jackson tendencies. He just really liked smoking weed.
And just to show you the wide range of this, yeah, he did. And
he did.
He was
smoked
honest
his way
about
out of the
yeah.
NFL.
Country singer Jay Allen, who is from The Voice, I believe, he'll be joining us tomorrow. His folks just came through. And this is how it's just kind of like a free-for-all. Like
that's unusual.
To go behind the curtain a little bit, the same woman who's like, hey, you interested in Ricky Williams? She's like, I'm also bringing around Jay Allen, country singer. I'm like, sure, this is what we're telling people. It's a little bit of everything, right? So, a couple other former NFL players, Randy Grimes will be here tomorrow now, and a couple other folks as well. So it's kind of like a free-for-all, and we're just trying to be a part of it and bring it back to you guys.
So hit me up at Bill A. Fox 29 on social media platforms if you know who Jay Allen is. He's a country singer?
Country singer.
Is he a big deal? So this is a complete acknowledgement of my ignorance. No, because as it relates to country singers.
He was from one of the competition shows. He was, so.
Think he'll sing?
I mean.
Singer-songwriter based in Nashville.
He's all tatted up.
He's known for his philanthropic work to raise awareness and funds for Alzheimer's disease.
And that's why he's coming around. His thing is Alzheimer's, so he wants to talk a little bit about that.
He wrote a song about his mother's battle with Alzheimer's disease. No, we're not going to do that. We're getting this is serious. We're getting comments off camera after we talk about all his advocacy work and the significance of Alzheimer's and his mother's struggle. We're going to see if he'll also sing the Eagles fight song.
Hey, everybody, or maybe he'll do
requests.
Maybe he'll do the Eagles chant. I don't know how to spell it, but.
So this was just while I was off wandering around with the wireless mic and talking to Hugh and what have you. You just stumbled upon the people who were talking about
somebody
Ricky
else.
Williams.
Yeah, and then another gentleman came through, and he's promoting a track and field event at Franklin Field, believe it or not. In Philly, and he's got former track star / Eagle, short-time Eagle Devin Allen, who ran for Oregon.
Nice. He's an Olympic hurdler.
He's going to email me. He's coming through Thursday, I think. So he'll be through now on Thursday.
He's an Olympian.
This all happened in the last 5 minutes. So everybody back there who's texted me about, get off your phone, I'm doing stuff.
Well, and so here's the thing. All those people texting him to get off his phone, they included me. Because I'm sitting here just kind of talking to Jason, wandering around to different people's. There's some show over there, Coach something or other's couch. And so I walked over with the wireless mic just close enough to hear them say, hey, welcome to Coach so-and-so's couch. And I don't know if it's if this is just the set for their couch. I don't know. I was going to see if Dave wanted to zoom in, but I don't know if we want to do that because I don't know if I'm insulting people. But you see how many people are on that little couch? So right behind us, they've got a whole set, and it's cool. Like, everything is there. They built the set. They've got all the things there.
Should we start taking bets if that couch makes it to Friday?
That couch is like if you tried to put on your little brother's shirt, it was like extra medium, and they kept getting more and more people on that same couch. It's like we moved the monitor, and like 4 of us all sat right here. Welcome to Tom and Bill's Superstream 59 couch broadcast.
With our high-tech monitor.
Yeah. See, we're
Looks
fancy
good to me.
now. Y'all were making fun of our high-tech monitor. At least we don't have a mini couch. So anyway, that's the kind of thing that was going on as we wandered around. We're making friends, by the way. I'm sure it's an amazing show.
Bill's making friends. I'm not that social.
So those are the people who had the country singer.
Yes.
And
they
Ricky
also had
Williams.
Ricky Williams and DJ Dozier and another NFL player who'll be swinging by the next couple of days.
So people just wander around and work the room.
Yeah, so she's basically out front trying to get her people booked on different spots. Some are more popular than others. I was happy to get Ricky Williams. One that we missed out on that was not available was Lawrence Taylor, which I would love to get him on here, but he was on her list, but they had no spots available for us.
What?
I saw it over shoulder. I said, L. Taylor, is that Lawrence? Like, we want Lawrence Taylor. And she's like, oh, sorry, we can't.
You should have told her that we can't talk to the other people.
Oh. Yes.
Play hardball.
And then our friend.
Does she realize we're Fox Local?
I know we're Fox Local.
If you can't give us.
Speaking of which, I buried the lead,
L.
I think.
Taylor.
I buried the lead on the track thing that we're booked with Devin Allen.
Oh, I'm done. Yeah, thank you, my man. How are you? Appreciate you. Nah, I'm still drinking this. Have a good one. It's my guy. We're live.
We're live.
Go ahead.
In addition to Devin Allen, Michael Johnson's going to swing by.
The runner?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, he's promoting the same thing. So.
All right, we got to set up a little sprint. See if we can race somebody from.
Wait, don't say we. You can race
here.
somebody. Tom doesn't run.
No, we could do that. Michael Johnson, he dominated track
he
for
was
a minute.
It for, back about 15, 20 years ago. He was it. Like, after Carl Lewis, I think he was, the next big thing.
Yeah, Michael Johnson was crazy. He was that, upright runner who was just effortlessly running the 400. And he would have people trying to figure out if you could, sprint your top 100 speed for 400.
Yeah.
Those were his times. He's crazy.
So,
What's Devin Allen doing these days?
He's promoting a race in it's the Grand Slam track. The commissioner is Michael Johnson, and he's a racer still, so he's still running.
So he gave up on his football dream?
Yeah, I think that went out the window. Because I remember a couple years ago, a bunch of the Eagles went to Franklin Field to watch him run because he was during the off-season. Maybe 2 years ago. I don't think it was last year, but it could have been. I don't know.
I feel like he was still kind of doing the whole track thing.
Yeah, so that's his.
He ran in the pen relays.
So Friday, Ricky Williams, Michael Johnson, and Devin Allen are all locked in.
And Michael Blackson,
the
comedian, is coming through, and Wallow 267 will be here. I wonder if Gilly's with him. Who else? We have a couple of performers who are coming through.
Yep. So we have it's going to keep changing. It's going to keep adding.
Right. And those are not the people who just wander by and we just grab. Hey, Jason. There's Jason. I wonder if he knows all of these people. We were trying to figure out Ricky Williams, the running back. He's coming on with us later this week because Tom just walked by. That guy, he smoked himself out of the league, right?
I don't know if he smoked himself out of the league. I think what he did, if you want to take a wider view of what Ricky did, is he shined a light on marijuana use among NFL players and how it could benefit them.
That was just a really mature way of saying he smoked himself out of the league.
He did.
We said the exact same thing. You just said it as the journalist. No, he shined a light on the impact that influence that marijuana has on players throughout
the guy
the league.
smoked himself out.
Smoked himself out of the league.
But considering he was high half the time, he's
impressive.
a Hall of Fame career. You know?
And I said that Bill, and you're the baseball guy. He was in the Phillies minor league system for a couple of years.
You just broke news to me.
Yep.
He played baseball?
His last couple of years with Texas, he was in the Phillies minor league system for at least a year. He did that in the offseason. Yeah, he was a baseball player, too. He was drafted by the Phillies.
I had no idea. And I know Russell Wilson was. And,
yeah, Russell Wilson. Few guys had.
Yeah, he doesn't even strike me as that's almost Bo Jackson. Like we're talking about strength and his body type.
He was an All-American after playing. He played baseball and football, then college football in Texas, minor league baseball in the Phillies system.
So he's coming on
Friday.
Yeah,
that's exciting.
Trying to find.
Ask him about baseball. That's what I mean. Nobody's asking him about that. That'll be different.
So he retired in 2004 due to a suspension from the NFL.
That wouldn't happen now. I think is marijuana allowed now in the NFL? Is it the
I
new
don't know
CBA?
if it's allowed, but I don't know if they test for it.
But it's an interesting point because we kind of sit back, and I was obviously having a little fun with it, and we're looking forward to talking to Ricky Williams because he had an impressive career for that time. But it is interesting the stuff that people ended up losing careers over that now would be fine in today's society with the NIL. Like people who were out there,
Reggie Bush and that sort of thing.
Like these guys were just completely blacklisted, and sacrificing different awards and things that they won, and now they'd be celebrated.
What percentage of NFL players do you think smoke pot?
I think it's a large percentage.
Like over 90?
Percentage of people.
No, I mean NFL because I mean just when it comes to recovery, when it comes to injury, dealing with pain, anxiety, all of it. Do you think it's over 80?
Nah. I would be surprised if it's that high because even with the level of acceptance of marijuana, there's still not 50% of society that smokes marijuana.
But I do think it's probably on a higher end just for the recovery thing. I mean, you've talked to enough of these guys over the years who, listen, you see these guys. You see just being here, watching a lot of these retired players walk around.
Yeah,
it's not the easiest thing in the world. Like their bodies are beaten up. I mean, it's a tough gig.
Yeah, and it's just now it's accepted, and it's you never hear about anybody getting suspended over.
Dude, there was
just
a
looked
quote.
it up.
I actually Googled that. Travis Kelce was asked that question and estimated that between 50 and 80% of NFL players use cannabis. And the more lenient policy was implemented in 2021, so you can't do it in season. But apparently if you stop before testing begins by like middle of July, then you're fine.
They have to. Well, they can't do it. You're saying they can't do it in season?
According to the policy. Now,
that
whether or not you actually get tested for it, who knows?
Yeah.
But the policy says that you're not supposed to do it in season.
I'm not a smoker, but I get it. You know what I mean? Like, especially for NFL players, probably NBA players at the same time. Which, by the way, has anybody brought up the trade with you guys?
Well, I was saying to Bill this morning, I got over here early and I was walking around, and we're at the Super Bowl, and there was a Fox Sports show live. There was a Golic show live. Sirius. Not one show was talking about football.
Yeah.
Every single conversation was Luka.
If you're a sports show and it's Monday morning and you haven't had a chance to react, I was listening a little bit to Dan Patrick's show this morning. It was the first thing he mentioned. He was like, by the way, we're in New Orleans. Now let's get to the trade. Right. So, and a lot of people are saying it's the most shocking trade of their lives, and they're my age, 40s.
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
And I think a lot of it is because you usually have with that league, when a big-time player wants out, or when he's going to be traded. Nobody had any idea. The fact that Shams had to put out a tweet, "I'm not joking, and I wasn't hacked." That tells you all you need to know.
On either side,
yeah,
and you're talking about players that you would have thought had some of the most influence in the NBA. LeBron didn't know that they were getting ready to trade, his co-star for another guy who does pretty much the same thing he does on the court, but is 10 years younger, 15.
I heard the point made. I liked it that this is the first time in LeBron's career that he's not the guy. Like, it's not his team anymore.
No, and they made it clear, like, we're going to get the next guy because in a lot of ways they play the same game. They're guys who need the ball in their hands, stuff like that. And when has a move ever been made on a LeBron team, whether it's the co-star or the 12th man
or the coach,
that he wasn't involved in?
Yeah, and this one he allegedly had no idea. Apparently AD had no idea. I really wonder, though, internally with Dallas, what happened behind the scenes that said he's got to go. There's something that happened
right? For a
where
star.
Either they didn't want to pay him down the road, they wanted to get something in return. This is not just about basketball. There's something that tells me there's more.
I mean, a lot of the reporting is about him being out of shape and stuff like that. But even so, I find that hard to believe because he's 25 years old.
Well, but if you are out of shape and they have confronted you about it, and you don't, I mean, this guy's been a pro since he was 14.
But he's also he's a closer. He's a winner. They went to the NBA Finals 2 years ago, I believe, lost to Boston, I think it was. We've seen him close out games. He seems to be a leader. Maybe not. I'm a fan of the guy.
Oh, he can play. I mean, top 3 MVP voting every year, and
he's
talking
25.
about his contract, right? Like if you list the top 4, and maybe we got into this now also Super Bowl. But if you list the top 4 players in terms of value, contract, like he's got to be top 4.
And did you see the trade cost him $116 million? Because if he stayed with Dallas, he was eligible for a Supermax.
Oh.
He's no longer. So that's not even taken into consideration the difference between taxes in Texas and California. But $116 million off his contract, he's not eligible for now.
I mean,
now
he's
is
got
that
to be
a slap
angry.
in the face? Does that motivate you to finally get in shape, or does that make you go to bleep with this league?
If there's any sports bettors out there, the next time the Lakers play Dallas, take the over on his points and his everything. He's going to be angry.
Shots.
So we went down this rabbit hole, more about marijuana in the NFL.
Yeah.
So it is closer to being decriminalized because it's not permitted, but if they test you, you will still not test positive as long as you're below 350 ng per ml.
That's how you measure how high you are, right?
And apparently 350 is a fairly high threshold.
Oh, man.
So they're saying that this is as close to decriminalization as possible. It's not permitted, but you basically can't have smoked right before they took the test. You're smoking in the waiting room before they come and do it.
I would venture to guess that players have played games under the influence.
Oh, sure.
And have done incredible things on the field under the influence.
We were just talking about Lawrence Taylor, who unfortunately we can't interview.
No, he wasn't available. But he'll be walking through here, so we'll see. We'll still
try.
But
he admitted that, and it wasn't marijuana, but he admitted that he played games while dealing with drug challenges.
Yeah.
So
and I think there's been baseball players saying they've been drunk while playing and have done some pretty cool things. Are there players over there you see?
No, I'm just trying to. I just keep head on a swivel.
Yeah,
who
else
one of
is
those
out
deals,
there?
like just trying to see.
I know, I'm trying to see too.
And we also have some folks supposedly coming up in the next 10, 15 minutes. So I'm just.
But you don't want to tease it because you don't know if
you don't know who's
going to
make it or
up.
not. Well, one of them is Thomas Dimitroff, who I'm interested in talking to. He was the general manager of the Falcons for 12 years, and just to talk about the whole Howie thing. And I did this exercise with. I did the exercise with Bill last night. I want to do it with Thomas and get his take. I have it over here. So the last 4 drafts for the Eagles, the top 3 rounds.
Yes.
Right? 2021, Devontae Smith, Landon Dickerson, Milton Williams. 2022, Jordan Davis, Cam Jurgens, Nakobe Dean.
My God.
2023, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Tyler Steen.
Yeah.
2024, Quinyon Cooper, and Jalix Hunt. That's like 12 for 12.
But if you go 2020, 2019, and 2018, it gets ugly.
Yeah, for sure. And there's been a lot of ugly. This is the switch when, from my take, is when Howie started to go, all right, George is really good. The SEC's good. I'm going to take big-time players.
Right. Stop overthinking.
I'm not.
That's true.
Jalix Hunt was not that. Well, he looks like he's a pretty good player. He's getting playing time for this team.
He's getting better. Yeah.
But it also was that in line with Jeffrey Lurie taking a step back? Like in those earlier years, there was a lot of discussion about him pushing Stanford players that he liked or pushing people who ended up, like you went past the players who had the SEC pedigree and grabbed these guys that he liked from certain universities.
But look at 2024. Toledo, Iowa, and, Jalix Hunt. But isn't that where Cooper, Iowa, or is it?
Cooper was Iowa, so that's not like a Georgia thing.
I know.
And Quinyon, a lot of people questioned like he wasn't coming
Smaller
from a big-time school.
Yep.
And he looks like he's a stud. I mean, obviously, the years before with the Georgia thing and Cam Jurgens, I mean, the story is that Kelsey had a lot to do with that, where he scouted him and stuff like that.
In 2024, they went with the biggest need, which was the secondary.
Yeah.
Before that, they may have been using the strategy, just go with the best available player, wherever he's from. So, and they filled that need. I still will never get over how these rookies have stepped up. I mean, I remember when they were drafted, we'd ask the so-called experts, are they going to be impact players right away? And the answer was always, not really right away. Give it some time. They're young. And it's like impact players from Brazil, from that game on.
Yeah. Well, you find out what these guys, what they're made of, right? Because now we have, and it's the benefit of social media and all these other things. So you see the behind the scenes. You see Quinyon Mitchell from day one not being intimidated by number one receivers, going word for word with them, talking to them, coming over to defend his backfield, his teammates. And Cooper DeJean's the same thing. Like, they seem completely unfazed by the moment. And
not only that, but the league, you said they weren't intimidated by the league. The league was almost intimidated by Quinyon. They went weeks without, balls being thrown Quinyon's way, or not. He was up against their best receiver, and he was locking them down. And so I don't know who he's going to be on in this Chiefs game. I mean,
it'll be interesting to see who they put on
Hopkins.
Kelsey. And Hopkins, yeah, obviously, but
you got to think Bond's going to drop back.
Yeah, I saw some clips there that Brent Selleck running some Kelsey routes in practice to try to
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize Selleck was out there doing that. Good. So he's playing the role of Travis. It's going to be a team effort on Kelsey. Do you go into this saying don't let Kelsey beat us? I mean, he's Patrick's favorite target in the Super Bowl and the playoffs.
I think it's specifically in the red zone. I mean, his steps up. He's not as fast as he was. He's not breaking away from people, but he can. I mean, listen, and it's a concern because Zach Ertz ate him up last week. Of everything that was great with the championship game, he had like 11 for 100, I think.
I feel like Zach Ertz ate him up because they were okay with it.
Like let him.
They wanted to. I mean, obviously they don't
let
want
Scary Terry
to,
beat
right,
you.
But Zach Ertz isn't beating you over the top. Zach Ertz is not going to be the one play breakaway touchdown. And that's Vic Fangio's defense. You can have the 8 in front of me. You can have the 10 in front, especially when they were up. And you continue to just go at Ertz.
I'm trying to think back to the last time the secondary got burned on a deep ball, and I don't knock on wood here, but I don't remember it. I mean, there was a long pass in that Rams game, but they didn't get beat. They still got him down, thank God, and they ended up getting a stop. So I don't know how they've been able to do that, but. Don't let the big play beat you, and Mahomes will chip away at you until you're dead. But and also, here's another offensive thing to think about: do they have a Philly special ready to go? And not the same play, but I mean, you know what I mean, a trick play in the red zone.
The Eagles. I
think
that they
has Kellen Moore drawn that up? Is there a Saquon throwing the ball at the some kind of pitch and throw?
It's not a trick play, but even the championship game, Goddard's getting handoffs.
Right.
Which was the first time you've seen that. So maybe there's a wrinkle like that. Like I don't think we've ever seen him take a straight handoff, and he did it, I think, 2 or 3 times in that game.
Yeah.
Where you got to give him different looks.
Well, they have teased a little bit about the fake off the tush push or the brotherly shove because they tried it the one time against the Rams. They've shown a couple different plays that will kind of break out of that just to keep them off guard.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Hank Flynn's in the building.
All right. Looking good.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say tonight is the first time we're going to hear from Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson since their injury. I really want to know how they're doing. I'm sure they're going to say they're fine.
Landon was in your hood on Saturday.
He's in Havertown?
He was signing autographs in Havertown.
Was he?
Yeah.
That's the place to be.
Yeah.
Good
Let's
for him.
take a break. We are here.
Oh, at the card store. That card store. Yeah.
It's Media Row. It's been a little bit. So we had whole flurry of activity in the morning. We have more coming later in the day, but we've hit that kind of in-between period where some of the shows are off from the morning.
Right.
Some of the ones happening in the afternoon have not clicked in yet. That's my guy. We're going to talk to you. Hang around for a second. We got to take a quick break. We'll talk to him. Working with Fox. He is from Philly.
Nice.
Diehard Philly fan. Mummer.
Are you on the
that
broadcast
kind of
team? Oh, okay.
29. That's what we're calling it as we are here on Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube, just giving you a little taste of Media Row. I keep saying it over and over again. I'm like a big kid just talking about, we're at the Super Bowl.
No.
Just here doing things. You know Hank. So Hank is here. He's joining the discussion. Donnie, right side,
That's
Seymour.
It. Yes.
You're a handicapper.
Handicapper, yes. But
Okay.
Eagles fan first, though. Handicapper second,
Okay.
so we get that out of the way.
So you're local.
Local, yes.
From
Burlington
Philly.
County. Yep.
Okay. Is this what's this like? Just the excitement of being here, just another day at the office for you?
Yeah, as we were talking before, usually it's just another day in the office. But any time that you have the Philadelphia Eagles in a Super Bowl, it just raises the magnitude. Like I've been to a few Super Bowl media rows that we've worked. Yeah, you're talking about other teams. When the Eagles get there, it really ramps it up. But again, being a handicapper and being an analyst and trying to be right down the middle, sometimes it makes it a little bit hard.
Donnie, you would have jumped over this hurdle 20 years ago, but the question is, as a young handicapper, how do you reconcile your fandom of the Eagles with your handicap? And you got to be very honest about your own team, and that can be tough sometimes.
1,000%. It's almost you're not teaching people, but you're trying to show the evolution of how you brought up. Because again, 1985, 1986, Buddy Ball comes to Philadelphia. We love this team. You watch them and root them on. But at the same time, you have to understand there's Eagles green. And there's money to be made, which is green at that point. So the hardest thing for a recreational gambler to look at is to say, well, I'm going to bet the Eagles to win. And how can I do that? Because you find yourself on a 3rd and 3 for the Chiefs, rooting for the Chiefs to get a first down at that point. It's so hard to separate yourself. It really is. That's like rule number 1, but the hardest rule to break.
How? It's such a dumb question, but I'm going to ask. Because it's okay, how do you guys do this? I find myself watching the games, and almost without fail, the score is right within that window that you guys established. It's just a whole bunch of research. Because it's so close, people are like, well, the fix must be in. They must know something. It's just huge amounts of research, experience.
It is, especially in the NFL. Usually the hardest numbers to beat are the sides in the NFL because you're not dealing with a basketball game where the total is like 232 points. You're generally dealing with, 39.5 to 49.5 points. So it generally lands right on those spreads. And people don't remember the blowouts. Like, well, what do you mean? The 55-3 game that had a spread of 2.5. Nobody remembered that one. But the missed field goal at the end of the game or the missed extra point that made it a 3-point game to a 2-point game, that's what we always remember.
Yeah. What was the over-under for the NFC Championship? Because I feel like the Eagles covered it all by themselves.
They really did. Mid-40s.
How do you wind up, when you circle back around in your line of work, when you circle back around and go, look, our logic was good on Commanders. It was actually good on the Eagles. The Eagles haven't been blowing people out or whatever, and the Eagles uncorked something that no one's seen all year long. They played the game that you wanted all year long in the NFC Championship, and you pray as an Eagles fan that it sustains to the Super Bowl, because if they play that way, I feel like we got a championship, possibly. You never want to bet on it, but when you miss on an over and under like that, I'm not saying you did. I don't know what your number was. I guess the question is, how do you calculate insane X factors that show up in football, like turnovers, like all of it?
You have to understand this, though, from a handicapping perspective. 53% winners is world class. Like, understand that. Most people would think, like, if you're a handicapper, 75, 80%, I guarantee I can win this 8 out of 10 times. 53% is profitable, which 99% of America is not.
So if I bet everything you handicap, I'm going to win 53% of the time. It makes me a profit, assuming that I can overcome the taxes, whatever that winds up being.
And again, that's world class. Like, people get on
I don't
all
disagree.
The time. 60%, 70%. Hey, I had
beats the
30,
stock market.
Exactly. 30 games. I went 25-5. We've all been there before. But we've all been there. Hey, I only won 2 out of my last 13 games. But again, just if you understand the knowledge of 53% is world class, you think about sports gambling completely different than what most of the public will tell you.
Bill, did he lay out his outlook for this game yet?
Not yet.
Is that part of the? I don't want to jump the gun here.
We haven't talked about specifically what we're going to discuss. So.
It's only Monday, man. I mean, there's a lot of news between here and there.
We're leading up to. But before we get to that, though.
All right.
So if people are doing and the gambling, I mean, we look around here and you see FanDuel and Draft, you see all of the huge sponsors. So now sports betting is a really big and legal thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're talking about that 53% number, for people who are doing this, it sounds like consistency is the key.
Yes.
You can't just decide to dabble in it. You're either doing it or you're not. Because if it's 53%, you could be on the losing side before it corrects.
Yeah, it's really living to fight another day, if I can say it easier. Like remember the old, you got the Thursday night football game, the Sunday night get back. Then if you don't get there, you get the Monday night get back game. Like way back, we should talk about that. You have to understand there's so many things to gamble on that it's not just football. Where if you say my favorite play on Sunday is the Philadelphia Eagles getting 1.5 from the Kansas City Chiefs, and you lose that. Doesn't mean you have to go that night and let's just say find an NBA game or double down. Like it's okay to lose that. Fight another day. Give it a try.
What is the ethos for the handicapper? Do you bet your own calls?
Oh, sure.
Like what I'm saying is you think you know what's going to happen this weekend with full respect,
Yes.
and 53% of the time you're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Are you putting money behind these things?
100%, and especially when your social media changed the game a lot, and that's where I want to start too. Is back in the day where people were reading papers and getting them on a day-to-day basis. You don't know all the real-time action. Las Vegas, as we used to say, now it's legalized, obviously, all over the country. They had the edge on you. They know when the quarterback was out. They know in the local markets. We didn't know that. You go right to Twitter and social media now, an injury pops up. Who's Adam Schefter's reporting it? You know who gets that first? The public and the book at the same time. So if you're fast enough to get to the book and maybe react to that, that's to your advantage. But the biggest windfall has been we get simultaneous advantages the same way the books used to have it against us.
My problem trying to put my limited feet into your shoes is translation of that information into handicap numbers.
Correct. Hardest way to do it because most of the time people also say, boy, that seems like a trap number. Why are the Chiefs only favored by 1.5? They never lose these games. They're always winning Super Bowls. They beat the Eagles 2 years ago. Well, that is an algorithm that goes into that that's not designed to be picked out of a hat and say, you know what, Chiefs minus 14 is the one we're going to do. Here, just hand this one in. They are numbers that are pounded into scope where you look at that and say to yourself, they obviously want equal amounts on both sides to keep that line where it is. But more importantly, they think they're right. The algorithms in the books always think they're right. So depending on which side that's actually getting bet at that point, where the money's coming in, they don't care. They said this is the line and this is what it's supposed to be.
If he's telling us that the Chiefs are favored by 1.5,
They are.
that is the absolute best case scenario
See
for
that?
the Greens.
He's in. He's reading it already.
Pull them dog masks
There you
down.
go.
Let's go, baby.
Got
Are you
it.
kidding me? That's the best thing that could happen to the NFC champions is that we be underdogs in the Super Bowl. Come on. Let's get it on, man. Thank you for just that.
See that? There you go. Yep.
The energy is next level.
Yeah.
Now that it is such a big deal in sports and a legal big
Yes,
deal,
correct.
are there more people who are doing this? Like, there are people who are doing
Way
this
more.
as a living.
Way more.
Like this is what I do. And if you're consistent and you win 50+% of the time,
Yes.
you're making money.
Exactly. And understand this, like the evolution of me always liking to gamble even if it wasn't legal. Like talking, I'm a 1980s, 1990s kid, right?
Okay.
The corner store, playing the numbers, all that stuff. But now you have the legalized part of it where I used to own a couple Primo Hoagie shops in the area. Delicious sandwiches made them, but at the same time, I started to cultivate saying, I've always liked to gamble on games. YouTube is now being prominent. Twitter's in the equation. Sports gambling isn't legalized yet. Let me have an imprint, let's just say, on YouTube and start to get a following through there. Then we saw in 2017 when legalized gambling came through, and we were already at the precipice of we need more people to come into this space, and I was already ready to do it, which is why you have so many more people today. But every single day it feels like a new state is turning on with legalized gambling, which is more people needed in the industry, more handicappers, more people to do content. I just got in at the right time. But you had to love it at that time because nobody was doing it like that, saying I'm going to guess on it.
Is it harder now that it's mainstream?
Way
it seems
harder.
like you're much more accountable when everything that you say is out there for everybody to judge.
It's a great question you bring up, too, because when the sports books first became legalized in 2017, there was an avalanche of money, like a gold rush coming into the environment. Everyone wanted to get their piece in. Then after 2 to 3 years, the money starts to flow, and they say, well, who's making us money? Who can stay in this field, and who can be the most profitable at that point for your perspective? Let's just say FanDuel, DraftKings, Bet365, whatever that would be. So it was interesting to see a way it comes in, but it's much harder right now than it was in 2017 to be profitable, too, because the same thing we get that information, the books know how to counter that now. They all have the information. They're shutting the lines off faster. They're making more adjustments than you are, and that's the way it is.
And you guys are now, I mean, we're streaming this live.
Yeah.
This isn't underground anymore.
Correct.
You guys do TV shows.
Exactly.
Like, you're out there doing all of this. So when you're right, cool.
Yes.
But that 47% world class when you're wrong, you also have a bunch of people going,
Accountability.
This guy.
It's there. Yep. There's no. You see the tickets. You put them up on Twitter. Hey, win or lost, and no matter how you do, and we've all been on Twitter before. You get the lovers, you get the haters out there. man, I can't believe that pick was so bad. And you say, well, what about the last two that were okay? You're only as good as your last wager, and that's the way it is.
So on that note,
sounds like our
digging into your wallet, absolutely no business of mine whatsoever. How'd you do in the NFC Championship personally?
Very good, but and I'll tell you right now, the other evolution too. Sides are so tough in the NFL. It's always been that way. Totals are very tough. The market that is now approachable and beatable, which you find most pro handicappers, the props market. That's where you have thousands of bets, Super Bowl bets. Everybody's trying to get their wagers in. Like, can Jalen Hurts throw for over 210 yards? Can Jalen Hurts throw 2 touchdown passes? Because you know what you're not factoring in? You don't even have to win the game. Hey, man, the Eagles got beat 35-21. What a terrible day. And you go, no. Jalen Hurts had a pretty good day. Like, that's the new avenue now from it used to be sides, it used to be totals, now it's prop bets.
So talk to us about some of them. So people who are watching, getting ready. I got a little bit of an education earlier. We were talking to another handicapper who was kind of breaking it down and was talking about the prop bets, but also kind of the fringy, not real sports fan bets.
Correct.
Color of Gatorade, length of national anthem. Like all these things that seem silly, but they're drawing in a whole new market.
They are drawing a whole – and by the way, the national anthem has gotten so much recognition over the past couple of years because you can actually get inside information.
Right.
Like when the stadiums are outdoors, somebody just has that phone up in a hotel across. I timed it at 242. The over-under is 232. Then you see the bets come in. You see the books absolutely adjust it. You'll see the Superdome. It's a dome stadium. There's people in there when they're rehearsing it that can easily say, oh, look, here's how long it
That
was
the question I asked
earlier.
earlier.
What is the formal time? Is it when the Jets fly over? I mean, how do you know when the national anthem's over? The crowd stops cheering? That's nuts.
In
you
the
use so much
vicinity
rubber room in there.
You're right about
it's
it.
From
You're
O.
O is fine. It's the end that I'm worried
Did
about.
I hear a trumpet in the background still going? Did I hit that? Yeah.
But it's an interesting point because, again, I was talking to a person earlier. Those types of bets, it's interesting to the casual observer because somebody knows.
Yes, correct.
So it's not just like somebody knows what color the Gatorade is. Somebody knows either on the team of the singer themselves. They know, and they have the ability to influence how long that kind of stuff goes.
So on Bill's point, what's the future of that kind of bet? Is it somehow compromised at all? Because the information's there if you're good enough to get it.
Thanks, great question, because now what sportsbooks do is they will limit the amount that you can bet on certain wagers at that point. And also understand this, when they do hear stuff like that, those numbers come right off the board. Like if you know, like let's just say halftime performer Kendrick Lamar is going to perform a certain song first, they'll see the betting. Now that it's legalized, you have companies say, now wait a second. We just took 500 straight bets in the last 3 minutes on the same exact thing that's taken down.
Why Mr. Lamar mortgaged his house and put $10 million
he's
down?
never placed a bet here before. Now he's got all this money. Yep, exactly.
I always feel the need to point out that Kendrick Lamar is a Pulitzer Prize winning rapper. No one ever points that out, but the man won the effing Pulitzer Prize.
Grammys all over the place, Pulitzers.
Good knowledge.
No, but it's for real. And Bob Dylan, he's maybe the other musician, but past Kendrick Lamar and Bob Dylan, you know, you're down to like old dusty novelists. You know, I don't know.
So what are some of the fun bets that people are looking at?
I mean, you could take a look at the halftime, and also you're always going to get this since it's a Chiefs Super Bowl. How many times is Taylor Swift going to be, viewed on TV? Is which first coach is going to be? Is it going to be Sirianni going to take the camera first? Is it going to be Andy Reid for the camera? But for my money, those are fun bets to make. And specifically, what's probably the biggest bet in the Super Bowl every year? Coin toss.
All right.
Like, again, it's still juiced one side or the other, and what do you have? Nobody has the information on heads or tails because it's impossible to do that. But some of the more fun bets to make for me are just the prop bets themselves, where it's, again, the Jalen Hurts, who's going to score a first touchdown, because those are the ones that the public gravitates to. Because do you want a minus 110 bet? Like, hey, I put down $100, won 100. That's fantastic if you won. But then they say, okay, instead of Jalen Hurts, you know he's going to score a touchdown. You bet him at minus 115. How about the first touchdown? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 1 on those prices. Those are the new ages where people try to jump in and say, boy, if I'm going to get down on one game, it's a Super Bowl. I want to win some money, and I want to go 7, 8, 9, or 10 to 1 at that point.
Those crazy, I got questions too, but those crazy parlays.
Yes.
I'm convinced, and I don't gamble because I am the guy. I don't gamble in Vegas. I don't because I'm way too competitive.
Yes.
And I like my money too much. So if I lose $100,
1,000% agree on that.
I'm mad.
Yes.
But if I win $100, I'm not equally happy to how mad I was, when I go on the other side. No, so that's why I don't necessarily get involved in that. But more and more people are, right? More and more people are participating
Super
in all
Bowl
this.
is where, again, when we talk about in this certain stance like fading the public, right? Joe Public, who doesn't follow much football, who do you want here? Oh, my goodness, Kansas City, only laying 1.5. They always win. Well, that also goes in the equation. The Super Bowl is the most public bet of the game each year, every year by a wide margin. It's one of the few games you can actually talk, like Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, they get a little bit more eyeballs where you say, which way is the betting public taking? Like, let's just say Kansas City's getting 68% of the tickets, but that line isn't moving at all. It's a very public game. You start to shift to the other side and say, well, why would Joe Public just come into this game and start hammering the Kansas City Chiefs? But the bookmakers, who are the smartest people in the room, go, that's fine. Keep betting Kansas City. What's the number on Tuesday? Still 1.5? Oh, more bets are coming in on Kansas City. Still 1.5? The bookmakers will hold that line. They'll tell you what the sharp and the smart side is.
And
That's wild.
Yeah.
And parlays. So the handful of times I've looked at, I swear that the 8-leg parlay seems like common sense. I'm like, oh, well, I mean, absolutely Jalen's going to score.
Yeah.
Absolutely Mahomes is going to score. Quinyon Mitchell will have a right-handed interception in the and you go through. And then all of a sudden you look at all these things that you think are sure bets, and you're like 18,000 to 1.
Yep.
Are those just wasting money?
They are wasted. They're fun, and they should be played for amusement purposes, whatever you can afford. And as you said, don't sweat the bet. Like, nobody wants to lose any wages. Like, if you can go to bed at night and say, I lost my wager, and wake up in the morning and be fine, that's exactly where you're supposed to bet. You shouldn't roll around in your sleep at night and be like, man, that $100, I could have used it to buy a pair of shoes or something like that.
Right.
But when you
They
are
might
looking
like
at
it,
that,
No, the sun will never rise on that day, and that's one of the days. One of the reasons Bill Anderson and I are friends. Like, we work very hard for our money and don't typically gamble. And I'll give you a good example of the gamble that I did not make that I thought was a great idea. You're talking about the 8-fecta or whatever it was. I was going to drop $100 at like the Park Sports Book. I was just going to drop $100 that Philadelphia would play Buffalo in the Super Bowl, and I felt real solid about it. Not solid enough to go and do it. Probably more out of laziness than like not believing in it. But I'm glad I didn't drop it because it didn't happen. There's other things, too, that I've got to ask you about being a handicapper. And I'm sort of quoting WIP a little bit. You can go your quarterbacks. The Buffalo quarterback, in pressure situations with less than 4 minutes in the game, I think he's above 40%, which is sort of the criteria for a quarterback to score and put yourself above and win the game. Mahomes is like 7 for 7 in his last, which is
insane.
Well, it's surreal, and the other foot's bound to fall at a certain point. And if it's going to fall, it's probably going to fall with the number 1 defense in the league. However, I'm not betting against Patrick Mahomes with my hard-earned money. I would rather just watch the game and see how it plays out.
Regardless of the way I handicap a game, I can never argue with somebody who just tells me, what's that spread? It's 1. The Chiefs just have to win the game. And the answer would be, do they have Reed and Mahomes? Absolutely they do. I can't. Like, there's no breaking it because the proof is in the pudding. If that is a one-score game in the fourth quarter where the Chiefs have the football, nobody's going to bet against Patrick Mahomes, which is the reason why you got to be up 2 scores.
This is my point. We got to do the same thing we did to Washington. We have to stack it up.
Everybody keeps saying, I'm living with hope. I'm living with hope.
Jerome
We're bringing it home for Jerome. That's
Brown.
what we're doing here. We need to take a quick break. We'll come back. If people want to get in touch with you, how do they do that? They want more
Sports Grid
information.
Network. I'm on Twitter. I love it. I would like to respond to everybody at RightSideVP. One word together. Always accessible out there. Have fun. Handicap games and have some fun with it.
Guy earlier told me purple Gatorade.
Ooh, yes. But by the way, great taste.
What does that taste like?
Great taste.
Grape, I guess.
Taste.
Does it taste like grape bubblelicious or something?
Oh, it's delicious.
It tastes like
great
booty.
place. There you go.
No way.
We'll be back. Take a quick break. Thank you, man. We appreciate you spending
Absolutely.
some time with us. Fox Local, Fox 29. Super Bowl. Say it. Super Bowl. I'm just going to keep. gentlemen, we are here on Media Row. It used to be Radio Row, but now it has expanded to the point where you just kind of look around and see the extent of everything that is taking place here. It's crazy. We're calling this Superstream 59 here on Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube page. And we got all this stuff that we're playing with. Apparently, I don't even know how to work this, but there's like
Don't even
sound
play.
effects.
Don't even play. This guy's like, honestly, Bill Anderson's so good on TV, you wouldn't realize that the brother can, like, honestly run a radio board and did do it for years.
Dude,
So
they told us we
welcome
had
back.
sound effects.
Welcome back to 2007 when Bill Anderson was working that board. Look at him go.
I'm trying to figure out how we make the sound effects work. So it's not that serious.
Wait, what sound effects? Do
So
we have
we've got,
guns
like,
or cannons or
we've
anything?
got, we can add some bass to your voice.
Well, let's
the
get
sound
with it.
effects. And the only reason I was bringing this up is because I was explaining it's that one, but there's something you have to adjust. When
Now,
it
am I
comes
supposed
up.
to talk lower at the same time? Maybe that's it.
No.
When I see that go up, I go, oh, my voice is lower.
Like that? It's not working. Press to select. There, I'm not going to start messing with
Well,
stuff.
all the lights
'Cause
and the
everything's
screens are
working
blinking.
right now.
Yeah.
So we'll worry about this. We got 4 days of this. I don't want to start pushing buttons and then midway through the first day, all of a sudden they're like, what's broke? But the cool part about it, and this will actually be fun for you.
All right.
Obviously, Hank, guys, has
Hey,
stopped
everybody.
by, having some conversation with us. This will be fun for you because you on your streaming show do those radio, like, talkback shows.
Occasionally. The last time I did it, nobody called in, or I think what the problem was a lot of people stacked at the beginning, and I couldn't answer them all, and then they stopped calling. The last couple of blocks was dry as a desert, and I was like, I don't know if this is a great idea, but first 3 or 4 went great.
This was new for the Super Bowl, so I can control all the stuff that we're doing. It also connects to your phone.
No.
So the phone
That's a rabbit hole.
Bluetooths into this thing, so you can do the call-in show, give out the number. We haven't given out the number yet because I wasn't ready to go down that rabbit hole yet, but we will throughout the week. You give out the number, and then they call. You can connect them through here and do the whole, like, hey, it's Mayor and Delco, first time, long time, whatever. And it all goes right here through the system.
I just admire the fact that you're able to, like, download the app to make that work, and between the phone and the board, you make it work. For me, typically, once I download the app, rabbit hole, seal it shut with concrete, I'm underground.
We're doing things. We got graphics. We got swag, merch that we're going to be giving out later in the week when people come through. Ricky Williams is coming through.
I was waiting and praying for that to happen.
It's happening.
Like, did you go through some of this yet? You guys got to remember Ricky Williams, who he was. It was the U, right? Miami, right?
Yeah.
Now, he won the Heisman Trophy. This guy's a dynamite running back. He's like 5'8". But like as we
like 230.
Of course, but as we know, sometimes like with a lower guy, if the defenders can't see you over your towering offensive lineman, it can be an advantage if you're fast enough. Mike Ditka took over as head coach of the New Orleans Saints. He was like, you know what, I want Ricky, and I'm willing to gamble 5 first-round picks.
Yep, gave up everything for him.
Why have an offensive lineman when you have Ricky Williams? The answer is because he needs blockers. They didn't pick any up. 3 years later, Ricky was gone.
Well,
the legend goes that he was like, I'm going to retire and go smoke pot for like 3 or 4 years.
That's not a legend. That's a fact.
But then he came back.
Well, and he played
Billy was like
various leagues and whatnot.
But when he
was a
came back,
baseball
I think he had 1 year with Miami. He had like 1,700 yards or something.
The guy
like
was
he came
physical,
back.
He was a physical freak.
But he's fun. He's got to be fun to talk to. Have you met him?
So but he's coming over later in the week. So we have just experienced all
Look at
of
you with
this
your wife.
here. I know, man. Oh my God, this
Got
is
his name
me.
on it.
In case I forget, this is the one that I'm supposed to turn up when I'm talking, and it says right here on the board, Bill. So this is me.
And this is me. I'm 3. Actually, no, maybe
you're
I'm
2.
2. My bad.
See, that's why it's labeled. Because if we didn't have it there, we would have the wrong one up, and I'd be trying to make echo and everything go through the board. But it was cool because you were talking about, you've covered Super Bowl before, you were talking about the cool part about Media Row. We had a bunch of people who were scheduled. We've had, about eight guests so far today. And some of them were just walking through. And then a little while ago, PR people started walking through for like for Ricky Williams, and he'll be here later this week.
To kind of plant seeds with the hosts,
the Olympic 400 medalist Michael Johnson,
intermediate hurdles, and he won the gold medal. I think 3 straight Olympics. This is a guy that
a couple though, but wasn't he like
he was unbelievable
and the 400?
No, but he won Olympic hurdling medals like in his mid-30s. That's how much better he was than everybody. It's crazy. Yeah,
it's a wealth of knowledge.
Well.
Dave's behind the camera going, how does he know all of that?
Michael Phelps.
That's Hank Flynn, ladies and gentlemen. He's here all week. But people have been walking through, and you're just kind of seeing the folks who are around, former players. And it's cool that this is just Monday. Yeah, and everybody keeps saying, and you can see, and you commented on the fact, like when we got here, it was, at first it was really quiet when we first got here this morning. Then there was this kind of flood of activity because a lot of the different morning shows and things from across the country were here. And then we're kind of in that period of time where there's a little bit of downtime before the evening shows and media night and those things start to happen. Because there was like LeVar Arrington and those guys were doing their show off in the distance.
Do you remember the time LeVar Arrington at Penn State timed the snap and dove over both lines and killed the quarterback like on the snap of the ball?
Vaguely.
It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen in football, period.
I'm sitting
he
here.
was ridiculous.
It's interesting, though, because the other part about it that Hank talked about before, if you look around, you see a bunch of, like, really large humans. And the assumption is, are these players? No. And
sometimes they're just big dudes.
No. And the challenge with this is that, I mean, think about it, guys. Because they're always wearing helmets, aside from a handful of some of your favorite players, there are players on your own team that could walk down the street next to you and you wouldn't know, who are just there. You don't see that much of them. Like you're a really solid player for the Eagles. Can you pick Milton Williams out if he walks by you right now?
Of a crowd? No.
Yeah. But you probably could pick out Jalen Carter.
Sure.
Because you've seen more of him. You could pick out Jordan
Jalen Carter's
Mailata.
9 feet tall and 700 pounds. You know, he's not that hard to pick out. But,
but so's that dude.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right back there. And I don't know if he plays. Like, we should go find out. Like, Dave's looking at him. See that guy right there?
Well, it's crazy, too.
He looks like he should play. Should we go ask him? Should we go see
Are we
if
running
he
across the room? Is he going to dismount the camera? We'll just run around Radio Row?
We're trying to see if we're dispelling myths.
All right, I'll stand by.
Right.
I'll hold the 4. You go get him, Tiger.
All right.
Can you guys hear Bill Anderson right now as he goes running across Radio Row?
We're going to see if this will actually work. We're walking over.
Jerome Brown jersey.
I'm going to go this way. What's up, guys? How are you?
Are you an ex-professional
just stopping in on folks. We're live from Philly.
Okay.
And so we need you to help me dispel a myth. So I don't know if it's a myth. You'll help us figure it out. So part of being here is figuring out the people who are here and doing podcasts and are media, and the people who are former or current players. And you're a big dude. So which of those categories do you fall into?
Oh gosh, I am a former player. Yeah.
Okay. From where?
From Destin, Florida originally, but I used to play in Denver, Colorado, back in 2019.
Okay. And what are you doing these days?
So I own a video production agency out of Tampa Bay, and I'm actually here with Coastal Creative, and we're collaborating on this project for a one-on-one podcast.
Okay. So where can we find this to get more information about what you guys are doing?
I'm gonna have to pass that over to Zach.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So these guys, Murph and Roy are the co-hosts here.
Cameras over there.
Oh, what's up, guys? How you doing? Yeah, so Murph and Roy, it's their podcast together, and they're actually also ex-NFL player, and they have a podcast on YouTube. So you can check it out. They have a bunch of cool folks coming by today or this week. They got Cam Newton and a bunch of other friends, and they'll come pop in. We're going to do some podcasts and film a bunch of episodes. It's going to be fun.
Maybe we'll talk to you guys. You come over and join our show, and we'll check it out. I appreciate you playing, because we're part of being here is football players, I think, by nature. Like, unless they're just really big stars, even your own favorite players, and we're all from Philly, we were trying to figure out our players. Could you pick them out if they weren't the biggest star? So in the Super Bowl, you're just seeing, a bunch of, football player type dudes. So how many people have come up to you and say, hey, you play, let's do an interview?
Man, to take. Sorry. Yeah, you guys are the first. Yeah, I just got here today though, like literally a couple of hours ago. But I mean, this is actually my first Super Bowl celebration, so I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, and coming back to the football world because I typically I'm not in the sports realm as far as media production, but it's nice to step back and kind of bring me back to home.
I appreciate you. We'll talk to you guys. Appreciate you playing along with us. We'll come back. We'll be following the podcast. Continued success. We thank you. So it's the nature of what we're doing. You're just kind of wandering around. There's Coach O's couch over here. I don't know. Who's Coach O? Who's Coach O? This Coach O? Hey, Coach O. How you doing? I'm Bill from Fox in Philly.
Nice to meet you.
There's our cameras over here. So
Awesome.
we're just kind of soaking up the whole atmosphere. So tell us about Coach O's couch.
Coach O's couch. So my name's Odessa Jenkins. I am the head coach of the Texas Elite Spartans, winningest coach in women's professional football history.
Really?
I'm here representing the Women's National Football Conference and presented by Dove, and we're here to bring the voice of women's professional football to Radio Row.
They're telling me you're the one. No, come here. No, well, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you go. But so because of all that, because they wanted to see you, you're going to be here all week?
I will be here all week.
So will you come and sit down and talk to us? Because you clearly have a story.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm gonna come
and then you're going to come talk to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
all
serious.
right. But you actually have a story. I'm just the guy walking around with the microphone.
Every human has a story. Every human has a story. I bet you have a great one.
I love Coach O.
Yeah, man.
All right. My pleasure to meet you. All right. So we're going back. Oh, they're telling me come back to the table because I was just walking away. This was a huge mistake, by the way, that gave me a wireless mic. They gave me a mic that I could just wander away with.
I don't know what it sounds like to the audience, but you're a lot louder on your headset than you are your microphone.
Absolutely.
Just letting you know.
Yeah, well, I think it's because the wireless mic goes directly into the camera.
Then
so
good.
It's not coming through. So this is my guy. Introduce yourself to the folks.
I am Leo Sassani. I live in South Philly at 15th and Chunk area, actually Rosewood Street, 2500 block.
So we met. The reason I wanted to come over and have you introduce folks, because you are, in a lot of ways, what all of this is about. So you're working with the Fox team.
Oh, we got multiple things going on. We got the Fox event over here, and then we got a couple jobs on the other side of the NFL experience.
But in doing all of this, you're Philly at heart.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't wait to get out of here.
Okay, so what's it like working it and then just being a fan of all of this?
Very exciting. Very exciting. In some ways, I wish I could stay, but I'd rather be in South Philly, at home watching the game, because as soon as it's over, you know where I'm going, and you know why I'm going there.
Now, this guy, go ahead.
Well,
Hank was doing the whole. He's a mummer too.
Beautiful.
Well,
honestly,
retired mummer. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Which association are you with?
I was with Alpha.
Okay. Listen, I've been spending a lot of time while I've been here showing pictures of mummers to New Orleanians because it's been a thing of mine. Like I feel like it's in the groundwater. Philadelphia and New Orleans have a ton in common, and neither city knows it. I'm the only one. But I show the New Orleans folks pictures of the mummers. They're like, oh, that's cool. You show the Philadelphia guys like Mardi Gras, and they're like, yeah, Mardi Gras, it's awesome. But who else has these? New Orleans has like 300 different like marching organizations that will join in funerals and go to Mardi Gras groups, crews, as they put it. But it's the same thing as a New Year's Association in Philadelphia, and no one does what we do, and no one does what they do. But they're kind of not dissimilar, and I love it because they're both really weird.
Right.
Beautifully weird.
I actually did a few events here where we had the opportunity to tour. There's a warehouse back here.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what it's called.
I think we're doing a Wednesday Mardi Gras World or something like that.
Yeah. Well, you walk through there and you see all their floats. It's just a modified version of the mummers, all in one place. I mean, they're huge. They're all mobile, and they use the same. It seems like they use the same floats all the time, or for multiple different reasons, where a lot of our stuff could be used that way if it's built right, but a lot of our stuff is like for that event, and a lot of stuff is saved, for the Mummers Museum and all that stuff, but altogether, their stuff seems like it's built to be reused and reused and reused, and it's really interesting over there. There's a lot of crazy stuff.
We actually, because we have, so you're here, how long are you here?
I actually fly tomorrow.
You're
I go
leaving
back to Philly
tomorrow?
Yeah, I got to do a little thing in Canada.
A little thing in Canada.
I'll be back Saturday morning.
I got Jamie Lynch is waiting to talk to us, and we had him scheduled to spend some time with us. I want you to shout out the folks, because this is one of my guys from Philly. Shout out your folks so they see that you're here. They know it's all good. Who are we shouting out?
We're shouting out to everybody in South Philadelphia. I'm Leo Sassani. I'm here doing this event. Can't wait to get back to South Philly and sit on my living room couch to watch this game, because you know where I'm going to meet you guys after the game's over. Thank you, guys.
My dude. Thank you.
Thank
I
you
met
all.
him. We were just having conversations about everything that's going on. He's Philly authentic. I was like, you got to come over and talk to us a little bit. Yeah. And certainly while Hank is sitting here.
Well,
yeah,
all right.
Real good to meet you, buddy.
Likewise. Thank you, Leo.
Quick
Nice to meet
break.
you, Billy.
We will be right back. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
This is Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube. We're at the Super Bowl. Fox 29, Media Row. We are here. I'm not going to get tired of saying I'm at the Super Bowl, sitting there doing this with all this going on. Jamie Lynch, you know him from talk radio, from PHLY, from just doing things sports-related in Philly.
Yeah. You survive long enough in this town, I guess you stick around. And people.
Listen, it's better for people to know us. Like, I've done the whole radio thing, too.
Yeah.
It's better that they're going, hey, that's Jamie, than whatever happened to.
Exactly.
Like, that's the alternative. What do you got? What are you down here doing right now? You guys got a couple shows going.
Yeah, so we're doing like 9 or 10 shows this week. We just finished up, me, Bo Wolf, Zach Berman. Vinny Curry's going to be joining us down here tonight. Fran Duffy also works with us, so we're all going over to media night and doing that. I'm really excited to see Vinny on the other side of the microphone, getting to ask his former teammates some stuff, so that'll be fun. And then we're going to do a show after the media night, and then basically we're doing a 2 o'clock show every day, trying to capture interviews like you guys and get the sights and sounds for the people back home.
You have done, both of us have done traditional radio,
sure, yeah.
And then do kind of the streaming stuff, and you guys continue to expand. Is it cool being on that side of it and kind of seeing how the industry is advancing?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not adaptable, you're going to die, right? So, learning and being on the forefront of new tech and new world media is fun. It's cool. It's we've been around about a year and a half now, so it was a startup and startup pains, but you get like kind of that ownership feeling of it. So it's been a fun year and a half, and bigger and better things are ahead with the Bird Super Bowl, hopefully to kind of kick us off here.
I don't know how many, because you were doing radio for a while. Did you get to do Super Bowls before?
I worked for NBC Sunday Night Football for like 10 years, so I did Super Bowls through them. Anytime I was doing radio Super Bowls, I was the guy back in the studio. So I didn't really come out here and do these. So this is my 4th Super Bowl I've worked, first time like in Radio Row.
Okay, so is it old hat to you, or are you like me, who's been walking around like the guy with the press credential, just seeing how far I can go before somebody says you're not supposed to be there?
Yeah.
It's just soaking it all in.
No, it never really gets old. It's still really cool. We are fortunate to work in a very cool profession where we get to do cool things. It's still work, but it's never going to lose its luster to me now.
Jamie, the last time I was on radio, I'm Hank. What about
it?
Nice to see you, man. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks for showing up. The last time I was on Radio Row, I think it was 8 years ago in Houston. And looking back on it, it brings the kid out of a 50, 60, 70-year-old man. I mean, because you can make me 45 years old, whatever it is. I'm here, and here comes Billy White Shoes Johnson.
Yeah.
The inventor of the touchdown.
Sure.
Like as soon as and he'll do an interview with me. Really? Okay, so I start the interview with him and literally collapse. I'm like, Billy White Shoes. I used to literally look at the paper to find out if from Carolina, when are the Oilers playing?
Sure.
The Oilers. What Carolina kid's watching the Oilers? Well, I wanted to see Billy White Shoes. But that's what Radio Row's all about. He brought up Ricky Williams, apparently. Like, I knew somehow he would be here because there's too much.
It's going to be here later this week.
That's what I'm talking about. And multiply Ricky and Billy White Shoes by like 100 because there'll be so many that won't have a publicist come through and tell you they're here. They'll just be here. You know?
So are you this excited?
But if you love football, and we all do.
Yeah. I mean, it's really cool. You just kind of turn your head every once in a while, and you're like, oh, damn. Oh, that's cool. So, it's awesome. And then tonight's going to be, a circus out there. It's going to be cool because, everybody from the team is basically available. So, that's another cool element of tonight. And then as the week goes, the celebrity level of people increases daily. So it's going to be cool.
On tonight, the primal level of the questioning, once players and coaches become available, it really is a bit of a cattle call. You'll hear people yelling things in Spanish occasionally, and the coach is like, can somebody, But it's wild. And you do wind up getting coaches and players to say things that maybe they shouldn't necessarily as far as future plans are concerned, maybe even some bulletin board material. What are you looking forward to tonight? I mean, especially out of KC. Who's going to say something stupid?
They have a lot of stupidity on that team, I feel like, so chances are high. I guess I'm curious to see what Kellen Moore has to say about the New Orleans job. I wonder how much he tiptoes around that.
I hope he says nothing.
Yeah, he's pretty good at dodging stuff.
Do you want it? You got to be like Vic and just be like, I'm happy here.
Yeah.
How much money do you need? Do you really want to double your money to go to a crap job? I'd rather have $4 million a year and stay right here and win 5 more Super Bowls than go and win twice as much and lose. No, but you can't take over the Saints because there's actually news out today that I'm not going to get into that's real ugly, but it has everything to do with the front office.
Yeah.
And do you want to be the head coach with a front office that's in turmoil?
Yeah, I guess the problem is, there's only 32 of those teams, so guys view it as a potential once-in-a-lifetime thing. But you're right. I mean, the Saints organization stinks from the top down right now. So, do you want those people to be your bosses? I guess everybody's different, right?
The short answer for me is no, even though I can't coach.
But you raise an interesting point, and I'm curious, doing it with the interviews, you've done it with radio, you're doing it with PHLY. Now, are there lines that you don't ask? Because all of us, I don't remember who we were talking to earlier, that was, Kyle Pagan from Crossing Broad was talking about how they like to go as far as possible, but at the end of the day, you still need your Super Bowl credential.
Sure, yeah.
So you don't want to cross that line. Like, how far do you go when you're asking somebody about something that's out there? No, but do I want to be the one?
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
You don't want to get that credential revoked.
Not on Monday.
Yeah, it's kind of a touchy, gross story, and I'm sure people aren't going to press him too hard tonight.
My experience is that it's already out, So
Yeah.
why do you need to ask? I mean,
Yeah.
all anybody's got to do is watch New Orleans news, and it's pretty clear.
So what fun are you looking from tonight? What do you want to get? What are the specific, other than Kellen Moore? The young guys, I'm curious as kind of how they're soaking this
I
all
got
in.
Zach Bond questions because his name's not on any jerseys at the stores or
Oh,
whatever.
no.
Well, no, but he's the potentially defensive player of the year, but he's also up.
Yeah.
His contract's also up. He won't be with us next year because he's going to command $25 million a year.
Don't put that out in the universe.
They have to pay that, man, especially with N'Kobe Dean's health. It's like, I know it's tough and they don't believe in paying linebackers and so on, but I mean, what a difference maker he was this year. Like, to lose that, to start over.
How many tackles over the 100?
Over 150, yeah. He was the first. There's a stat. He was the first player in like 20-plus years to have over 150 tackles, 5 forced fumbles, and like 3 or 4 fumble recoveries. He had a remarkable year.
You got to pay him.
He's also a product of a great defense.
Sure.
It's hard to be the only good defensive player on a team, but if you're one of like 9 great players on your defensive squad, it's easy to do your job.
Sure. And, there's probably a little bit of equity with Vic Fangio there since Vic took that shot on him and gave him this opportunity. Not to say hometown discount, but maybe, maybe it helps.
He wants to discount.
That would be
but
nice.
I was actually, I was going to ask that because you feel like guys like, now, Zach Bond's going to get so much more than the minimum that you can't expect him to take too much of a discount.
Yeah.
But do guys like Bond,
Mekhi
Becton, like guys who were not getting that opportunity and certainly weren't successful, do they, in your experience, kind of say, you got to pay me, but you gave me a chance a little bit?
Mekhi Becton's going to be an interesting one because he was kind of a cast-off, bust and all that, and Stoutland University, he's another great product of it. So I would imagine it helps in that regard. Do you want to go somewhere else where you could cash grab an extra $1.5 million? Easy for me to say. I'm not the one getting the money.
Right.
Or just stay in a successful situation.
Going to Super Bowls and being loved.
And that was a guy that was crying when they won the division. He kind of, I think, realizes the magnitude of how special and perfect this was for him. So you would think human nature would lend to, possibly taking a little bit of a discount.
What's next for PHLY? What should we be following? What information do we have other than just following you the whole week during Super Bowl?
Just follow us on social accounts. We're going to be pumping out content, PHLY YouTube page. We'll be putting up VODs and shorts and all sorts of stuff. So it's PHLY_sports on Twitter and Instagram and all that. We have individual team accounts. Our Sixers guys back home are reacting to the wildness of the NBA. Hockey's humming, baseball's around the corner. So it's a great time of the year for sports, and we got you covered all over the place.
It's a good time to be doing that. We came over and did the show with Ant.
Yeah.
You guys got like a clubhouse over there, man.
It's like the best office in town.
Shoot baskets in the office. We walked in here like, paid to work?
There's beers in the fridge. It's great.
It's a great
We have a graphic.
We got a monitor.
We have a purple football.
Nice. Yeah, there you go.
We got a purple football.
Yeah.
Blowing up.
That's good.
Why are you hating on my monitor? We're going to take a break. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
Thanks
of course.
so much
Thanks for
coming
having me
in.
on, guys.
Going to
Thank
take
you,
a break.
Go Birds.
It's Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube, the very high-tech and colorful Super Stream 59 for 5.5 hours every day during this week. You're going to get all the information, talking to great folks. There's no reason for you to be anywhere else. And I'm going to learn how to make the sound effects come out of this thing. So stay.
Now, from the convention center in New Orleans, Louisiana, this is Super Stream 59 on Fox Local.
You're going to lose your privileges.
Why?
He's just playing with his toys, Tom.
I know.
That was cool.
That was radical. What else you got over there on the old board?
I don't know.
On your new board, your
I
Pro
only
FX.
see- Can we make Hank do it too?
Well,
Let's see.
Wind
Here,
it
you
up.
go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the New Orleans Convention Center for Super Bowl Media Eternity. How's that? That's good.
You want to do one?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Come
Yeah,
on,
I'm
Tom.
all
Take
good.
a swing, man.
Now
I'm not-
I figured
I
it
can't-
out,
you can't
man.
follow Hank.
We got it. Right. Hey.
It's not happening.
Okay. What's your name again?
I'm the other guy here.
All right.
I can see 10 minutes going away real easy with you on them switches. Man.
Dude, I just only learned how to do echo. Like, there's got to be other things that we can do.
Don't
there.
unlearn it because that is pure magic, my friend.
Yeah. Well, this is just day one. We're just figuring this out. So, obviously, Hank Flynn, we jumped in and just kind of started co-hosting and talking to different people. But what we didn't do was talk about your day. So let's play true or false.
All right.
Jarek and Alex started off this morning saying that you showed up in the same clothes you were partying in last night. True or false?
True.
All right, that's all I got.
Now,
appreciate you.
to follow through on the true, I did not sleep at the corner of Conti and Bourbon Street last night, covered
you
in
didn't sleep.
vomit and whiskey. No, I probably got about 4 hours. I didn't sleep great, and it wasn't the hotel's fault or the bed's
didn't
fault or
sleep
anything.
well.
It was just a little bit. It's the flight, and it's slight time change
Adjustment
and everything.
the hours are off.
Plus, I'm a delicate senior at this point. You know, well, anyway, but
He's a delicate senior.
no, look. Here's the thing.
It's a good outfit.
We have an audience, you know, and like I'm waiting until later in the week to bust out my black Jalen Carter Super Bowl jersey. You
That's
know,
a solid
purchase.
purchase.
But you're born and raised. I mean, you've got probably a half dozen Eagles
I
jerseys.
don't. So I had to. I dusted off my
But that's
Jerome
a
Brown.
good one, man. That's a really
my
good
throwback brown. I was going through my closet. I have the one that I wear on TV because it was like when they got rid of DeMarco Murray. Remember him?
Yeah.
So they got rid of DeMarco Murray, and he wore number 29. And so at that moment, all of the jerseys that were like $110 each, when they got rid of DeMarco Murray, they were on clearance sale for $12. So I bought like 5 of them. And then I found
Sell them
this-
before the word gets out.
So I found this spot online that actually makes the name patches.
Okay.
So for $7, I ordered a bunch of @BillA-Fox29 tags. And so I have white, black, green, number 29 jerseys that have my social media tag on the back. That was a total of $19. So I have those. Then, as I was going through stuff to bring
That's
down
not all.
here- no, there's more.
It's like a QVC show, but that's not all.
But wait,
There's
more. I have a Terrell Owens Eagles jersey that I did not bring because I wasn't sure how that.
I have a TO at home.
That's a good one.
I
And
left
tell anybody that doesn't like it, they can smooch.
And I have a Mike Vick.
Nice.
Number
Dude, that will
7
never get old. I was at the
jersey.
UN the day that you would know it better. What was 6 minutes left, and they were down 24 points or something. It
Oh,
was down to the New York Giants.
Giants. That was
and it
in-
was not a playoff game, but it was the end of the season. I was working at the UN, and the guys working in the camera at the UN got it up on the monitors, and I saw every play that Vic made. It was either a 40-yard run,
And then that
a
was-
60-yard bomb, a score, and we're like, we're okay. We still got 17. And then again,
And
like
then that was the Deshaun return finished it out.
I think so. Yeah, but Vic was insane. Like his fourth quarter would smoke like any other quarterback's entire game. It was insane.
I want to know how many people watching had Hank working at the UN on their bingo card when we were sitting there having the conversation.
What's great
I
about
was working at the UN when I was watching that
it
game.
was literally the Syrian Revolution cross-referenced with Giants versus Eagles. Make your head sick, you know.
Okay. So you did, in fact, sleep in those clothes.
I did not. I wore them last night, went to bed. I changed into these clothes yesterday evening. They have not had a full day in them.
Okay.
By the way, this green polo has no other use except to go over this green Eagles shirt. If I wore this alone, I would have to wear salmon-colored slacks and white shoes with golf spikes on the bottom of them. You can't wear a shirt like this.
Get those here.
Well,
We
maybe.
have a guest here?
We have 2 coming up, so if we want to go to a break and we'll get them up here. We have Bo Wolf and Zach Berman from PHLY who cover the Eagles every day.
Nice.
All right.
Let's take a break, keeping the discussion going. Fox Local. Oh, I turned down the echo. All right. We'll just wait, here we go.
Get it up for Zach.
Right. Superstream 59. You see our high-tech graphics and everything that we've got going on here. Broadcasting live from Media Row, where we're going to be all week. We just talked to Jamie Lynch from PHLY. We've got Zach Berman, Bo Wolf. They actually do the whole Eagles thing for them. Fair assessment?
Yeah. Yeah, Jamie does
definitely.
it too, but
yeah, definitely, yes.
But you guys
the whole Eagles
you guys
thing
like
is
have the title.
Yeah, the story of my life is the whole Eagles thing, right? Like that's how I would describe my existence.
So, what is it? Official Eagles correspondent, Eagles host.
Yeah, Eagles host. Yeah, we're co-hosts of the show, and we both cover the team as well. So we're at the facility every day.
Senior host. That's what I'm going with. Yeah.
Oh, senior host. Okay.
Well, senior executive
yeah,
host.
well, yeah.
I'm actually older than he is, so
I feel like senior executive host is a title, not necessarily an age.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, this is about quality of work. Yeah.
Wow.
How come we're not going Superstream licks?
Because they probably figured that the people watching wouldn't be able to figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, it's all about.
I'm not a Roman numerals guy anyway, so I like 59. Give me the numbers.
I like licks. It's evocative.
It's a whole.
He's a licks guy. That's for sure.
You guys got swag and everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can go to our store, phy.com.
Oh, yeah. Look at him working in a plug.
The hustle is real.
Yes.
All right, so you guys covering the team. You're doing all. What's this like? Like, you've done these before.
Yeah.
Is this taking it up to another level? Is this old hat for you guys? What's this feel like?
Yeah, so I'll jump in first here. So this is my 8th Super Bowl covering, but the third one that the Eagles are in it, and it's two totally different assignments when the Eagles are in it and when the Eagles are not in it. And what I mean by that is when the Eagles are in it, you're actually covering a team, covering a game. When the Eagles are not in it, you're covering an event, right? And so you wouldn't if this was the Commanders versus the Chiefs this weekend, you wouldn't really get into the matchup. You wouldn't really get into some of the stories that are football specific, but like. Here, you have to cover the team that's in it. People want to know, and the other thing too is like these stories aren't new to us. Like if I was covering the Commanders, all these stories is the first time my audience has probably heard them. Now, like if I'm writing an Eagles story or we're talking about an Eagles story on the show, it has to go way beyond the surface. So it's a different beast, but I welcome it, and like from a competition perspective, I'm like, bring it on. Everyone's here. You want to do the best work possible.
Do you enjoy that more? Because that sounds more like.
Oh yeah.
He enjoys it more. Yeah, for
that's
sure.
Work.
Yeah.
That's what they pay me for, right?
That's work. Like we get to come here and describe all of this and eat wings on bounty. Like you're actually having to follow the depth of story.
Yeah, that's his dream.
That's what I signed up for.
What he's here for.
Yeah, that's
he's a worker bee. When give him some work to do, he's a happy man.
Okay, so what's your take on all this? The fun side of it, the worker bee side of it?
No, I think it is a lot of fun, and it's also like if you cover a team, we don't root for the team or root against the team, but what do you do it for if not to cover the big stories, right? And this is the biggest story, and so to be here on the ground and to be able to cover both the sort of the silliness and the like seriousness of the game itself, that's what it's all about.
Is it hard? I think with lifetime Philadelphian. I think that Philadelphia, especially PHLY, and you're doing Philadelphia media, they expect a level of loyalty to the team. They expect that commitment to the team. But you guys are journalists, too.
Yeah.
Is that ever a tough balancing act that people expect the rah-rah go birds versus the, and you guys aren't going to like this, but I got to tell you.
I think they respect truth. Right, and this is a bit of a misnomer and a misconception of our jobs, right? This happens all the time when you're just like talking to friends, and they're like, yeah, but like you're rooting for the team, right? No, like it affects our jobs, If the team is going to the Super Bowl, people are going to be more excited. But also, if the team is having a historic collapse at the end of the season, people are interested in that too, right? So you just don't want to be boring, and that's one of the good things we can say about the Eagles is they're never boring.
Yeah, well said. And I think there's an expectation from this fan base. It's a smarter fan base, right? And they can see through the fluff. They can see through. They want authenticity. Now, authenticity looks different for every person, right? And the way person X might perceive something with the team is different than person Y. But they don't want Pollyanna coverage. They don't want you just saying something because it's gonna I think Philly has a certain aggressiveness to it, and to cover sports here, I think you need to be on board with that.
Other than Hugh Douglas, every person that we've talked to who has some level of objectivity is saying they're going Chiefs.
Oh, interesting.
I disagree.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll jump in
first. How do you guys
first.
see this playing out?
I think the Eagles are the better football team, and I think they're better on both lines of scrimmage, which is kind of how I really try to look at it. Now, the Chiefs have the better quarterback. Chiefs have the best quarterback who's ever played from my perspective, right? And that can alter a game. But I vividly remember being in Minnesota, before the Eagles-Patriots Super Bowl, and the whole week I was like, it's Tom Brady. It's Tom Brady. Like, they're not going to beat Tom Brady. This is what Tom Brady always wins. And then we got near the game, and I'm like, well, the Eagles are better. They're better on both lines of scrimmage. I thought they were the better football team. And I think the Eagles are better than the Chiefs. But Patrick Mahomes would scare the crap out of me.
Yeah, and he should. I'm not ready to go on the record with a final pick yet, but I'm leaning the Eagles. And I think it's because it doesn't work like this. You can't just compare a game 2 years ago to a game, now. But you think about how close that game was 2 years ago, and this Eagles team is better than that Eagles team. Now, maybe you can't rely on Jalen playing quite as good of a game as he played then. That was probably the best game that he's ever played. But the offense is better because of Saquon Barkley, right? You can count on, I think the Eagles are going to try to run the ball down the Chiefs' throat in this game. And then on defense, they are much better prepared to handle Patrick Mahomes, both because of a guy like Jalen Carter and because the secondary is probably a little bit better. They're certainly a better tackling team.
and also because of Vic Fangio. And I think you can rely on he's going to put something together to not just stop the Chiefs necessarily, but to mute them a little bit.
It's interesting because I think it falls into that category of Philadelphia sport fans, diehard. We feel like we can't have nice things consistently. And you sit back and look at this team, and I agree with you. If you look at this team and forget for a second, it's impossible to do it, but the legend of Patrick Mahomes and this guy doesn't lose, you really do look at the Eagles and see the better football team. And it's almost like we don't believe and haven't throughout the season. Like, you're going to fire Sirianni early on. We don't believe they're supposed to be this good. So it's almost like we're still looking for the reason why the Chiefs are the better team.
And I think you went through it 2 years ago where the Eagles were probably the better team then too, but they didn't have Patrick Mahomes. And sometimes that is all that matters, is the quarterback outweighs everything else.
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't know. We'll see.
You're going Eagles. You're not sure yet.
Yeah, we'll see. I like to wait.
What can we look forward to seeing from you guys throughout the week, following shows? What kind of things are coming up?
I appreciate you asking. Yeah, we're doing 2 shows. I'll let you take over there, and then I'll add to it. But
well, we've got two shows a day on YouTube or allphly.com. Lots of guests, lots of good people down here, and then you can talk about the written coverage as well.
Yeah. So in addition to our shows, we part of what we pride ourselves on at PHLY is like we do everything, right? So listening, watching, and reading. And so our written coverage, too, on allphly.com, we'll have multiple stories behind the scenes of the team, some exclusive stories, some stories you can't find anywhere else, and then some of like the big characters involved in this game, whether it's Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni. We'll take like smart, nuanced looks at them, and we have a full staff of people here for the shows, for the audio, for the writing, for the written coverage. So everything you need for the Eagles, you can find on allphly.com.
It's got to feel kind of cool seeing the growth of all the streaming platforms and everything. You guys have covered this. I'm fairly new to this. But to sit back and see all of this, you're like, huh. This is big. It's not Radio Row anymore.
Well said. This used to be Radio Row, and it's not just your local radio stations as we can see, and just like the evolution of the job. I started covering the team for the Inquirer. Okay, then the place I went to after the Inquirer didn't exist when I started at the Inquirer. The place I work at now didn't exist when I started at the Athletic before this. So like the business constantly changes, but I think what endures, if I can be like a little like big picture here,
idealistic,
is good coverage of the team. Like if you're providing a service to the fan base, to the readers, the listeners, the viewers. If you provide good, honest, creative coverage of the team, people are going to follow you.
And you can get swag at phly.com.
Right.
Sounds good, gentlemen. I appreciate
Thank you so much.
time. We'll see you throughout the week.
Appreciate
we'll be here.
Sounds
Absolutely.
Good. All right, we're going to take a break, keep the conversation going. We are going. Tom, who are we talking to? He's going to break it down for us. The former GM of the Falcons is going to tell us why Howie is either doing great things, why he should be respected, how we're blowing up. We're going to come by and see these guys doing great work on PHLY. Make sure you check them out. And it's time. here. Superstream 59 is what we are doing here from the convention center here in New Orleans. And we're just kind of giving you a look of all the things that are taking place, various guests making their way in, and some of the groups that just continue to get set up. It is an interesting reminder that it's just Monday. And so with it just being Monday, you can see the folks who are kind of going through, getting everything set up from all over the place. We wandered around, met some of the different podcast hosts, some of the different radio and TV. We see over here the NFL alumni has things that they are working on and will be doing. Hey, what's up, man? How are you? You can see all the different groups, podcasts, everybody just kind of getting set up. And it goes on for as far, obviously, as you can see. I'm a little bit limited by how far I can go with microphones, but just kind of walking you through the process. All of these tables, this one just happens to be 99. I have no idea what's going to be at table 99. But all of these tables making their way around are all set up for various organizations to come out and do their shows. You got Ike Reese walking around taking pictures and stuff. Doing breaks during your own show, man?
Listen, I had to get a picture of the Super Bowl banners. So it's 5 of them. So I made the mistake of tweeting out the 4 losses. Completely forgot about 52. How did I do that?
Can't do that.
So I had to come back and get it so I can retweet it out for everybody.
Commercial break?
Yes.
When you come talk to us at some point. I know you're doing a show.
Yeah.
But we're going to be here for the next several days.
Got me.
So stop through.
No doubt.
My dude, appreciate you. Yes, sir. So, and that is a lot of what goes on around here. He was taking pictures of the banners, right? So if you follow him, that's Ike Reese, obviously, 610 WIP, or 94 WIP. I'll show you how old I am, going back to the AM days. But you can see all of the various banners that are set up. And what he was explaining was people got upset with him because he was tweeting out pictures of the banners and did not tweet out banners including the Eagles and Eagles victories. So if you make your way around, Coach O is still getting their setup going as I'm taking another walk. You can see they're going to have cool things going on throughout the week. Make sure you check them out. I'm going as far as you guys can see as we continue to zoom. Solomon Wilcott's making his way around still. He still picked the Chiefs. We still appreciate you. It's all good. And you can see, guys, this now coming up, so it's going to stop our ability to go much further. But you see all the way back, different sponsors, things are going on, all the different organizations back here. There is not just media. It's not just media, but there are some of the nonprofits. Things are here getting set up. Over here, you've got let's see if we can swing by. I'm just walking by things that he can't see anymore. So the quick move through, as you can see everything as we walk through. Here's where they got the wings set up before that they brought over to us, and some of the sponsors. As I came over a little bit further and see. So what's going on back through here is it looks like a football accuracy competition that they are doing through here. And again, as the day goes on, there's some of the newspapers. This setup right here is a very cool setup. It just happens to be the Chiefs, so Philadelphia fans, not huge fans of it. But just in the time that we've been here throughout the day, you can see all of the different people who are getting things set up. People have their full spots to come and do their shows. This looks like the Kansas City Chiefs teams. Over here, a whole setup, different sports. Right around this corner, and I'm not going to walk too far because the further you go, there's different walls and things that are blocking it. But WIP and Ike Reese, who we were just talking to, is over in that direction. Yeah, I'm trying to see. So they actually look like the Odyssey brand has several different outlets that are here doing their thing. So I see Ike Reese and them over at 94, but there are several of them that are all under that umbrella that are all broadcasting different locations, different areas. So that's just kind of a taste of what's going on. There are folks over here working with the Empower campaign that they're going to join us, and Laura Oakman will talk to us later this week. She actually is a reporter with Fox Sports. with Westwood One, does some of the reporting covering NFL, but they have a whole organization that's about empowerment and working together and opportunities for women in sports and others. So she's going to spend some time with us later on this week, and just seeing everything as all of the national outlets are set up. It's a lot, guys. Like, there are so many things that are going on here as we are showing you the whole behind the scenes at the Super Bowl. And as we approach I'm fixing our high-tech monitor. Ran into an issue, and I'm trying to fix that while talking and getting everything set up. So when we come back, our super graphic is back up and ready to go. But just doing that quick kind of walkthrough to show you some of the things that are taking place, that's what this was about. You just talked to Laura Oakman.
Yeah, Laura is actually, she's working for Westwood One. She's going over to do player interviews now for the game, but she's also here working with a group called Galvanize, which is to get women more into sports. So she's working with the whole team over there, helping them, put together questions and interviews, and she's kind of coaching a group of women over there. So she's going to she'll swing by sometime tomorrow. She said she'll definitely make time for us tomorrow, but she was running out right now.
So the women over there are working, and she'll explain it, I guess, better tomorrow. But it looks like it's a bunch of women who are actually working in the industry and kind of owning their skills here at the Super Bowl. That's a pretty cool opportunity.
Absolutely. I mean, if you all the way down the other end, Syracuse University has a table where they have like 7 or 8 students, what kind of an awesome opportunity is that? And I saw some other colleges on the list as well. There's some HBCUs here. But like Syracuse had a whole team of kids come in, and they're getting to experience this and be part of it and do the same thing everybody else is doing.
So it is, and I wonder. Like, universities and things have the budgets to do that, but it's not inexpensive for people to come here and set up. So I think that it's pretty cool. The folks who will come here, universities, some of the nonprofits, some of the podcasts and these organizations to find sponsors and be able to provide these types of opportunities for people as they get here and get set up here at Media Row. It would be a really great experience for young people to get this early in their career.
Absolutely, and you get to see really. I mean, it's obviously, like you said, it's a lot of fun. It's a great opportunity, but there's a lot that goes into it, and there's a lot of variables. And there's a lot of setup. I mean, give our Dave Eitzen a shout out again. I mean, there's a lot that puts something like this on with a couple people, and and there's a whole process. It's not just the folks you see doing it.
It's also, what's interesting is not that long ago we were commenting on the Ross Tucker show, and we may speak with him. I know that Breland spoke with him earlier, and so you'll hear from Ross Tucker on Fantastic Sports Show and the Fox 29 News. But just showing you the level of resources and high technology that's going on here, that set right behind us before was the Ross Tucker show and all lit up and banners, and now it has transitioned into the next show with sponsors on top of it and like full movie theater type monitors and things set up. And again, this is not like DraftKings a couple years ago when you're talking about somebody who would have had a large presence at Media Row. It's not what you would have expected.
Well, no, it's also the flip, because for years, while gambling and fantasy and all was big, the NFL never really embraced it because it was like, keep it at arm's length. But once they went in, now you walk around here, it's FanDuel and DraftKings and every bookie and everything else and our odds maker there walking around, and it's all part of it. And it's a fine line, and it's also where the money is, to be quite honest with you. So that's where it goes.
It really is fascinating, though, when you say that, because the same organizations that the NFL was trying to keep at arm's length, now over there it says the official partner, of Super Bowl 59 are these betting sites.
Yeah, and because that's where the money is and that's where it goes. We should mention it's 4:00 at home, so that means all your loyal Behind the News viewers, they're tuning in. This is Behind Radio Row. It's a different version this week. So Bill's still here, which is a different look. I apologize for me being here, but that's what we're doing.
It's all good. It's the whole Behind the News. That has been a thing. So at 4:00, I'm sorry, I just saw the look on somebody's face behind the camera that was like,
keep it moving. Just keep going.
Keep the conversation going. So you're used to us generally coming on now for Behind the News. And what Behind the News is showing you what it takes for us to get on the air at Fox 29. It's interviewing our various reporters and all of the folks who are spread out throughout the area. This week, 4 to 5 Behind the News takes on a little bit of a different look because we're behind the scenes at Super Bowl 59. So today was and is, for another little less than an hour, our first look at what goes on here on Radio Row, previously called Radio Row, now expanded to Media Row, because there's so many things going on. And so you have gotten, and I wonder if back at the station there's a way to kind of do a time lapse of what was going on behind us. As you could see from when we first started, it was us and our monitor and me standing here to start the show, and a lot of open space kind of going back as the tables were coming in and getting set up. Now, 4 hours later,
4.5.
4.5 hours later, you can see people are set up, ready to go. You can see more and more folks are going to be coming in throughout the week. And I would imagine tomorrow, as we have a whole battery of guests lined up to come on with us again tomorrow, you'll continue to see more and more folks walking through. And you've seen them coming through and offering up different guests. Some rather bizarre is probably too strong, but completely unrelated to Super Bowl type guests. It's unusual that they're there.
If you're trying to get the word out about anything, what bigger event, in at least American sports, than here? I mean, obviously the World Cup or whatever is what it is, but, this is it, and every media outlet is represented in some way. Radio stations, there's radio stations from cities that have nothing to do with Philly or Kansas City here. Some of them are small, some are big. I mean, there's a way to get your message out, and you're hitting podcasts, you're hitting the PHLYs that do everything, you're hitting, Fox 29. We have the team doing everything on Fox 29, and we have us here doing everything on Fox Local and YouTube.
It's brilliant when you think about it. Like, I have no idea the resources required to come in and do all of this from a PR and marketing standpoint, but it's brilliant when you think about it. And the people who are wandering around just trying to get bookings, and exposure for their various clients, like, it would be an absolute essential if you're a PR and marketing company with something to push to get in this building, and walk around and talk to people, which is another reason why I would imagine the security is so tight. Like, you can't just show up with your agenda.
Yeah, as we found out today, it's not the easiest thing to get people in here, but we're making do.
So what happened? There was a confusion with one of the guests.
It was just a mix-up on the day. Just a little backstory. If you're not already credentialed, like a lot of these folks are that we've talked to, we just have to get them a day pass. There's just a mix-up on the day, but the guest was nice enough. He'll be back tomorrow. So it's not the end of the world, but we kind of knew that was going to be a dicey thing, because it's in the past years, you would just basically give a list to the front door and say, hey, these folks are coming in today. But it's beyond that now. Like, there's a whole process. We have to give a lot of information, pictures, all that other stuff, and for good reason. I mean, obviously, we don't have to explain why, but there's a lot of security, and they're doing their jobs.
It was when we came over last night and got everything, like yesterday afternoon, and got everything set up. That level of security, and people kind of looking around, and you're seeing everybody set up, but above and beyond, like, the kind of cool that you see of all this, keep in mind that you're also looking at millions of dollars of equipment that is spread out through here and set up, and people's cameras and soundboards and high-tech monitors and things that echo and all of these things. And they're all pretty much left here as people are set up throughout the week, because it is a very welcoming and well-lit and friendly fortress that has been established here.
Yeah, and it's not just, it's obviously all the great people here in New Orleans, but it's also, I saw a thing today where there's hundreds of dogs, sniffing dogs going around from all across the country. They were interviewing a gentleman who came in from Las Vegas because he went through it last year, and they brought him back, and he was saying everyone's different. Like, the Superdome is a lot bigger than where the stadium in Vegas is. So, there's people from around the country here to be part of it, and you could see it because everywhere you go, there's that level of security.
So the guys I was talking to earlier, when I took a walk over there, and they said that tomorrow, I guess, on their show, they're interviewing Cam Newton and a couple of other people on their show. On Two Mics and a Bill this past week, we pointed out that Cam Newton had a run-in with Jason Whitlock, the sports commentator. Yeah. And in the midst of that run-in, he said to him, keep that same energy the next time I see you. I'm expecting it will be at the Super Bowl. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't know if Whitlock's –
Well, no, Whitlock's set up right over there. His setup is not far from – it's on that end over there. He's supposed to be here.
So it's outside of our scope of view.
I think it's outside of our scope of view. Breland was pointing out a few folks that were down there to me.
So Whitlock's supposed to be over there. I know that Cam Newton is doing an interview right here. So we're going to be sitting there. We're going to turn up the reverb, and in this corner, go ahead and do that. We might be right in the middle of Super Bowl settling it. He said, point blank, keep that same energy. You want to act like the tough guy. So we'll see.
Well, that's one of these,
behind the scenes.
This is one of those things where you got a lot. Listen, sports in a lot of ways has become all hot takes, right? So everybody's got to go extreme one way or the other. They got to get their bite for TikTok or whatever. This is one of those times where all those folks who are speaking a lot of stuff are going to be in the same room. And you see if you still have those same opinions when the person's next to you.
And that is another thing about this that you don't necessarily think about. So one of the things, and we walk around, and a lot of the a lot of the announcers, the sports commentators these days are former athletes. So there's a very interesting dynamic between the hot take experts on social media who talk all of this junk about the athlete and then sit there and to be standing, eye to chest with the guy who you just said all these things about them or their family or whatever. That's going to be interesting. Cam comes rolling in his wild hat and the puffy neck collar and everything else.
Cam is a hat guy. He's got some
it's his company, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Just circling back real quick, earlier in the show or before the show even started, we put out that Twitter poll about how people are feeling. It's Monday, and actually people are feeling better than they were. It seems like some of the conversations maybe.
Really?
It's up to 71%. People feeling great. Go Birds. 22% are still a little scared of the Chiefs, and it's down to 7%. So we have more people making decisions. There early on, the too early crowd was like 11%. That's down to 7%.
I feel like we talk ourselves into this because I believe, and all the people that we've talked to throughout the day, like I sincerely believe that the Eagles are the better team. It's just a matter of talking yourself into believing that you can beat Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. And it sounds like before we get deeper into all of the analysts and things like that early in the week, then people are willing to do that.
I do. I mean, I know you mentioned it with Bo and Zach, but it is interesting to me that in between guys that we've had on have all kind of leaned the one way. The odds people, the folks like that, which doesn't mean anything, but I'm sure a lot of those same folks were picking the Patriots back in a few years ago when Nick Foles was starting. But that's just how it rolls. Now I know Zach and Bo had a little bit of a different feel, and they're around the team every day. I mean, I think that's the one thing. I'm not sure if everybody around the country realizes how deep this roster is.
Well, and Zach specifically is every time he's on Ant's show, Anthony Gargano's show that you see on Fox Local every day at 1 o'clock. Is Ant's actually here? Is he here?
No, Ant's not here. His crew's here, and Ant will be on, since we're on right now at 1 this week, he'll be on at, I believe, 7 o'clock. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but we're still going to have Ant all week talking Eagles.
Okay, so he's not here.
He's not here. He sent his Eagles crew here.
Huh. Okay. But anyway, Zach Berman, when he's on Ant's show, is always the kind of objective analyst. Like, he's not the rah-rah fan guy.
No.
So for him to come out there and point blank say, I'm all in for the Eagles. Like, I believe the Eagles are the better team, and they're the ones who are the team to beat. That's meaningful.
Yeah, for sure. Now I think this place is going to start, in the next few minutes. We'll start clearing out a little bit because, as we've mentioned a few times tonight, tonight's media night. So everybody's going to get and head over to the Superdome to do that whole thing. And it'll be interesting to see how this week goes. I mean, even like talking to Jamie Lynch, they experience the same thing. It goes in waves.
So what is, for people who aren't familiar, so media night starts, I guess, 6-ish?
It's like 6. The times I'm all messed up. But basically, it used to just be the teams, and they'll pick a certain amount of players, the big names, to be up on podium. So like Saquon and Jalen and Devontae and AJ will be on podium. Same with the Chiefs. And then they'll introduce the full teams, but then all the other players will just be wandering around, and then people will be grabbing them, and that's when, like everybody said, you'll get, like Breland said earlier last time, somebody handed Josh Sweat a baby, or somebody will be dressed up in some costume asking weird questions, and so it's kind of that. It's also famously where Marshawn Lynch said, "I'm only here not to get fined, because it's a required event for these guys," and Marshawn famously didn't speak to the media, so he showed up and said, "Listen, you guys can ask whatever you want, but I'm going to have the same answer." And they said, "What's the answer?" He said, "I'm only here so I don't get fined." And he said that over and over and over until his 8-minute, like they start a clock and you have those players for that amount of time.
So then the wandering around thing, they separate them, right? So the Eagles go first for a certain period of time.
And then the Chiefs. And then
come in afterwards.
And then they'll also, it goes year by year, but I know back in Minnesota, they'll bring up the two quarterbacks together up on the stage and do a little, thing. They'll bring up the coaches and do a little thing. That was, I think, in Arizona, it's when they brought up the Kelsey brothers, and then their mom Donna came up with the cookies. They made it like a media thing. So it's all for the show. They make a show of it. Back in the day, they used to have it during the day, and just for the media, and you would see the clips later. Now it's a TV show. It's like, I think NFL Network or whoever else will carry it live. So it's a production, around the media availability.
That's crazy that it's advanced to the point where it's that level of an event. At this point, where we're sitting there. So the update on social media is that the overwhelming majority of people are still feeling like they're confident about the Eagles. I am seeing some of the comments that I have up on social media. Another gratuitous plug at Bill A. Fox 29. I put up a little clip earlier about some of the things that we are doing here at the Super Bowl. People are talking about they love how excited we are to share this experience with them. Go Birds. Eagles fans are going to be out of control all week. Some of the comments coming in from people. And you can follow us and get updates from all of us because not everybody, large numbers of representation from each show. Actually, there's more people who aren't here than who are here. But there are representatives from each show. So Jason and Breland and Shred and Chris O'Connell are here for news, afternoon, evening news, and the Fantastic Sports Show. Mike and Alex and Hank are here for Good Day, as well as several producers and photojournalists and what have you, and myself and Tom and Hank.
And Dave.
Well, he's one of the photojournalists that I was talking about, the 13-time Emmy-winning photo. Is it 13? How many?
What's happened to you, Dave, that you're here with us now all week?
I know, right?
Like,
what's the deal? No, next year? Next year? You hear the voice starting to go. I feel like if we do this again, knock on wood.
We're just starting this week.
The Eagles get back to the – no, we're good. Yeah. The Eagles back to the Super Bowl. We should set up a rack right here behind the high-tech monitor with the graphic with Dave's 13 Emmys.
That'll draw more attention. We might get more guests.
Set up around here.
Yeah.
And we can just keep going ahead and referencing them. Like those people who do interviews, like the pundits on the different shows who sit there and have it perfectly framed out. And they're like, I'm very happy to be on Superstream 59. Oh, is that one of my many Emmys? You can just have it there set up.
Yeah, but the problem is, though, the shot would just show them the whole time. It would never show you. But, yeah.
All right. That's good things. Emmys look good. So he won't tell us how many, which means it's an embarrassing amount. You got Emmys, too.
Yeah, couple.
Yeah. Look at this. I'm surrounded by greatness.
Not really.
Ladies and gentlemen, appreciate you spending time with us. We need to take a break. So we have one more guest coming in.
One more for sure, although he's pushed back 3 times, but that's okay. One more for sure, and then we'll see. You never know who could walk by. Like Bill was just walking around and grabbed like Reese. I mean, you never know who's walking by, who's got to get up and do something. So, yeah.
So there's another guy. When I talked about the whole concept of big guys all appearing to be NFL players.
Yeah, I don't know who it is, though.
No? So we're going to continue with that whole look. So they're going to go sit down.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? Yeah. So Dave's zooming in for that person. But that's what I was talking about earlier. Like the challenge is when you've got all of these like 6'3", 6'4", 240, 250, and it's context, right? Because context matters. So I'm about 6 feet tall. Ever since I started leaning out, I'm a little under 200 pounds. Just a little under 200 pounds, depending on what I'm wearing. But when I was standing next to Hugh Douglas or Ike Reese or some of those guys, I looked like a child who was sitting there trying to get the interview with, their big brother, sitting there going like this. Yeah. There's a bunch of those kind of folks wandering around and then trying to figure out exactly who those people are. Like, this is Jerome Brown's jersey that I've had to, double tuck.
Jerome Brown jerseys come in big. It's an attention grabber.
Yeah?
Yeah. People notice the JB jersey.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the size of this thing because I was going authentic with the Jerome Brown, bring it home for Jerome jersey. So. Is the pro shop open yet?
I don't believe it is, but I don't even know exactly where it is. This convention center is supposed to hold, obviously, where we are, the media center, media radio row, the NFL experience, which is where the fans can go through and do different things, which opens on Wednesday, and also the big NFL shop, the big one, is supposed to be in this building as well. Where, I don't know. I don't believe it's open yet, though.
I got to go see if there's a place, maybe over at the media. So the media event tonight is just open to the media. So fans can come into that?
You can buy tickets, which is fascinating to me, but you can buy tickets and sit up in the Superdome seats. And some of the stuff,
watch people being interviewed.
Some of the stuff up on the stage they'll have over the speaker, but a lot of it is just, Bill, you're going to be going around with your gear. People can't hear that or whatever. So it's like a show. So they try to fill these things, and you'll have people, and you'll get the feel of who's in there, and if who gets the bigger reaction, the Eagles or the Chiefs and stuff like that. We were in Minnesota. The Patriots definitely got the bigger reaction, partially because they were popular, but also because the Eagles had just knocked out Minnesota the week before, and they
hated us.
And they were supposed that was supposed to be their Super Bowl that they were hosting, and then the Eagles knocked them out.
And that was when everybody was upset about how the Eagles fans were behaving.
Yeah, and they took over, whatever. But
right.
Yeah, they were just bitter. I still have a picture. When we showed up to Minnesota, there was one establishment that said, everyone welcome except Eagle fans. You'll get a beer thrown on you.
So, fun fact, one of their Minnesota fan types actually sent a message to one of our managers because they were upset about something that I posted on social media about Minnesota fans being critical of Eagles fans, and they've never been to Philadelphia, and they're presenting as an authority. They actually sent a message trying to get me suspended for doing that. It said I was a representative of how nasty Philadelphia fans and media are.
Yeah, well, they lost, and the skull chant became false chants, and they're not here either, so we'll move on.
All right, let's take a break. We'll be right back. It's Fox Local, Fox 29, Fox 29 YouTube. We are here at Media Row. It's chilled out a little bit in that kind of in-between time as we're bringing people in and out. They're getting everything all set up. We will be here this time every day throughout the week. All sorts of guests get set up. I think we've spoken to 8 or 10 so far today.
At least.
More to come. People wandering around. We will continue to bring you that information, giving you a behind-the-scenes look of everything that is taking place here.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Radio Row live from New Orleans. I'm Tom Loudon. Bill Anderson, as you can all understand and appreciate, we've been on for almost 5.5 hours. Had to make a little run, so he'll be right back. So we're just giving you a look around the building right now. Dave Eitzen, our great photographer here, is showing off. You see all the Odyssey sports groups over there. WIP is there with Reese. They're in the middle of their show right now. We should, in about 15 minutes, be joined by Thomas Dimitrioff, who is the former general manager of the Atlanta Falcons. He's been a busy guy today. It seems like every place is interviewing him, which is slowing up his schedule. One thing I'm curious to talk to him about is Howie Roseman's drafts. If you've seen the last 4 years, the top 3 rounds of Howie's drafts have all been hits. So, what goes into that? How impressive is that for a guy who did the job? We know Howie's had some misses in the past, but the last 4 years have been pretty good. So we're going to stay here. We're going to be live for another 35 minutes or so. We're going to take another quick break while Bill finishes up, and he'll be right back, and we'll be back with time.
Hey guys, we are back here. I'm sitting here taking care again of the high-tech monitor issues. My bad. As I ran and left the monitor here and everything set up and ready to go. So there are all kinds of things going on. Let's see if the galvanized ladies want to talk to us. Come here and talk to us. What? We're live. You can't just point to the watch and keep going when we're live?
No, we really are on a time crunch.
Wow. Talk to your girl. Talk to your girl. This was like 5 minutes. Tomorrow. All right, so they're going to come back. So you guys will come talk to us tomorrow about Galvanize. All right, so just what is Galvanize so we know what's going on? You can go. Just tell them what is Galvanize.
So Galvanize, it's super amazing. So basically, it's started by Laura Oakman.
Yeah, she's going to talk to us too.
Exactly. She started this organization for women in sports to kind of create just a space for us to have support, really dive deep and pursue this industry. And it's all stages, all ages, right? Okay. So anyone is welcome, behind the camera, in front of the camera, anything like that. We welcome all the ladies to come out here, feel like a comfortable space for them to excel and empower themselves. And yeah, it's really amazing. We have thousands of women that we're out here trying to inspire. So, yeah, galvanize.
All right, I'm not get you in trouble, but we want to hear the whole story.
Yeah,
so
you're
when you
gonna
guys,
want more time for it.
100%.
Yeah.
But we wanted to talk to them guys even briefly because we saw everything you guys were doing, and it seems like a really cool thing. So we'll talk to Laura, we'll talk to you, we'll be good.
It's magic.
All right. It's magic. All right. So that was my apologies, folks. So I saw them. We were talking about the galvanized crew a little bit earlier, and we saw them. And I don't know if Dave wants to, we can do the smooth swing around so that you can see what's going on with them. There's a lot of wires and cords and everything, but 13-time Emmy winner photojournalist, I'm sure, can figure out how to spin this around so you can show them. So part of what the cool part of all of this has been, and Tom was talking about it a little bit earlier, it is so galvanized, and you're seeing some of them right now. It is that organization that's providing these opportunities for women to work in this industry. And so their table is right next to us here on Media Row, and we've seen them kind of move around doing a lot of different things. So we've seen them moving around shooting social media. We saw them yesterday when we were here. Crews of young women were coming in and actually built their structure up and set up the cameras and the lighting, and they've been working together to, get everything established here with their booth just as we were doing ours. But they also have been moving around interviewing people. And Laura Oakman from Westwood, who's going to come on with us tomorrow, she is a reporter and a journalist, but also heads up this organization. She's been here throughout the day and was actually going to talk to us today, but it got to the point where she had to go run off and do some interviews, so she's going to talk to us tomorrow. But she has kind of been serving as that mentor for them, and you could see it. And I didn't – so part of the reason why I didn't give them too much of a hard time is because I'm not sure the various stages of their career or whether there are folks who are working, training, being mentored. And so I don't want to push somebody to go on camera and get them in trouble for doing it.
Yeah, for sure.
While they're going through training.
They've been over there all day. They've been working hard all day.
No, absolutely. And they were here, and I was explaining to people that it was before yesterday when we were here getting set up. They were here setting up. And all aspects of setting up the cameras, building the lighting. There's a set that we couldn't really see, and they were helping to build the set. In terms of how she briefly explained it, the whole training aspect of it was pretty cool, to see it, because they're doing it from soup to nuts.
Nice. When we were just back, someone approached me. Roman Gabriel, great Eagles quarterback back in the day, who passed away last year. His son's making the rounds, also Roman Gabriel, and they have a whole thing, so he'll be stopping by tomorrow. Okay. They're launching Fatheads with some legends, and and the woman's like, "Do you even know who Roman Gabriel was?" I'm like,
"Yes,
yes, I know who Roman Gabriel is."
Yes, we're rocking a throwback Jerome Brown jersey.
He's like, "I don't know much in life, but if you want to play this game, we can play this game." But yeah, so Roman's son will be.
Wow. It got a little aggressive while we were sitting there trying to schedule things. You want to play this game?
Yeah.
You want to play 6 Degrees of Roman Gabriel? We know what's going on here.
We can do that. So, that's cool. So he'll be stopping by tomorrow to talk about his dad a little bit. And, obviously he was a great player back in the day. And, what they have going on and still keeping his name alive. He's going to be Roman Sr. is going to be inducted into the Asian Hall of Fame, which is a big deal.
Okay.
Yeah,
so they're coming through tomorrow. So there's still people making their way around, kind of trying to schedule things out for tomorrow.
Yeah, so it's an interesting vibe, and it's an interesting thing that keeps, popping up, and you just don't know. Like, we're sitting here, and they're like, "Hi, excuse me." So we just, go with it.
I like it. So you were pulling up the YouTube page.
Yes.
That is our streaming page?
We have all morning since this morning. We've had a live on the Fox 29 YouTube
Look
live.
at that. That's a decent shot.
Yeah,
I just saw it. It's almost like Dave knows what he's doing. That's not bad.
Yeah, so
you
it's been
can
live all day.
See everything that's been going on in the background. Anybody make any comments?
We've got a lot of comments on there. A lot of Go Eagles. Somebody saying they didn't realize we had a YouTube page. Asking who's on Radio Row. Somebody at one point couldn't hear us. Hopefully they can now. So it's all good.
Speaker was muted. And we can ask, so now that we know that we have the questions going up there, then we can ask the question of the day and kind of post it up there also.
Yeah, for sure. I'll get somebody back at the station to do that. But yeah, so if everybody in YouTube, and this is kind of the reason we're doing this. You know, if you're at work and you put it up Fox Local on your phone, or you just put the YouTube page up in the background, or if you're at home, you do it on the connected TV or in the YouTube page, you're just kind of hanging out with us at Radio Row, and you'll see stuff as we see stuff. So, you know, if you're in the YouTube chat and you see somebody walking by behind us, let us know. I mean, we're just hanging out to see what's up.
I feel like, so I'm looking at the monitor now, I might need one of those, like, stage seats, because they can't see the Jerome Brown jersey.
No, especially when
when I'm like in relax mode and sitting back there, you can't really see it. So we're gonna have to do tomorrow. We have to be like,
we'll get you some phone books, but it might not be the best look when you're trying to go
I
get
don't
talk
need
to
to
like
be
Hugh
like
Douglas.
legs dangling, sitting on the little stool. I'm just saying that it's a little bit of a low chair, and it's an oversized jersey.
Yeah,
Surrounded by haters. So we're hoping to talk to the former general manager of the Falcons.
We're supposed to. We're supposed to for the last 3 hours, so who knows?
You don't sound terribly confident.
No, it's all good. Listen, I think we've had, so far we still got like 30 minutes left almost. We've talked to a lot of people today between,
and
Ike
it's Monday.
and Hugh and, Zach Berman and Bo Wolf and
two handicappers,
which we'll probably have more of them during the week. A couple people from Yahoo, different organizations. We found our guy
Wilcox.
Solomon Wilcox was huge. We found our guy from Passyunk Avenue who works for Fox Sports.
And our whole team. So Jason was by, Breland was by, Hank was by. We have not seen Mike and Alex. I think that we will see them, or Chris O'Connell. But in fairness, they actually are working on reports during the day for news that comes on right after we get finished here. So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for the folks who have been up since 5 a.m.
if not earlier,
to come over and spend significant time here. They said that they will stop by at some point, and there is no shortage of time.
For sure, and we'll see plenty of Hank. Hank loved it. Hank said he thinks he misses calling. He enjoys radio.
He really does.
Yeah, he likes the looseness of it.
You guys should have seen Hank during the break. So I've known Hank. Wow. It just occurred to me, this is February. So February marks my 10 years at Fox 29. So I say all that to say I've known Hank now for about 12 years. Hank and I met together at Chasing News, and we've been friends ever since and kind of carried an interesting path, followed a similar path. And so Hank, during all of the different breaks, he loves this, and he loves the free-flowing conversation. Hank, as you saw during the discussion, is a master of obscure statistics and, bizarre knowledge. He's a very well-informed and well-read guy on a lot of topics that you would just be surprised to hear them coming out of his mouth. So Hank, during breaks, was like, man, I know this is what you're doing, but I love this. Like, I'm not trying to step on toes. I don't want to. And we finally said to him, I was like, Hank, I've known you for 13 years. When it's time for you to go, like, we don't have any problem saying, like, my dude, like, don't you have something that you need to cover?
We're all good. We told Hank he's got to see you here all week whenever he wants to stop by.
Yeah, and for people who are sitting back saying that we went ahead and ushered him out the door, we didn't.
No.
Like, Hank had someplace that he had to go and is trying to figure out if he's going to meet us over at Media Night tonight.
Yep.
So the plan for us going over to Media Night is to just kind of try to grab some sound from the folks, because I'm not guessing, I know that Breland, Jason's going to be outside doing their live broadcasts on Fox 29 News from outside of the Superdome media area. But we're just going in trying to get some more sound.
Absolutely. And then Mike and Alex are going to be over there, so they'll have a bunch of stuff, with their own special spin that you'll see on Good Day. And we do have the ability here through this
high tech,
so we can roll some sound, tomorrow. So we'll try to get some stuff lined up. We'll see who's there. Just kind of get a feel for it. But we do, looking ahead to tomorrow right now. So we'll be on at 11:30 again tomorrow. We have, we talked about the country singer we have coming on. We have this, I just mentioned Roman Gabriel's son. We have DJ Dozier, former NFL player. A couple folks from a 107.3 ESPN down here in Lafayette, Louisiana, to get the perspective from down here. They're here doing their show. and a bunch of other folks as well, including some other folks from Yahoo, and that's in addition to anybody else we just grab as they're going along. Oh, and we also have, I almost buried the lead, Jim Murphy. If you know the name, sound familiar? He is the author of Inner Excellence. Will be stopping by tomorrow.
Stop it.
Yeah, he's coming in.
See, I didn't even know this, so I'm sitting here getting surprised.
Yeah, so he's coming in at 3 or 4 o'clock. Yeah, 4 o'clock at home tomorrow. But he's swinging by. He's gonna come in the Radio Row and hang out with us.
100% sure that 3 months ago he had zero plans to be at the Super Bowl.
Well, and that's also, it'll be fun to watch if you're watching with us. Obviously the interview, we're looking forward to it, looking forward to talking to him. But that's one of those things where people around us will be like, who are they talking to? And they see the book. That'll be a guy.
Keep holding up the book.
He'll be getting grabbed by everybody because everybody wants to, that became such a big story, and he's become part of the Eagles story this year. So, yeah, he's coming in and he'll be with us at 4 o'clock tomorrow. So at the beginning of the Behind the News time slot tomorrow, we'll have Jim Murphy sitting here.
Nice. And one of our guests from today who had to be rescheduled, who's a movie producer who put together a pretty cool film that kind of explores the changing dynamic of college sports, of college football, that transition into the NFL, and this name, image, likeness thing that is making a lot of these guys, like, how is it changing the game? Yeah. A lot of these guys are coming out of school millionaires.
Well, yeah. I mean, the quarterback Carson Beck from Georgia, who just transferred to Miami, the report says he's getting paid $3 million to play for Miami. So why would?
And is he even that good?
He's good, but he's not. Wasn't going to be a top 5 pick, I don't believe. So he's going to make more by staying in college, and for a year. He's also dating one of the Cavender twins, but that's behind the point. But
for social media,
yeah, for social media, they'll make a ton of money on that as well. But these guys are getting paid. It's across all sports. The whole topic's fascinating about how that's working and eligibility. And Ohio State won the title this year. They had the most expensive payroll. Apparently, their payroll was like $20 million for that team. So Oh, by the way, speaking of which, did you see? Ohio State's offensive coordinator was this year? Chip Kelly. Chip just took the job as the new offensive coordinator of the Las Vegas Raiders. He's back in the league.
Oh, God. So the Raiders next year are going to have 5 plays.
Well, Pete Carroll's their head coach. They just hired.
Okay.
And
so
they
just
hired Chip.
4th and 1.
Yeah, so Chip's back in the league.
Wow. Some people, this just shows you the kind of fraternal, close-knit nature of a league that will allow you to just consistently fail forward.
Yeah.
It's an interesting concept. If you know the right people, you're in the right place, you're connected at the right time, you can fail forward.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a recycle thing. And that's why in a lot of ways when you think about the Eagles, people raised an eye about Nick Sirianni. He wasn't in that train, right? He hadn't had a job. I don't even think he was an offensive coordinator. But they have a history there. They did the same with Andy Reid when Joe Banner and Jeff Lurie hired Andy Reid. He was never an offensive coordinator. He was a quarterbacks coach for Brett Favre. So they have their way of doing things, which I guess is a little different than some others.
I feel so we've got a little bit of time left before we wrap up for the day. I'm starting to feel as if our
Ryan Leaf right behind you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he just walked the other way. We'll get him on the way back.
So Jason interviewed him earlier, and that was one of those guys. I've been telling people all throughout the day that there are series of people who kind of move around, and that they're either former players or something along those lines because of the fact that you kind of see people huddled around, or they're just big guys. And so Ryan Leaf, who's a bit of a cautionary tale in the NFL, but has kind of turned his life into helping other people, helping people with addiction and mental health challenges and what have you. And this was somebody who was kind of widely viewed as one of the busts, one of the biggest of all time. And then kind of turned his life around, didn't necessarily turn his career around.
Yeah, for sure. And he's had some ups and downs, like on the field and off the field, but he's spreading his word around here today, and he's made the rounds. He's been walking. I know, like you said, Jason and Breland spoke to him earlier, and I guess you'll see that at some point this week on Fox 29.
Interesting. So we have about another 10 minutes?
15.
Or so. So what's the out time on this? So this varies. Here's where Mike Greenwich.
4:59:30.
Mike Greenwich back at the station. I hope he's watching. because this is a recurring theme that I joke with him consistently about establishing exactly when the out time is on the show. Because we have this thing of sitting back going, all right, guys, thanks so much for watching. We'll see you again tomorrow. Have a good one. And you sit there and wait for the actual click out time. So we have an official.
Yeah, 4:59:30. So we got like 15 minutes, so we'll see what we've got going on.
So I want to see. It's harder now with all the different people who have gotten their things up. And you can see, as we talked about, like a lot of people got set up and then they've bounced out. They feel like this is that period of time where people are grabbing something quickly to eat or whatever and getting ready to head over for media night.
Yeah, for sure. And the one thing I mean, everybody's got their banners. And listen, we're Fox.
Ruben Frank.
Yeah, we're Fox 29, right? And we're represent Fox 29. But I want to show everything that's behind us. The people with their big things, like you could be at home in front of one of those things. Like show the room.
So, and that's an interesting point because we had that discussion I move out so Dave can see more of what's going on. But we had that discussion because we want to make it clear that we are Superstream 59 here on Fox Local, Fox 29. We have a banner and things set up so that people can identify us as they're walking through because there are several people that we have interviews scheduled with, and we want them to be aware of where we are. So a lot of the local media from here can see, oh, it's Fox 29, it's Fox Local. That's why we have, mic flags and all that kind of stuff. But I agree with you that at some point you have the background set up directly behind you, and then nobody gets to see all of the things that are taking place here. It makes you wonder, some of it is branding, but I think some of it is that people don't want you to see the other media outlets that are actually here.
Which I'm the exact opposite. I want to see everybody that's here because that's why we're doing this, to show everybody what's going on.
Well, and plus the overwhelming majority of them are just from places all across the country. So there's no downside to us sitting there and showing a competitor from across the country. It shows just how many different outlets are here. So it does seem like if you're looking back off into the distance and people have kind of followed us throughout the whole process, it seems like the transition has begun. So people will leave here. Now, some of the shows, like this room is open into the evening.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact time is, but listen, if you're at the West Coast station, your afternoon drive show is late. It's later. Same thing, and it's open up early, so it'll be this is pretty much a 24-hour room.
Yeah, and people are doing all the different shows from across. Sirius XM is back there, and they have shows going on consistently throughout the day into the evening. So a lot of activity, a lot of things going on as I'm continuing to take a look every now and then, just get up and stretch. So let's take one more break. We're heading into the home stretch for day one of 5 days of wall-to-wall coverage here at Media Row. So let's take a break. We will come back, wrap things up neatly, and pass it off to Fox Local. We are here. This would normally be Behind the News. Today it is Superstream 59 as we continue to be here live at Media Row here at the Super Bowl in New Orleans. And guys, we've been doing this for hours. We will be doing it every day. And you are kind of hitting that period of time. There's a couple of new groups that are coming and getting set up here as we move around and check it out. But you can see everyone kind of getting in, getting set up. They're all now ready to roll. It's a handful of them, actually. It's a little surprising because if you walk over, you can see things like this, the NFL Alumni Association, Huddle for Health, things like that. But there are other tables here that are still just identified by their numbers. So it's 1, 2, 3 or 4 of them that don't have anything on them yet. But the overwhelming majority of the others are set up and ready to go. You see, we already showed and talked about this one. There's a handful of others going back this way. But there's really just stations from all over the country. So if you zoom back down here, 102.5, 106.3 down here, not exactly sure where they're from. Going down in this direction, there's that Lambeau Field situation that we explained. And some of the others moving around back throughout the area. I'm trying to see, there's a cool setup there. I wish part of me wishes that we could get the camera a little bit more mobile because there are some cool setups here. So what we'll have to do is we'll take some video, but everybody kind of has their limited spaces that they are supposed to be set up in. So we're cheating the system just a little bit by getting up and moving around because we have the audio, the wireless capacity to move around and see some of the things that are going on, different folks getting set up throughout the area. So we have that capacity to move around a little bit, but the cameras are actually tethered to our location, so we can't move that far around. But we've given you a fairly decent look all throughout, all sides of it, to see this entire room. From this end to, it's a good, what do you think, Tom? It's a good length of a football field from one end to the other. So it's a good solid 100 yards plus from one end back, and then the sides. I'm making it up, so I don't know if there was any thought to the length or the distance of the setup. But it's just a buzzing, really active location with all kinds of things going on and people who have been in and out pretty much all day. There are some shows that we've seen going on behind us and around that you've seen these different kind of elaborate sets cycle people in and out throughout doing different TV shows that are set up. Some former football players and coaches, things rolling in on both TV and radio. Some of the higher end podcasts with significant resources. There is the entire look where the 94 WIP group is. They have like a cluster of their owned stations are all there working together. Just really a lot going on. And when we swing around and look at different things, there's a whole group at some point that we will show you back in the opposite direction. And Dave continues to look in on some of these TV shows and the behind the scenes. Right behind us that we were giving you a look at is the Fox Sports group, that they were there doing their thing. The Empower campaign is others. Galvanize, something that we were talking about earlier. But you just see the continued growth as the day goes on, as all of these different groups are here and getting set up. So we've had a bunch of these things set up here throughout. So we're going to spin this around real quick as we're getting ready to wrap up. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic.
What are we doing? We're doing it on the fly? We're moving around?
Right here.
Oh, my goodness.
Do it on the fly.
All
just
right.
that quick.
Okay. Yeah.
Introduce yourself to our
Hey, Thomas Dimitrov. Yeah. CEO. Yeah. I was a former CEO, now the president of Sumer Sports, data analytic football company. Used to be with the Atlanta Falcons as a general manager.
You're running things there.
Back in the day, yeah, for 13 drafts and 13 free agencies. I used to compete a great deal with Howie. He used to ask me for second rounders on everyone. That's how he did it. And I used to say, this is a back-end roster guy, but that's what makes him so good because he's so driven. We have a great relationship. He's the best. He's at the top of his game right now. 2 GMs are at the top of their game, right?
Yeah.
Howie Roseman and Brett Veach are killing it right now, so it's good.
What's that like? Give us that. This whole setup has been kind of the behind the scenes of the things that are going on. What's it like in that whole negotiation process, trying to do deals, especially with people who have a little bit of a history of doing good deals?
No, look, if you're talking about the way it is right now, there's a lot going on in the league. You're talking about doing the deals in general, right? I mean, when you're trying to work your deals and trying to make sure that you have a good value for someone and you're not getting twisted around and you know that you have the right background information to make the right deal is big. And I was saying to someone earlier, Howie Roseman has a reputation for making sure that he knows what he's doing. And I don't think his peers are worried about battling with him, meaning they get it, they know him. The young guys right now, I think, are intimidated by Howie Roseman's deal to get things done. So they're making sure that they go into these deals with him, with everything, all T's crossed and I's dotted, because he is so damn good at what he does.
So somebody who has that reputation, to make it harder to do deals with them is like make you second guess what you're willing to do if they have that reputation, or are you just confident in your ability that it can be a win-win for both?
Yeah, I think a lot of people know that the win-win is the ideal situation. It's rare. There's always going to be a winner on one side. I mean, I did the biggest trade of my lifetime, and quite honestly, at the time, one of the biggest trades was Julio Jones. When we did that deal, I mean, half the world thought my head was up in the clouds. The other thought that we knew what we were doing. Those aren't easy trades to do. I mean, Howie's done some big trades, and those big trades take a lot of thoughtfulness and a lot of big brain about it to make sure that you have all your T's crossed again, and that's important. And there's a lot of data out there now that can support a lot of the trades. That's another thing I think Howie and the good ones out there understand, that you should factor in the data that's available. You can't just go just watching video. You need to factor in everything that's available to you. And I think that's a big thing. Back to your point, there's a lot more depth in the trades nowadays and a lot more research and a lot more background before you do pull the trigger on these big moves.
It's fascinating nowadays for those of us who are fans watching it as well. You see the HBO shows and you see all of the behind the scenes. Do you think, and you're not doing that kind of pressure right now, is that more pressure because now people see that process as well as whether or not it was a success or a failure?
Yeah, I think the behind the scenes thing is fascinating. Again, now you have staffs that are much bigger than what they used to be, right? As a general manager, you're relying on a lot more people to provide the right information for you. So the hindsight thing, we can go on and on about this. The hindsight thing, the behind-the-scenes situation, the comparatives out there, right? Those are a big thing. Right now, you can look at any trade you're doing or any big move you're doing, and there's always a comparative out there, and there's data to tap into that allows you to compare the move you're going to make. We see some of these big trades that are, well, today, we saw the Cleveland situation. They asked for a trade on one of the best deep players out there. How is that going to go down? I think there's a lot to that, which we can talk about a lot, so I don't want to ramble about that.
It's all good. We actually don't have a lot of time left. Tell us what you're doing now these days, the things that we can follow along with your career.
So we are right now heading up this data football analytics company, and what it is it's called Sumer Sports, and Sumer Sports is a roster optimization company. It's not about making game time decisions, although we have an arm that is working on that. We are about subjective scouting and objective analysis. So we have over 600 years of experience right now, 5 former general managers and a whole bunch of scouts, and then we have 45 data scientists, analysts, and designers that are building all of these algorithms that we have going off of a lot of our subjective work, like our scouting work. So the way that things are going right now in the league, if you're not factoring in data along with your subjective analysis, again, that's the wave of the future, and you have to jump on board. If you don't, you're going to be left behind. I keep saying that, and that's what I believe. It's why I decided to stay in this company and not make my way back into the NFL, though I did interview twice for jobs this year, both for the Jets and Tennessee. But I only would interview for jobs that I think that I truly was looking at. What we're doing at Sumer is, I think, special, and I think it can be game-breaking.
Look forward to getting more information from you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for
helping us understand the input.
I appreciate that.
Listen, we're stretching our legs a little bit. We appreciate your time, guys. That was cool. You get kind of an insight into what goes on in those deals. Guys, we got to wrap. This has been a lot of fun. But you know what? Let's do it again, same time tomorrow. We will break it down. We will have multiple guests on Fox Local YouTube. Hit me up on social media at Bill A. Fox 29. So many cool guests coming in. So thank you for spending time with us. Make sure you're watching all day. Much of the team is here to share information with you. We are your Super Bowl station network stream. No reason for you to go anywhere else. Thank you. We appreciate you. Have a great day. Take a look around. We'll do it again tomorrow.
When you look through the footage and you think about what could have been, had a gas line been hit, I'm going to stand strong on my faith.
Strong emotions from Mayor Sherelle Parker reflecting on the deadly medical jet crash in Northeast Philly 3 days ago. Today, state, local, and federal leaders also got a closer look at the devastation. This is the news at 5. I'm Sheba Russell. New details are continuing to come in at this hour. The city now says the number of people injured